Hello.
Hi.
Everybody tap.
Robot?
Robot. Just want to make sure I'm live on YouTube.
Didn't even have a chance to type anything.
Okay. I am live on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know who thought anything was special. I mean, TikTok is slow as hell right now. So, whatever.
I need to go downstairs and grab my food, and I'll be back.
Yeah, did you order? You ordered Thai food?
Yeah, it's about to be delivered.
Okay. Min.
Hey, what's up? That's pretty good.
What are you doing?
I'm just at work waiting for the work day to end.
I'm still working.
Yeah.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
That was a pretty good live you had last night.
What did I have last night? I don't remember.
With the calling people out on the pivoting and whatnot.
Calling people out on...
I don't want to say anything more, and I don't want to name names.
I want you to name names. Name names. What's wrong with you?
This isn't a communist hearing from the 1950s. A Senate hearing.
Why not? McCarthy? Are you talking about the McCarthy dude?
Yeah. Name names.
That fucking dude. God.
No one CT was just calling people out on the pivoting. I don't know. I was like, hell yeah.
Is this the court that's been up here before?
Yes.
I was going to say, I thought you had changed your picture, but I wasn't 100% certain.
I don't know what TikTok's doing, but it keeps changing my photos from like 3 different ones every time I get on something without changing it.
Oh, that's cool.
So I guess I just get like a surprise every day.
Are they your photos, though?
Yeah. No, that's me.
Oh, okay. It's like you get free photos from people? That's awesome.
No, it's like the 3 ones that I've ever used. That's just what it keeps changing every day is to a different photo of me. It's either my cartoony one or one of 2 of these, I guess.
They say variety is a spice of life, so.
That's right. And I love surprises and like magic boxes of who knows what's going to be in it. So, yeah, I just take it for what it is.
You like Jack in the Boxes, huh?
No, those are a little bit scary. I like the ones where like it's like a mystery box and then you open it and you don't know what like toy. I'm way too old for this. What toy you're going to get in it?
It's like Forrest Gump and his chocolates.
Yes, I have a lot of kids though.
Mama
So like,
always said.
yep, life's like a box of chocolates.
Yeah, Mama always said.
Do you know what's interesting about that accent from the movie?
I don't. What is it?
He couldn't, they were unsure about what accent the adult character should use, so they just copied the accent from the kid that was actually from Mississippi, and his dad's like a mud farmer. So Tom Hanks just learned how to talk like that kid for his role.
Okay, I like the idea that there's such thing as a mud farmer. Isn't that weird?
Took a job from Star Wars or something.
Farming mud. I'm farming mud, honey. Damn it. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
Mud Honey is a good band.
Mud honey. Don't shoot me. Fuckers. Stop shooting me. I don't like you.
Nobody knows Mud Honey? Okay, fine.
I know them.
No, here I am thinking we're still in Discord. Sorry. You were talking about the shooting.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mojo.
Yeah, that's bad, right? I'm thinking we're still in Discord and I can just not say anything.
What did he
Get
say?
your own live taken down.
No, I didn't say anything, did I? I didn't say anything to get the live taken down.
Oh, okay.
I just wasn't saying anything. Like, I'm too busy trying to be this guy.
I mean, you did say stop shooting me, so.
Oh. Wow.
Howdy, comrades.
Money, I meant with money guns. Stop shooting me with money guns. I'm a communist. Leave me alone. Right?
Hi, comrade.
Weirdo. I don't know if anything's going to happen here, but everybody, we're in Discord just playing games, and everybody said, you should go live. Okay.
Speaking of, I'm trying to play this game called Dawn of Man, and it's like a city management sort of thing where like you play as a tribe in before the Stone Age, I guess. And the tutorial is less than helpful.
That's like most games nowadays, I feel like.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, especially with these strategy games and stuff. You can't. I mean, you have to know what you're doing. It's like, oh, everybody's starving, and I don't know why. Oh, wait, I forgot to press L, 10 minutes ago. So, thanks.
Ay.
What platform is that on?
It's on Steam on PC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, why are you not my Steam friend, Joyce? The fuck is this blasphemy?
What? I thought we were.
No.
Oh.
Let's fix it.
I'm sending you a request right now.
Who's the other Ella you're with?
No, it says we're friends. It says we're friends.
Wait, on Steam? Mm-mm.
Oh, on Steam. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you said. I'm sorry. I missed. Okay, what is your? Can you if you want to, you can use Discord to tell me your Steam name or whatever, and I'll add you.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Well, it's just Yanina, but I'll send you the friend code.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you say you're going to get put in the friend zone?
She's gonna send me her friend code.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
You want to be in my friend zone, Joyce?
Yes, I do. It sounds like fun. I'll be in anyone's friend zone.
Right. Well, so hi, Clam. Long time no see.
I'm always around. I just don't have much time to, I finally have some time. I just haven't had much time to come on and argue with all you crazy left people.
Crazy
White
left.
hat clam.
I miss Mojo.
No, you don't. You've got your animal crackers.
I really do, man. I was telling my brother about you the other day.
Really?
What is he, the oyster shucker?
Mojo, you might be able to get out of Clam's friend zone and into something else, it sounds like.
His
I just
dryer?
want to know if his brother's name is Oyster Shucker.
No, actually,
That's hilarious.
It's a pair of pants. And growing up on the coast of North Carolina, it was like everybody wore them to go clamming. That's how they got the name Clam Diggers.
And that's what you decided.
I mean, it wasn't me. It was a bunch of crazy rednecks decided that.
I drive a Dodge Stratus.
That is the I.
I drive a Dodge Stratus.
Completely unrelated, but hallelujah for peanut sauce. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, you feel better now?
Yeah, my day's complete.
Like the Asian
The extra peanut sauce?
peanut sauce, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, I'm getting ready to go through an unaliving zone. I'll be back.
Wait, what?
She has Verizon.
Wait, Verizon's
Nice.
like the best network out there. Shut up.
No, Verizon is terrible, and you live in Colorado, and you should know better.
Verizon is awesome. It's the only place that I can get service. Or the
I
only
cannot.
service that I can get, like, at my house.
I will be in the middle of Denver downtown, surrounded by buildings, and I'll have 2 fucking bars.
And what? T-Mobile works better or what?
Well, I don't know. I haven't tried T-Mobile in a while. I had AT&T, but their AI pissed me off, and then I switched to Verizon, and now I have.
You're a millennial, aren't you?
I am 32. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually tonight. I'm going to an EDM concert. It's called Flashback 2010s, and they're doing EDM with all of my like childhood music.
Sweet. Then you get to go and complain about how terrible it is, because that's all you fuckers do is complain about everything.
Honestly, it sounds like a great time, Mojo.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm excited for
about it tomorrow.
Listen,
Yes, I will.
he's only asking if you're a millennial so he can complain about how much y'all complain. It's like Inception, you know?
Oh,
Like Inception.
see, this is why you're here, Ella, because I just walk the fuck right into everything. I'm just like, oh, this is a legitimate conversation.
Bryn put it in the comments. Old man Mojo. That's what that is.
I don't like any of you people.
What do you mean? I'm translating for you. I'm helping you out.
Mojo, why would Iranian intelligence attack the Minnesota water supply? Makes sense of this crazy world for me.
I don't know, but I like the way you say, Mojo. You sound like an
Mr.
Asian
Mojo.
sensei. Yeah, what the fuck?
Mr. Mojo, tell me.
Iran didn't do it. Trump said that Minnesota did it
Oh, you're right.
to their own state.
Are you going to come up this time, Black Shirts? Last 3 times you tried to come up, but you didn't accept.
That photo.
Hey, Ella, I'm still waiting, by the way.
Jack Black.
It does look like Jack Black, doesn't it? It is supposed to, I mean, it is me. It's supposed to be a mixture of me and Karl Marx, and somehow it turned out looking like Jack Black. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that looks like Jack Black.
So Jack Black is the love child of communism. I'm on board.
What is his band name?
Tenacious D.
Delicious,
Yeah,
delicious D.
Tenacious,
Yeah.
Tenacious D.
Delicious D. This is where we're going with,
Tenacious.
because that's what I accidentally said.
Tenacious.
The pic of
Joyce,
death.
Joyce, I sent you a message with my friend code. Look at Discord. Don't you tell me what to do in the comments.
I'm so sorry. You're right. Oh, you did send it. I don't know why that took forever to show up, but okay.
Yeah, don't ever
Yes,
tell her
it's
she's
Tenacious
wrong.
D.
Don't ever tell her
I'm
she's
just-
wrong about anything.
Whatever.
Hey, Ella,
It is Delicious D. My mind is just in the gutter and was thinking about Delicious D. It's a whole different concept. My bad.
I was like, why did your description say null, null, null? And I was like, oh, because I'm not your friend. Okay. I was like, shouldn't there be? I feel like, was that intentional? But it wasn't.
You guys can look for me. Wait, I'm friends with Ella already on there.
I think I'm going to play Baldur's Gate now. Like,
Bye.
the second one.
Black Shirts.
Mojo, how have you been?
I'm alright. How are you?
I've been a lot better.
You were worse before?
Well, last time I got on your live, I was wanting to talk, and then I had a kid fell down the stairs and cracked his head open, so I had to get off and go to the emergency room. So that's always fun. Damn,
that does suck.
Yeah, part of life, but that's part of a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Are they okay?
No, yeah, they're fine. Couple stitches, but you're just like getting ready to talk, and all of a sudden then you hear go thud, 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 thud down your stairs, and you're like, oh crap! And so you go run and look, and yeah, then you see that, and you're like, oh great, the fuck freaking ER.
Forever. Was it his face that he hit?
No, he cracked the top of his head open.
And they did stitches?
Staples. Sorry, staples.
Okay, I was gonna say because I've never seen staples done before until one of our youngest decided to slice his head open under bleachers. And they were like, we can't do stitches, we can only do staples. And I was like, I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just say stitches, but I meant staples. So I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. I was like, they could have done stitches.
Yeah, no, it was like, yeah, watching them like staple your kid's head is like
Ugh.
definitely weird.
Oh, it's awful.
But
They
everything's
use,
all
like,
good.
do they use like the hammer staple thing where they just like smack it, like you smack it down on a table and it puts a staple in?
It literally looks like a staple gun,
Yeah.
like you would use like for a job.
Mm-hmm. It's just thicker staples.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I sincerely hope I never have to do that.
I know, me too. Because honestly,
Yeah.
like, I was watching it.
I was upset because I haven't even got the bill yet, but I was like, well, heck, if I knew that you guys were just going to take a staple gun, I could have done this at home.
The Gulag's having an issue with the topic. Just figured I'd let you know.
What's wrong with the topic?
Apparently it's barfable.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it is, but shit happens. I almost barfed as I watched it, so I mean, shit happens. Especially with kids.
Well, last I remember you were trying to be friendly with me, and then you were over on American Immense telling them how fucking disgusting a human being I am and how much you hate me. So I don't remember. I think that's where you were at. Black shirts.
I said that?
Yeah.
Who is? I don't even know who
Yeah,
that
you're a
is.
MAGA dude, right?
Well, yeah, I'm a MAGA dude, but I don't even know who that is.
Okay, men.
No, I come on your live. I watch your live almost every time you come on, just because I like getting the information. So I guess I'm kind of a little confused on where you're coming from. That
I just remember you being on some other live being mean to me. You're a jerk.
Boy, I think you're just making this stuff up, Mojo.
I could be. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I think you are, because I can guarantee you. I listen to your lives all the time, and I want to be on here because I like the knowledge and learning, and I've learned quite a bit, actually, to be honest with you.
I'm glad I've been teaching you, my fellow MAGA brother. Good.
Yeah, thanks,
Speaking
Go
of
Army.
the devil, we've been talking about how horrible of a person Go Army is all day long.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
What?
he's not a bad guy.
I'm actually the last defender of good. You know, I like it when you come up and stuff like somebody comes up here and says that they're not scared to say it, like a fellow good person. You know what I mean? Fellow defender of truth. You know.
Do you really think you're a good person? Really? Like truly?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I knew. Well, I mean, I guess I don't like to be like egotistical or anything like that, so I will never say it. But I honestly think from a young age, I've always been, God made me good. Yeah, made me good. I see like friends who are like into stuff that I was never into. I've never like been into certain things that people find interest in. So,
Like
yeah.
books?
Yeah.
So do you think it's good to, like, I don't know, make fun of a Latino person's accent? I think that's good.
Sometimes.
CT, I love you.
What happened?
What?
Your comment made like peanut sauce coming out of my nose. That was funny.
Did it?
Oh, hey, Chad.
Hello. Hey, what's up, Joyce?
Oh, nothing.
This is true, Garmin. You were defending sexual assault.
I don't think sometimes in jest it's like it's okay to make, not like you're not making fun. It's just sometimes their accents are interesting, and it's like, especially I know you're talking about. It's not like a mean, like hateful thing. It's just like, you know, these people make fun of you all day, anyways. Like, not you particularly, but us as ops. So it's like, who really even cares? Like,
Wait, you were defending sexual assault the other day?
maybe the low IQers probably perceive it that way, but they're like smooth brainers, you know.
Okay, I'm pretty dumb. Explain it to me slowly.
How do you feel about E.G. and Carroll? Do you remember that conversation?
I think it was something better.
Huh?
What? Say what?
I said, do you remember the conversation about E.G. and Carroll?
I do. Well, not the conversation, but I just her in general for sure. It's a lot of conversations had up
we
here.
were just talking about it the other day.
My opinion never changes.
I think the specific question I asked you is how do you feel about a man saying that he can walk up to a woman and just grab her by the pussy?
When he's cutting in and out, bro.
You are.
Did you say the one where you cut the stream after, and everybody was like arguing all at once?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what? What happened?
I don't know. I just I agreed with. I think Mojo thought I was going to say something else, and I agreed with him, and then everybody lost their crap.
No. You didn't agree with me. I asked you how you felt about a man walking up to a woman, or a man just walking around saying that he can grab women by the pussy. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I don't like men like that. That's bad for sure. Like, what kind of dude would do that? Or not do that, but I mean, there are. What I'm trying to say is I don't like that, but there are dudes out there that are like that, and I like that. There is just. I mean, if you're. I mean, you just know in certain cities, certain situations there are.
Yeah, in high school.
Wait. Do you think that person should be president in the United States of America?
Do you what?
President of the United States of America.
I mean, what you're saying is so. Listen. He said the same thing. If you're rich and you got money, they literally will let you do whatever. And you can do, and I would say that is a true statement in places like Hollywood and places like New York City and places like big club scenes, Miami especially. We live in a culture now where
I don't know what to make of that. He just said how horrible it was, and now he's fucking defending it. That's wild.
It's pretty gross.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying why it exists. This is why it's happening. I don't agree with that. What are you talking about? I would never be like, yeah, or nothing. Like, come on, bro. That's
Ella, Court, cover your drinks right now. Cover your drinks right now.
Yeah, from liberals, y'all are the ones that probably would do something like that. We're busy being married and living family lives, you know.
MAGA made a deal.
I hope one of these days I can get married and have one of their families. That'd be cool.
Now, what would that be like? You know, how cool would that be one day?
MAGA made a deal with Satan, and it's not. I don't think that we're being super overt about that, and we should be, because the thing is that it doesn't matter to them what he does. It doesn't matter to them what the personal character is. None of that is relevant to them. What's relevant
for presidency? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I need a good president, not a good person.
Thank you for proving my point.
That's exactly my point. I don't vote a president for a father or a good person. I vote him for a good. He can execute his job. He's performs presidency good. That's the whole point.
You just said I don't vote him for a good president.
I know you guys. I'm not saying any personal shots, but maybe you guys don't have a good father figure or anything like that. But that in my life,
mine died when I was 17.
Well, see, you're looking for the president to fulfill a trauma or fulfill a role. I'm just
I would look for a man to
looking for a good person to run the country. That's really it.
I wouldn't look for a.
I mean, he can barely do that anyway, so that's pretty much a disqualifier.
Even Logan Paul hasn't been accused of sexual assault yet. Jesus Christ.
Which is shocking a little bit.
You got fucking YouTubers with more standards than the fucking president. That's crazy.
I mean, unfortunately, your candidate is so bad. Unfortunately, your candidates are so bad they can't beat somebody like that.
It's because your values are so low, you were okay to fucking dip down to that point. That's
now we can insult you.
Not to mention gerrymandering and the disproportionate representation of the electoral college.
I will gladly make a T-shirt that says "I never have to explain why I voted for a rapist." And I'll wear that shit proudly every fucking day.
So now
and everybody would laugh at you. Everybody would laugh at you. Everybody would point at you. You draw attention to your family. Like, this is a grown dude walking around putting politics before even his safety of his family, and just it's just weird, dude.
It didn't stop you from wearing your fucking Nazi red hat,
for
did
the
it?
safety of his family.
But yeah. Oh my gosh.
So, I was
I
eating,
mean,
so
obviously
I
it draws
wasn't.
attention. People
I
are going
guess
to
I
come up and
wasn't
say
talking.
something to him, and they're going to say, "Hey, oh, look at your shirt! Look at that shirt!" So it's going to draw attention and problems, right? And he's
Dude,
probably going to
seeing
be around
Ned
his
is a
family.
bunch of jerks.
That's
All
his
right,
small logic of thinking.
hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ella.
I want you to remember our conversation from earlier while you're witnessing this, Mojo. But that's a side note. I was eating at the time, so I couldn't respond at the moment. But I heard you say something along the lines of the reason why the pussy grabbing culture exists is because women will let you do it if you're rich enough. So you're blaming the women that it exists? Is that what you said? Go Army?
Who are you talking to? I mean, I'm not starting back from day like point one, like all over, just because you're like want to argue right now.
No, it's not that I want to argue.
I mean, I
It's
think
that
we
I'm
don't. I think
addressing.
we don't have
I'm
to rehash
addressing.
out the argument. You can. I know
Oh,
Ella,
are
you
you
don't always
scared
jump
now?
up and like, excuse me, everybody, and join.
Spoken like a man with true
I'm not.
conviction.
No, I've been here the entire time. I was just having respect for Mojo and not talking with my mouth full, and I waited until I was done. But I'm addressing a point that you made. Would you like to clarify?
No, I wish.
Pretty well.
I appreciate
Go
you.
on
Though.
me. I think you just, I just think you took me to be an asshole and an idiot. Do you hate women? I mean, like, you just don't like to talk to them, or what?
I mean, I think it's like I think when people use that as a privilege or an entitlement, like, hey, excuse me, like I'm a woman speaking. Like I don't. How can I put you fairly from like the same as me if you already are like using that as an excuse?
Do you think she just did that?
She does that every day, every single day. Every time somebody's speaking, it's like all the heavens and everything's got to close up. So, and it's just like, and then the panel will completely change to a new subject or go some other rage bait, some crazy stuff.
Would it surprise you if everybody else in the room at all times that you think this has ever happened would disagree with you? Like you would be the only person with this opinion? Would it surprise you if you were the only person?
Like, I'm sure the conservatives agree with me, but the ops and the same old
conservatives. You guys were listening to that Clam Black. Do you think that she announced herself, "I am woman, hear me roar"? Do you think that's what happened?
Yes.
Can we go back and revisit something?
Really?
And if they're new here, they will. They will.
Do you believe that women are privileged in our society over men?
Can I answer that?
Like, what?
Well, anyone.
Hot women are definitely privileged. There's no doubt about it. No doubt. Ugly women are not privileged. It's kind of a shame. Bad ugly women.
I have a genuine question.
I'm
and
just
this
an
is,
asshole. I'm just a fucking asshole. You guys are assholes too.
I have
the truth.
Asshole.
No.
But I have a genuine question for the men on the panel.
Yes.
This is the fruit of a conversation that Mojo and I had earlier in the day. So my question is the following: you as men, do you think that you can have political conversations specifically at the same to the same extent and at the same intelligence level with a man as you can with a woman?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Answer it though.
It's interesting. Women tend to. I mean, it's no mystery that women tend to think with their emotions and feelings and do a whole lot of talking and get nothing done and want to discuss things ad nauseum. So it is a little irritating at times, but a lot of women really are on the ball and know their stuff and can speak succinctly about the issues and come up with common sense solutions. Yes.
I love this idea that people. First of all, Ella, yes, you can. I think that was to answer your question. But I like this idea that conservatives say, in particular, where they're like, women are emotional and they tend to think emotionally when men are far more statistically likely of committing SA. They are far more likely of committing unalivings. They are far more likely to drop out, as well as harm themselves, if not overtly non-exist anymore themselves. So it's just really funny whenever I hear someone say, oh, women are too emotional, when literally many of the systemic problems that we have originate from men. And I'm speaking as a man.
Okay, I don't want to sidetrack. I don't want to sidetrack into the emotions argument. I want to know from the men on the panel if they think that they can have an equally intelligent political conversation with a man as they could with a woman. Nate's answered the question. I'd like to hear from other people.
Yeah, I think the question's absolutely nonsense. Just right off the bat, you're just saying, can you even talk to a woman like opposite sex? So it's like what is that? What is that? Like, she ran as a president in the last election.
Well, I do think your lack of inability to engage in the question is pretty.
Where are we going?
Here comes chat. Here comes chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You sound like a 13-year-old boy, and I sound like a man. That's not my fault. Blame your dad for your little balls,
You
dude.
prove it every day by wearing a shirt with you. Like, get out of here, dude.
Yeah, blame your low testosterone your dad. No, don't blame me.
Hey, it's a medical condition.
Do you feel better saying that now? Do you feel better?
I do. I find funny. It's funny, like especially little guys like you, little lawnmower boys. They're like, I'm gonna get on here and be real mad, super emotional, and tell women how emotional they are.
I like this right before the midterms. Please keep
TT,
this up.
it's a medical condition. Don't fucking judge.
Hey, it is what it is. Blame your doctor. Then I don't give a fuck.
I think everybody can agree that the past over years, as we've been on this panel, we've had many conversations with women, female, male, non-binary, whatever you want to classify. It doesn't really matter, right? So what out of the blue would this be like? Do you think you can, as an American man, like, what is that?
Okay, so first of all,
can European women like do certain things or what?
Hey.
Okay, Mojo, this
does
gotta
be so rude. Why is she gotta be so rude?
Hold on.
I'm not being rude. I explained the context before. I explained the context before I even asked the question. I said that this is the fruit of a conversation that Mojo and I had earlier today, and I would like for the men on the panel to answer the question. There was no, oh, can you American men even talk to women? I asked, do the men on the panel think that they can have an equally... That is not what I said. You're 100%. Putting words in my mouth. No, that is not what I said.
Go ahead. Let's try it again, and let's see if he listens this time.
Well, I will say I've had very intellectual conversations with men. I've had very intellectual conversations with women. And after talking to Go Army, I've now changed my stance on gender. Now I know that there's men, women, and snowflakes, apparently. So I've learned something.
It's a spectrum.
You can hilarious. You got one laugh. Whoa, man.
I did say huzzah, so I count as well, at least halfway.
Let's get back to the topic.
Well, the topic is at this particular point in time that you are kind of a snowflake, and that women scare the fuck out of you.
Let's get back to some substance. Like with Joy. Joy's actually brought something up. Let me respond to her or him. When he said that, well, when we're being emotional and women and this, well, I mean, have you ever, I mean, I'm not like insulting or it's just a genuine question. Have you ever like lived with a female outside of your mother? Like, because if you've ever spent a long period of time with them, you would know that, you know, when there comes to making a decision in life, like a big decision, you know, that they tend to do it emotionally and that men tend to do it like more logically. And that there is some cases otherwise, but that's like tend to how most men and most women act. So like for you to just say, whoa, this is crazy. It's like, stop the act. Like you got to experience life a little bit.
You've had more crash outs in the 6 months I've known you than my wife, who I've lived with for 20 years, has ever had.
You always got some insults. That's a crash out every time, Chad. That's how you respond. Bro.
You are the most emotional person I've ever met on this
Go find a dad. I'm not your dad.
Look at you right now. Look at you right now. You little boy.
Well, I was responding to his comment, and you just have to jump in and insult and get
your inability to answer this question says everything, dude. Just realize that.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Did you feel better saying that? All right, back to Joyce. So if, like I said, back to my point, if you spend a lot of time with women, you'll understand that how a lot of them are, you know, the way they are, bro.
So you have a lot of them? Is that like, do you live
Yeah,
with a lot of them?
That's what you
And do
took
you
I
from
want
live-
to
them.
be
If that's what you
clear.
took
I want to
from
be
them, yeah.
clear that women aren't the same around you as they are around me. And I think there's a reason for that. I think you should probably figure out what that fucking reason is.
I would
TikTok.
so
No, we
I
like to
would
match
also
and multiply the energy.
that, and I would also like to point out that the attitude that is happening on this panel right now, which would be referred to as anger, is also an emotion.
It is. I mean, sometimes when you come up with a question that just insults other people, like there's no substance to it besides just insults, like American man, like that whole question was just snarky. Like it was
I did
it was
not
just
use
nasty.
the
Like,
American
and people can
man.
call you out for that, and that doesn't mean they're angry.
It was
I
to
did
all the
not
men on the
use.
panel.
Yeah. I did not use the word American men. I addressed all the men on the panel and I said I was curious to hear your take on it. There was nothing like offensive or intended for it to be offensive. It was literally a question and I was curious to hear everyone's answers.
You're offended by being included in a question, and you're not offended by, like, if we were excluded from the question, would you also have been offended?
That's DEI court. He was included. He was inclusive. DEI offensive.
I'm very confused why that offended you. I don't understand.
I can't have a conversation with you, Court. Sorry.
Well, I guess that's why I don't understand.
Holy
No, I mean, I can't help you.
How are there no snowflake gifts in the gift gallery? What the fuck?
Men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
No, this guy
I
is
guess-
quite literally just scared of women.
Who, me?
It's wild.
No.
Yes, you are absolutely terrified
well,
of women.
There's being scared and just not being comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the only one up
I
here
would
who
consider him
preaches.
to be the same thing at this particular point in time. This is fucking
Sure.
sad.
Well, it's
Yeah.
I mean, there's a spectrum of possibilities there.
The thing is,
Are you saying you believe in spectrums now?
Out of stuff to talk about. Clearly, it's getting really crazy at this point.
No, honestly, we were having a conversation about you specifically earlier, and you had just proven me wrong.
I mean, I can have that conversation. I can answer that question, but it's got to come from a place of like genuine. It can't be like, especially from her being from Europe asking it. Like, come on, bro, American
She's
man,
a fucking American.
get out of here, bro.
What an
What do you
American.
have? What do you have in common with American men, Ella? What do you feel like you have
She
in
definitely
common?
said that. I know.
I'm sorry.
What do you?
What was
Just for the sake of conversation, what do you feel like you have in common with the average American man?
with the average American man? I don't know. I moved here when I was 24 for an American man. We were married for several years. It didn't work out. And I have since been in relationships with other American men. I am friends with American men. I work with American men. I pay taxes to the American man. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
You have a lot of. So you're not fresh off the boat. You've been here a while. I like your accent.
I've been here for I've been here for 22 years.
Yeah. So
also people fly now.
So are
Yeah,
a
wait
lot
till
of
you learn
your
about
friends?
airplanes.
Do you have a lot of
Say that to
male
the Cubans.
friends that are just friends, or are most of your
Yes.
friends female?
No, I have a healthy mixture of both.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I think I don't. I have just a very few women friends.
Probably says a lot more
And
about
mostly
you than what
guy
you think.
friends that I hang out with. It's always been that way.
Again, it says a lot more about you, I think.
Yeah, this is probably
I like
going
long
to be
walks on the
hard.
beach, and I'm an Aquarius.
I know that this might be hard to hear from a woman, but
Yeah.
if you don't have
There
a
she
ton
goes.
of, I'm not. I think
It's your
that
whole
there
ideology,
is-
Ella. It's your whole identity. You tell about people need to decompress.
Oh my!
You can't even have a
goodness.
conversation without it in.
You can't even have a conversation without letting me finish.
I'm sure.
You're more than welcome to chime in when I am done.
Prove him.
Everything that comes out of her mouth is not offensive towards you and should not be. And please
I
stop
wasn't
thinking
even
that it is.
finished yet. Yeah. So I was going to try and say to Nate that like I think CT is onto something. That doesn't have to be the only reason. It could also just be the social circle that you grew up in or happened to fall into. But I think it tends to be indicative of how comfortable women are around you or not. And I'm not saying that makes you a bad person, but it's just something to ponder.
Well, yes, and it works both ways, though. It works both ways because there's a lot of women who can kind of run with the pack of guys and are comfortable in their own skin and can kind of hold their own, aren't too fragile and aren't overly sensitive, that are kind of cool to hang out with. Then you got a whole other group that aren't that way. So which are you?
I get annoyed by the overly sensitive guys I have to talk to every day on this app.
Yeah.
Talk to sensitive guys.
I'm talking to you right now.
Is that one of your favorite things, talking to sensitive guys? I bet you do talk to a lot of sensitive guys.
I have to talk to you every day that you come up to this panel. Go on.
I haven't talked to you in like a week.
Yeah, but here you are again.
It's okay, buddy. Calm down. I know every time I open my mic, you have to respond. I know you're obsessed with me, bro. It's okay.
No, you're just like this weird little guy that does like weird little things. I'm not sure why. I can't figure out your motives.
You're obsessed. So you go around to weird little guys and weird little things, and you have to like obsess. Every time they open their mouth, you have to respond and stalk them and do.
Well, no, see, they come to where I hang out, and then they say that I follow them. Like I've been here for like 2 years, right? Mm-hmm. You come here, darling.
Same, bro. Same, bro. Same. 2 years, bro. I guess your own live ain't working out. The ops don't be joining over there, huh?
Oh, I don't run my lives to talk to ops. I don't need to talk to you fucking nerds. I'm good. I come here to talk to nerds. I'm good.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. You can't transition over here to Mojo's live where there are ops with opposite views, because then everything is an insult to you, because you're used to just like everybody. You just cancel out anybody disagrees. So you just like talking to your same people.
Go Army. You were just the one getting insulted because of Ella. For saying American men. Like, stop the projecting.
Yeah, I can't regulate your emotions.
Do you like my background, by the way?
I thought she didn't say that.
Do you like the background?
That is hilarious.
That's you. That's you, Go Army. Little OROTC on his lawnmower.
What is this, a comic book? Oh, this is really funny. This is like some fifth grader with a seed leg.
Regarding what NB said, NB,
You'll be doing it on probably like your 8th account, I'm sure.
I hang out with more men than I do women, but I've always hung out with more men, or more, I guess, boys back in the day. Growing up, all I hung out with was other boys, because all of my cousins and my brothers and everybody on my street were boys. So with what Ella said, that is probably why I tend to get along a lot better now with boys or men than I do with women.
Ah, yeah.
So I'm just going to connect all of that together for you guys real quick.
Yeah, there's a lot to
so
it.
you're friends with a lot of men. That's nice.
I appreciate that, Court.
But yeah, my husband's okay with it. Go Army. So
you probably don't have no choice. That's the problem. That's so crazy. And I'm the one who's got problems.
Hang on one second.
If you honored your husband and loved him, you wouldn't have a bunch of friends.
Do I like push you around? Do I like tell you what you have to do all the time? Do I tell you I'm going out and you have no choice? Can you answer?
Yes, I am free to answer.
Yeah, go ahead. Say it real loud for him.
Yes, I am able.
Yes, I am a cook.
He is a very good cook.
So much for not throwing insults.
No, that's not
what
what
a
we're
fucking
talking
hypocrite.
He puts on the fucking grill. Is that not manly enough for you? Is that not good enough for you?
Yeah, just weird, bro. You have a bunch of man
what's
friends.
The deal with
like,
the
what's the
shaming? Just out of curiosity, like, you know?
No, it's not a bunch, and that's creepy.
I've learned it's good just to be honest about stuff, right? Like the reason Go Army wouldn't want like his wife hanging out with somebody, she's probably cheated on him. It's happened before. They don't trust each other. They probably share a Facebook account. That's why. It's not about like being a cuck or anything else.
You know it's a dull Facebook account.
Yeah,
that's definitely not true.
That's all it is.
I think that's you guys. You guys allow it, actually. That's what you guys do.
Are you jealous?
I think you thought it was cool and liberal to allow it, and now you're like sitting back with regret when you close your eyes at night. And,
Is it jealousy
you
or
didn't
anger?
cherish what you two people shared, and now you're upset at the world because you just willy nilly gave your wife and these people away to other people. So
Buddy, I can
you
tell
don't
by
want
your
one who doesn't
insecurities
value a
that you got
relationship.
cheated
You're the
on.
one who doesn't value true value of a woman. You don't.
Yeah, I can tell by your insecurity on this panel you've been cheated on. It's fine.
You know, you can go out with
Definitely
couples
not.
and
Bro.
hang out
Definitely
with
not.
the men.
But
And not the
Can I ask
women.
a
Know that
Definitely
as a
not,
couple,
but-
you can go out together and talk to other couples, and then I can talk to more of the men than I usually do the women. And that's okay. My husband's right there by me.
I'm sure.
Is
If
that
that's what your
not-
husband likes, then.
But you like him barefoot
You
in
guys,
the
you guys
kitchen,
are
eh?
here quite often. You guys are here quite often. Is it just? It's just like an open forum to talk about whatever you want. But then, since there's an underlying layer of bipartisanness, that you just look for some sort of opening to come up with some like jab at somebody because they're on one side of the aisle or the other.
Exactly.
No, it's
I
mainly
think there's an
politics until some
underlying
weird
layer.
dork says something fucking weird. And then
Yeah,
we
when you
address it.
say stupid things, you get stupid things coming back at you.
You know, Nate, everything is stupid in the world of Democrats and liberals. You know what I mean? That's how they operate. You know?
Yeah, in a world where you're like, my wife can't go pick up the kids from my buddy's
Here
house
comes
because
the
she
insult
might get
real
banged.
quick. I told you he's obsessed.
What the fuck?
See, he says some weird stuff.
You might
like
get
some
banged
sexual,
over there picking up the
weird, gross
kids.
stuff. Like he's
Can't
so
trust her
weird,
for that.
dude.
That's literally you're
All right,
projecting.
this
Thanks,
is
man.
boring.
You think
This is boring. Clam.
This is
You got
boring.
something you wanna-
Let's talk politics.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody's listening to you, Chad.
Shut up. Clam, did you have something you want to say?
Yes.
Yay!
Yes to her question. That's it. Every day.
Thank you, Clam.
I don't have it. There's nothing that makes anybody far superior in either direction. It's all about training, information, research, development, and doing what it takes to be a professional. After that, then there's certain things that happen due to ignorance. And it's as simple as that.
Mojo, I have been summoned for video game shenanigans. I am so sorry for I did not mean to throw a hand grenade like that. I was really just pondering the question.
It's all right.
Ella, don't you worry. Me and Messi will mod this shit out of this in your honor.
Thank you. But yeah, I'm gonna go play WoW.
Black. You're supposed to laugh, black shirts.
Ella, have a good night.
Bye, Ella. Have a good
Good night,
evening.
Tell him I said hey.
Bye, Ella. And
I will do
NCT, feel free to mod all you want. I don't work for free.
Damn.
I gifted you 50. I don't even remember what they were. I gifted you 50 things.
What?
50 things.
Yeah, they were faces or something.
It was something. It's funny.
So what's going on in the world of politics? What's our fascist regime done today?
Republicans are generally speaking all fucking misogynists.
No way.
There's some more important topics. VP Harris, the last person who did not win the election, by the way, she just bought an $8 million beach house. That's breaking news. Another breaking news is Hunter Biden talking about Trump's grandkids and stuff. Like, it's another
That shit was
big topic.
hilarious. He came out like fucking Tupac. He's like, you want to mess with my dad? Fuck you and your kids and your grandkids. Hunter Biden went fucking generational. That was awesome.
And oh my God, a woman is successful and bought an $8 million home. Holy shit, how terrible.
How dare her and her husband do that? Crazy.
They should have waited for a market crash, honestly.
You know, I saw Hunter Biden in an interview the other day with, I guess he has a podcast like everybody. He had Nick Fuentes on. Oh, no. He was this other guy who does a podcast had Nick Fuentes on with Hunter Biden. And I thought Hunter Biden was pretty well spoken and good with, and
for cracking, for sure.
conducted himself pretty well. I mean, I think that's just another example of stupid, partisan propaganda that's rampant. So the thing is, you got to quit feeding into all that shit because I bet there's more that we have in common than you would realize. Ask me a few questions. I'll tell you about my liberal stances.
Who the fuck's eating soup?
I think it's clam digger.
Grow up.
Boy, clam digger keeps going off camera.
I can picture it just dripping down your chin right now while you're asking me about liberal policies.
Whatever happened to the fucking circus animals or whatever the hell they are?
What, my animal crackers? They're right there in my cabinet.
He's staring at him from a distance right now, longing.
You
He's
have
like,
never kept them that far
You're all
away from
fucked
them.
up over here. Like, I was trying to stay away from them. You just said their name. Now I'm like, animal cookies.
Oh, now they're calling to you. You can hear them.
you just triggered an addict, man. So Nate, tell us about your liberal views, man. What things you disagree with the current administration? What things are you hoping to see in 2028 that'll get you excited?
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question? I wasn't paying attention.
Nobody was talking to you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, never mind.
You're
Well,
just
I'm-
kidding. Give you a hard time.
I like some of the classical liberal ideology, like no war, let's save the environment. In regard to AB, you should have every right to choose, so pro-choice. In regard to the financial part of our governments, I'm very much a fiscally conservative. I think, unfortunately, the left is too much of a tax and spend philosophy. And I think a lot of times we talk about supply side economics. I think that's the way to go.
What if I told you, would you believe me if I said, since Ronald Reagan, there's not really been a fiscal conservative in office, and Democrats have spent far, far less, more so than Republicans in the last 50 years?
Well, that's an oversimplification of the situation. And in regard to that, you have things like QE that started in 2009 during the financial crisis, and more or less, fiscal policy is governed or created by Congress. So
QE is the result of overspending, not the opposite. You don't QE into overspending. You overspend and then need QE.
No, QE is a government spending program. Basically, it's quantitative easing.
I'm aware, but it's in response to too much spending, right? When there's not enough product to make up for it, to like calm inflation.
No, it's the opposite of that, because if you want to try to calm inflation, you tighten the money supply.
Okay, true. Yep, sorry, I mixed that up. You're right. Tightening is when it's too much. Okay. But again, either way, QE and QT, like that has everything to do with how the spending is happening in response to. It's not something that triggers something off, and it has nothing to do with what the government decides to budget or spend on. Every Republican that gets into office either finds themselves into a war, they find themselves into some kind of catastrophe, or they lead themselves into it. And then every Democrat that follows with less spending has to clean up that mess.
Yeah, and the opposite is true. So if an administration previous to your administration, whether it's Republican or Democrat, kind of has to clean up the mess depending on how you look at it. So if there's back-to-back terms of a president or an administration that neglects military spending, then you need to make that up.
And again, I'll propose to you. There hasn't been a cleanup from Democrats since Reagan.
QE and QT aren't just for inflation; they're also for other reasons too, like unemployment, to save the economy. There are other reasons why they do stuff like that.
To save the economy, we don't need.
No, like a recession.
See, we don't need the government to frickin' bail us out. Things need to restructure on their own. That's how free markets work.
I agree.
First of all, free markets never correct themselves ever.
And that's how the Great Depression.
No, they don't. We had to do it with FDR. We had to do it under the Obama administration. We had to do it whenever the 1980s crash happened, when the oil crash happened in the 60s. Yes, it was significant state invasion of the economy that saved it every single time. Whether
We
you're
don't need
talking
to
about
save the
quantitative
economy.
easing, whether you're talking about quantitative easing, whether you're talking about significant regulation, whether you're talking about corporate bailouts that turn it into national stocks.
Good. That's my point. We don't need the government or want the government, and it's not a good thing for any government to bail out something so during their term there's not an economic downturn that mars their legacy. And that's what it comes down to.
Joy, you know why we came off the gold standard?
You mean 40 years after the rest of the world did? Because we understood that we didn't have an expansatory currency system that could deal with the liquidation that we needed to make sure depression didn't happen again?
Somewhat true, but it was because we couldn't print our way out of the Vietnam War.
Well,
inflation was going to skyrocket.
Okay.
The inflation rate of gold would skyrocket, so we wouldn't be able to essentially afford to back the gold currency, the value.
The gold standard wouldn't have actually kept up with the foreign exchange that we were doing in trade. That was the entire reason we got off of it. The rest of the world did it after the Great Depression because they realized that they needed a currency system that could be expansatory. That way people didn't have to starve to death in dust bowls.
No, the government the government literally had a meeting, Bretton Woods, so financiers got all together and they realized that the gold-backed currency, there was no way to properly back value for value the gold-backed currency the way that, because of the Vietnam War.
You realize the United States was the last country to get off the gold standard because they couldn't keep up competitively through the early 70s with trade?
It's because I want you to explain that, Lipteers. Please explain to me how the Vietnam War had anything to do with coming off of the gold standard because of inflation. Please give me that process and what that looks like.
No, that's very good, Lipteers. You're accurate and well spoken. Thank you.
Hold on. What did you ask, Mojo? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. You said that we got rid of the gold standard because we were going to be in an inflationary time, and for some reason, I don't know, gold can't be inflationary or something to that effect. I don't know exactly what you were saying. Please explain what you were saying.
Oh yeah, the Vietnam War. So during the Vietnam War, Lyndon Johnson, he had this thing called the Great Society, domestic programs that increase federal spending without increasing taxes. And with this happening essentially at the same time, along with the Vietnam War, we couldn't fund everything, and we also couldn't keep inflation down. It was the amount of production that was happening in the country was outpacing was causing the inflation rate to skyrocket, and they couldn't afford to pay. They couldn't afford to back the gold value at the time. So that's why they came off of the gold-backed currency.
The value of gold.
Very good, Lipteers. Very good.
Shut up.
No,
the value of gold has its own demand. It's created by its own demand. Gold has its own reason for being. People demand gold, whether it's backing a currency or not. So when you say inflation, you mean the value of gold has gone up, or the cost of gold has gone up. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Now that has nothing to do with the Vietnam War. You get that, right? It also has nothing to do with the Great Society.
We had overseas debt to pay, and we needed the dollars to print, come off the gold standard, and go into a fiat currency era to pay off and finance and to spend on what we needed to spend. Plus, it averted inflation at the time.
Okay, you didn't say anything there. You get that, right?
What word didn't you understand?
You didn't say anything.
Yeah, the problem is you guys are like 25 years too late.
What are you talking about?
The gold. Hold on a second. The value of gold at the time, the U.S. Treasury maintained a fixed value of $35 per ounce at the time. So all these other countries were basically putting a run on our ability to fulfill the debts that we owed other countries when they cashed in those bonds and those treasury notes.
Yeah, but that was after World War II, buddy.
Wait, what was our debt? What was our debt in 1973? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what it was off the top of my head.
It was less than 500. It was less than $500 billion. I'm sorry.
What was our GDP?
Okay.
Our GDP was a hell of a lot more than that.
Okay. Okay,
Calling in
Mojo.
that national debt wouldn't have
I got a
caused
question
us
for
to
you,
do
Mojo.
anything.
I got a question for you. So if there's a finite amount of currency or dollars in the U.S. economy, because we're on the gold standard, and if we come off the gold standard and start issuing debt to increase the money supply, for government spending to increase the money supply,
why would we have to issue debt?
AKA printing money.
Why would we have to issue debt?
That's how we print money.
Well, yeah, but we were on the gold standard, so that's not how we.
But we
print
came
money
off.
then.
I'm telling you, we came off the gold standard. Okay, try to keep up.
So that we could print money.
So we could print money.
Why?
Potentially,
Because
yes.
we had things we needed to spend money on as a government. We had foreign aid and all sorts of programs that we felt we needed to do. Plus, my question is,
wait, no.
The printing of
no. I don't need a question right now.
Oh,
Because
okay.
We're still stuck on this right now, and I still have.
Well, I'm almost finished. If you don't have to answer it, it could be almost rhetorical. But would those actions create inflation or prevent inflation?
That's what the purpose of the Federal Reserve was for.
So what you're saying is that we got off the gold standard because we couldn't control our money supply. And we needed to be able to control our money supply to be able to control our budget and to control our government, because we can't control our government unless we can control our own budget. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yes, but
does that sound like a rational statement?
But
if we want
also
to control our government, we have to be able to control our own money supply.
But it's inflation is a price for goods and services. So
no, inflation is the quantity of currency
if there's
circulating
X amount of dollars chasing a finite amount of
definition is incorrect. Inflation is the amount of money that is currently in supply around the global economy. Well,
okay. I'm just trying to break it down in my own terms, okay? You can look up definitions all day long.
I'm not, but I'm telling you that anything that you say is the premise.
I'm correct, okay?
I'm going to disagree with both of you and say that both of your definitions of inflation are wrong. Inflation is simply the prices or the cost of a product going up, or a basket of
goods. That's what I just said.
So
that's all.
I just want to also put something else into the ether here. So the U.S. was actually coming out of a recession in 1970, and at the time we had a huge. I actually just had to read this article again because it's been a while. The inflation rate at the time was 8.5%, and we were growing at an average of 3.3%. But it was nominally going to increase because of the Vietnam War. So the whole Bretton Woods thing, it was just a precursor to runaway inflation. So they had to get on top of it a lot sooner than they anticipated.
Bretton Woods came out in 1944.
No. The actual agreement.
Yeah, I understand, but the
Because
Bretton Woods exchange was established after World War II for gold exchange. Like I said, you're 25 years too late. You got to go back to World War II.
Okay, so
when the rest of the world, right, Japan, China, Middle East, they all got off the gold standards. We waited 40 fucking years to do it.
Who of you were around in the late 70s?
I don't need to be around the late 70s to fucking read a history book. This isn't hard.
Yeah, that's true.
Bretton Woods was established.
Do you realize the inflation rates in the late 70s?
Yeah, in the 40s.
Okay.
And in August, that's basically when they concluded Bretton Woods would no longer exist after they came off the gold standard.
Correct.
It was their way of meeting.
Other countries had expansionary currency exchanges that we couldn't keep up with in trade anymore. That's why we had to get off of it, and that's why Nixon did it.
Well, also other countries were trying to cash in on their gold reserves from the United States at the same time. All these things were happening.
Yep, could have bankrupted us.
Okay,
the system was genius.
Okay, so we cannot blame the $40 trillion debt on coming off the gold standard, because we had to do that in the short run to fix our budget problems.
Yeah, you could never blame it on the gold standard, ever, for any reason.
Yeah, that's where I felt like you were going with the conversation, which is why I disagreed in the beginning, because I was like, hold on. We literally have said, right?
What are we going to blame it on?
I'm going to blame it on the fact that there's no such thing as a fiscal conservative, and every time that these cocksuckers get in office, they spend like a motherfucker.
Yeah, we're going to blame it on Ronald. We're gonna blame it on Ronald Reagan,
which they do, or they create inflationary, like massive bubbles in the economy to cover up from other bubbles.
Well, I think that warrants talking about the Carter administration and the mess we were in the late 70s. Because Reagan took office in 1980, right?
Nate, hold on. Think about this. Donald Trump himself owns 28% of the United States' entire total debt that we've ever had.
Bullshit.
He does. Look it up. He owns 13 trillion of the 40 trillion that we now owe. That's 28%.
You're smoking.
Wait,
somebody do the quick math on it. What's 13? What is 13 out of 40? What's the percentage? It's like 28 or 23%. I can't remember which.
He means
well, it's got to be over 25 because that 10 is 1/4.
I don't know what
28.
He means as a president, he has added that much to the.
Oh, that was. Thank you for the clarification. I was also.
That's not how it sounded, but okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Donald Trump has spent $13 trillion out of the 40, which has been the 40 is our entire nation's debt, right?
I don't like it at all. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. Republicans are not fiscal conservatives. So when you guys say that, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But in theory,
no, in actuality,
I was gonna say in theory,
they spend up the yin yang.
No, I think we're
traditional conservatives are fiscally conservative.
But they don't realize but their policies don't do that.
You guys are stepping in your own shit again because we've already talked about that.
You guys haven't been right about anything yet. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I said
you haven't been right about one thing.
Oh, okay. So you're keeping a ledger or tabs on
well, how much did Obama add to the debt?
That's a fallacy.
And how much
to look at it
Trump
that way? Because every term and every time period is unique in its obligations and requirements for government spending.
You can look at statistics, though, can't you?
Yes.
But both sides are fucking pussies when it comes to doing the right thing and just letting the economy restructure itself in any kind of crisis. And we've just saw that with the stupid pandemic, and then the Biden administration fire hosing money into the economy and causing inflation and signaling to the fossil fuel, the energy markets.
Nate,
he's going to stop all. He's going to start effing with all the freaking oil leases and all.
Hold on,
crap
Nate.
like that.
In all fairness, Trump printed a bunch of stimulus checks also, so you got to be fair.
Not just the stimulus checks, but the PPP loans, that they then forgave, which actually accounted for the total amount of debt for student loans that was just completely wiped off the map. So, which was also done by Republicans. So, I mean, I'm kind of confused because the inflationary pressure, the things that you're talking about with the things that you guys are talking about with fiscal conservatism doesn't exist. Inflation. If you're going to be a capitalist, be a good capitalist. The GOP are not good capitalists. They're not. They're shitty capitalists.
That's an oversimplification too.
No, it is not. Look at GDP growth under Democratic administrations. Look at debt accumulation under Republican administrations. Out of the 10 presidencies that have existed, out of the 10 presidencies, the top 10 presidencies who have added debt to the economy outside of World War II, the majority of them are Republican.
Have you not been listening?
No, I listen, and I'm also reading too. I read as well.
You're reading?
Nate,
yes.
You have to stop. You have to stop.
I don't have to stop. I don't have to do anything.
You do. Yeah, you do.
Nate, how did W leave the economy for Obama? Oh, he left.
Baby, you can't interrupt. That's fucking.
I'm sorry,
wild.
I got angry.
Joyce, you're fine. Nate, that's the longest you ever made it on a panel without crashing out. So, we know him. That's what he does. Whenever he's cornered into something, he just freaks the fuck out.
I've actually debated and had a conversation with him before, and that is the first time I've ever had that happen in my interactions with him.
That's crazy. That's the longest conversation I've ever had with him. But that's all right. The greatest debater the right has is here. We're fine.
Hell yeah, baby. Give me my fucking trophy, bitches.
Here, I'm gonna pretend to be libtears on every other panel he goes to. I'm gonna go ahead and mute up.
Oh please.
Yeah, that is what you do. You just sit there and say
I don't like to be rude on other panels. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. But my panel's okay then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck it, we'll go be rude on Mojo's panel. Is that how this works? Fuck off.
No, you're all right, Mojo. I like you. You're okay.
Okay, now you're just stupid.
All right, I hate you, Mojo. Screw you.
Okay,
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Nice. You're the least of the crazy commies. You're like a mellow commie. You're okay.
I think here comes wild. I think you are a Democrat and you are just bored with the MAGA talking points, so you're trying to make them better, even though you're making them worse.
Well, I mean, I can defend MAGA pretty well as long. See, the problem with the real MAGA, I'm not real MAGA. The problem with real MAGA is that they just say feelings things. They don't actually they can't debate data properly, so they just say things that don't make any sense that make Trump look really bad.
Yeah.
You have to approach it from the angle where you can agree to disagree on certain things, kind of set a middle ground, you know what I mean? Like CT, I was talking to CT the other day, we were talking about the Save America Act, and I concede that it should be free for everybody. As soon as I say that, everybody on the panel agrees with that for the most part, right? So as soon as you can loop somebody into that that type of agreement, now the things that I say after that sound a little bit better. If I were to just say, "Oh fuck married women," I think they're too lazy to go get a fucking marriage certificate. Now I sound like an asshole. Now I sound like an asshole at that point. You can't do that.
Well, you sound like an asshole because you just said "fuck married women."
No, I'm saying if I were to say that,
he's talking on
because that's the left's perception. That's what I'm saying.
So all this is
the less perception is making more humans.
No. All this is that Tapley's been going around talking about how he's able to have conversations with people on the right. I said libturds. Libtears has heard it the last few days, and he's trying to adapt it to himself. It's adorable.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the Save America Act, I personally think that it should be free. The documentation should be free for everybody. That's my personal opinion. Because I think it should be easier for people to vote. But I also bring up the fact that your people want to talk about disenfranchising people, but yet people are already disenfranchised. Like I said, you have people in nursing homes, you have people that are handicapped, that are disabled, that can't even make it to a poll or get a mail-in ballot because they may not know how to use the fucking internet for that matter. So there's already disenfranchised individuals in the system as we stand now. Again, you just got to point these things out because it's true. It is true. That is the case.
Oh my God, Mojo, you're right. He is a Democrat. Holy shit.
Shut up.
He is.
That's crazy.
But I think he's been a Democrat for a while. I don't know that he was ever a conservative, honestly.
I lean both ways, but I do not lean. So I'm anti-socialism.
Okay, I lean
fervently anti-socialism.
Yeah, I don't even think you know what socialism is. So there's that too.
Oh God, here we go.
Well, you think it's communism. That's the problem. You cannot figure out how to separate the two.
No, I know what they mean. I just think that democratic socialism is just one of those fancy ways to put a bow on socialism. That's all.
Democratic socialism is a way to put a fancy bow on socialism?
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. It never has existed. The concept in theory is there.
There's capitalism.
True capitalism's never existed. I agree with that.
Yep, true socialism.
Socialism has never existed as well. However, normal socialism has existed. And it does today.
Like what?
Bryn says to let Donovan up. But more specifically, if you were trying to say that socialism's never existed, just any sense of the word, then neither has capitalism. Because you don't even technically live in capitalism now. It's a mixed economy.
It's true.
Yeah. But we've never had a true supply. You never had a true supply side or a true command side. Oh. So I agree.
How long you got before you crash out today?
We are talking about social democracies. If it's anything like the other night, then it won't take
Who are you
long.
talking to right now?
Laws.
You talking to
But
me?
I mean, it's like saying that we've never been to Mars, even though we've put rovers and stuff up there. We just haven't put a human up there, right? We just haven't been to Mars. It's never been tried.
Sure, but again, like when you talk to people on the right who are quote unquote capitalists, any type you encourage or try to push regulation, they push back on it immediately. It's just that's who they are, right? And then on the people on the left, when you don't regulate the markets, they feel a certain way about that, right? So like they want
No, they
more
lose money.
Huh?
They don't feel a certain way. They're affected a certain way. They lose money. That's not regulated.
Sure, but it's like you're putting restraints. Like the right doesn't like restraints on the economy. The left does. The left likes regulation. The right doesn't. Right. So like that's what I'm saying. There's that inherent disagreement economically on both sides, which most people vote with their wallet. They don't vote. I mean, people vote with their feelings too, but
the right
It's
loves
not really
restrictions
fair.
on the economy.
You're kind of doing a little damage to it. It's unfair to say that we don't like regulations. We like common sense regulations, like keeping the water clean and the food from unaliving people. We like that kind of stuff. But when you start to have too much, you start to have too much over-regulation, like before you build this house, I want you to exhume 5 tons of dirt and sift through all of it to tell me how many Tibetan earthworms may be present. Because if there's more than 25 per 1,000 Tibetan earthworms, then we can't build here. That's the kind of nonsense that we object to.
Well, you call that nonsense, but honestly, I don't want my pets to unalive from parvo. Like, if I'm going to buy a house, I want to know that any kids or humans or other living things that I have on the property aren't going to alive from disease that's living in the fucking dirt.
Yeah, you guys like large scale fucking restrictions too. You guys love tariffs. You don't know how they work, but you love them. You were told to, and you also don't like competition. Otherwise, BYD would be here putting Tesla out of existence. So let's not pretend like you guys don't love restrictions.
It's just selective for them.
Yeah, nobody wants to give your dog
If you have stock in Hooker Chemical, you're not gonna like regulations about their dumping chemicals in rivers.
the problem
Right.
with companies like BYD, yeah, I agree, Tennis. But the problem with companies like BYD is that they won't bend the knee to American manufacturing standards and those types of things. They build their outlook is based off of Eastern Europe and the Asian countries. That's their populace that they sell to. That's their demographic they sell to. They don't sell to America, right?
I don't know what that means. There's people trying to pay extra money to get cars from Canada from BYD into America right now.
Well, let's stay on Donovan's example. Have either one of y'all been out to like new construction or new developments? Looked at a new house, like an actual new construction?
What the
Yeah, my
shitty
family
construction?
builds
Yeah.
houses. Yeah, my family owned a masonry company. So what's the point?
You fucking nailed it. Like, you have inspectors come out, they know better, all the construction workers. They haven't tested the soil. They have cracked fucking foundations. They don't put flashing on openings to the outside. Like, they know better. They just simply don't give a fuck. They want to maximize profit.
You see what happened there, Libtears. What you did, and it's fine. It's totally normal. What you did was you opened a door for him to walk through, to paint the right as people who don't want any regulations, like some kind of pinched anarcho-capitalist or anarcho-communist or something like that. We do like regulations. The point is, we just like common sense regulations, not all this
You
nonsense.
don't even like common sense ones because
Common
RFK
sense
has
ain't
been
too common.
repealing, people who would protect against this diarrhea lettuce. It's you guys don't even like common sense ones. We don't even have clean drinking water in certain cities in this country. I don't know why you're saying you like common sense regulations. You don't.
Not to mention the
Donovan,
shell of
I
the Department
agree.
of Education right now.
I agree, but there is a dichotomy in the ideological bent on both sides. So that's what I was just pointing out. I'm not saying that the right only doesn't like, they're only anti-regulation. Like, they're not, because we kind of want markets to be regulated to encourage some incentivization, because some regulate, like monopolies, they're bad, right? So we don't like that. We want companies to grow, and we want small businesses to flourish and grow, and yeah, we like things like that. I'm just pointing out the dichotomy between the two ideologies.
Right, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason that Japan can get a building up way quicker than we can. There's a reason that China, after a natural disaster, can rebuild their infrastructure way faster than we can, because we tend to hovel ourselves with the regulations that we put into place. And it's mainly for, indulging the, what do you want to call them, ecological terrorist types on the left.
I would disagree.
No,
I think the reason that
safety.
Yeah, I think the reason that China does it faster is because many years ago they just invested in figuring out how to do it the best way. So when a road collapses because of a mudslide, they have it like completely repaired and fixed in 2 days, because they don't have to do it 3 times to keep up with some kind of standard code of being like, hey, don't build it this way because it's gonna be shit. So everything you did today was a waste of time. Start over tomorrow. If you only like measured twice and cut once, it wouldn't take you as fucking long to change.
The other thing too is that, and this is true of Republicans and Democrats, especially in the past few decades, we have become very monopoly happy. I mean, the whole thing with T-Mobile absorbing Sprint, AT&T becoming AT&T again, even though we broke them up the first time. Which honestly, those things are just simply a product of capitalism. That's why the state is necessary to break them up, if the state has an incentive to break them up, which they don't, because they're owned by the same conglomerates that they're trying to break up. So,
Joy, if that were the case, what would you rather the government step in and take control of those particular monopolies, what you're pertaining to monopolies, or would you expect businesses to step in and do that? Because I would rather businesses do that. And again, I'm anti-monopoly, but I would rather businesses do that because I don't want government controlling the means of communications when it comes to like those types of overtakings. Even like the Frontier Airlines thing. The Frontier Airlines thing.
I honestly believe the government should nationalize the entire financial system. So that's me. So you're asking me whether or not I believe in, like, if I really want to leave it up to corporations to make those decisions. No, the answer is no. If we're gonna keep any form of capitalism, the best form of capitalism is probably Chinese capitalism. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's like truly antithetical to growth, though. If you do that, and
not really. China's doing really well when it comes to growth. Actually, they're actually outpacing the United States. So.
Have you tried Chinese food?
Yes, it's delicious.
I'm saying, like,
don't come after.
It ends up in the toilet pretty quickly.
Ideas, but don't.
Wait, which kind of Chinese food are we talking about? Are we talking about like mugu gai pan or like bat?
Wait, hold on. We were just talking about this yesterday. China just made 16 560-ton magnets that they're looking to make this weird fusion centrifuge for. That'll be the largest producer of clean, free energy. They're hoping that they can actually, by 2050, have completely free, renewable, clean energy for the entire country of China.
That sounds like a great idea.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
does everybody remember the...
I mean, China literally went from fueling most of their rockets with water instead of rocket fuel like 2 years ago to supplying their whole country with clean, renewable energy.
How's our
what's interesting too? You know what's interesting is that China hasn't started a war in a long time.
They build bridges while we drop bombs.
They haven't.
I just, they keep out of conflicts pretty well.
What are all those
I was
little red
remarking
men
on the
doing
other day.
in Tibet?
They
haven't been in a war. What are all the little red men doing in Tibet?
Yeah, why is it that liberals are defending China?
To be fair,
I don't know, but
it is
kind of weird.
Keep doing it.
It makes strange bedfellows. Trump makes, like his alliances make strange bedfellows of Americans. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but I'm going. I know Iran treats their citizens
I was just going to say
oppresses their people, as do a lot of other nations, but we had no reason to go in there and start a war with them.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Tennis, right? So like the left is unfortunately put in this position of trying to defend the Iranian people indirectly, well, the Iranian government indirectly, even though you guys don't agree with how, like, their government and how they treat their people, but it sounds, the perception is you guys like Iran because you're standing there defending them.
I don't like Iran. I just think the war is wrong.
I don't put them there. We are a direct.
Well, I didn't say you guys do like them. I'm just.
We are direct. We are direct. The United States.
Libtears. Let me just ask you one question, Libtears. What is it? What is a T word? When I'm not talking about a undercover dude. You know what I mean when I say
T-wrist?
T word? Like ham ass. Yeah. What is a T-wrist? What does the definition of that word mean to you?
Somebody that is, a group. Well, all right, a person who uses violence to push a political agenda.
So if that's your only metric for what that is, how do you criticize someone else for being that when that so accurately describes yourself and your own actions?
I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm not even talking about Hamas. I'm just talking about the country of Iran.
You're talking about human beings. You're talking about women, children, men, grandpas, grandmas, as well as their animal friends, while we're at it, so what was your solution
their
for
own
solving
government,
this problem again?
Their own government unalives their own people, dude.
Yeah,
like, to me, they're T-words,
T-words, right? That would make them T-words.
Did we go after every country? Sorry. Did we go after every country that oppresses its citizens? Like in Africa and stuff like that?
Only the ones that we have an interest in.
We go after Iran, but that's not the stated reason we went into Iran, right? But you guys on the right, claim, they oppress their people and they blah 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 against their people. Yeah, that is bad. The human rights, they don't get high marks for human rights. But do we go into other countries, all the other countries?
They didn't just oppress them; they murdered them.
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of countries that murder their citizens, and it's really grisly. Yes.
All right.
So are they terrorists?
Yeah, tenants. I'll tell you what. Make them live. We'll get to them.
So anyway, the reason we went into Iran was not because of that, right? What was the reason?
No, it was to target their ballistic missile program.
No, it was because they can't have a nuke. They will not have one.
That's part of it, but it's not the entire thing.
It's just.
Well, I've heard it was the nukes. It was to save
Trump
people.
Said,
after we said we obliterated any possibility of there. I mean, we've heard that word obliterate because that was the word they used back in over a year ago, right? Okay, when we went in February, we claimed that they were on the precipice of developing a nuclear bomb. And
when we pulled out of the JCPOA, Trump stated that the ballistic missile program that Iran was currently in process of creating, having functioning ballistic missiles. Yeah. The JCPOA didn't pertain to that program.
Are there other
so that's
countries?
one of the reasons why he pulled out of it.
Oh, well, are there other countries that have ballistic missiles?
Yes.
Sure, but they're not terrorists.
Why pull out of the nuclear program
why isn't
if you could
Iran?
just have a separate agreement?
Sorry, Bubba. Go ahead.
That was the whole point. He wanted to have a new agreement that included the ballistic missile program that never came to fruition.
His MOU didn't mention the ballistic missiles program.
Yeah,
but I'm asking why
they should
pull out
have
of the
ballistic missiles. After
Did you say yes? It did.
I was saying why pull out of the nuclear program instead of just having a separate agreement on the ballistic missiles? There was no reason to rip up the JCPOA.
He didn't. Okay, sure, you could say that he should have just included a provision and come to an agreement. Okay, but that didn't happen.
I find the temporal really quick. I find the temporal relationship with this argument very interesting because when did he pull out of the JCPOA? Was that 2019?
18, I think.
I think it was 18.
Okay, so he just point blank pulled out, right? And there was no negotiation, no diplomacy or anything to add on, make an addendum to it, to the this whole thing about ballistic missiles, right? Instead, he just he just pulled out of it, right? And then he left office. He came back and he started a war. And he said it was because of their nuclear program.
Yeah, and I double checked. The MOU did not talk about anything with ballistic missiles, and in fact, it also talked about allowing them to keep their enrichment at 60%. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Their enrichment was at like 3.4% during the JCPOA. So you allowed their technology to advance for 7 years. You're going to allow them to keep that advancement, and there's nothing in here about ballistic missiles at all.
Hold on. It says something about the defense program in the MOU somewhere.
In fact, the MOU allowed them to have ballistic missiles. Am I wrong about that, CT?
I don't see anything in this. This is the initial one from like 3 months ago. So unless they've come up with a new revised draft, there's nothing in here about ballistic missiles at all.
Right, so there's no restriction.
Unfortunately, both technologies have other uses, right? When you're talking about enriching uranium or any other type of fissile material, there are applications for those in medicine. There's applications for those in power generation. Similar to ballistic missile technology, it is the same type of technology one would use to, say, put satellites into orbit.
Yeah, I can't believe I forgot this. Trump was literally on video saying we would never take their ballistic missiles because they have to defend themselves. Every country has ballistic missiles.
That's right.
We would never touch them. I forgot
In
about that.
fact, he made a statement that Saudi Arabia has ballistic missiles, so everybody should have them. They need to defend themselves.
Yeah, they're probably going to get nukes.
Well, I bet you we stop attacking them the second they do.
So are we upset that the Saudis got nukes? I'm trying to figure this conversation out. Are we?
No, we're not talking about Saudi.
Oh, okay.
That's a whole different can of worms.
We're deciding because Trump
said. It's a good can of worms, though, right? Doesn't that kind of put Iran and Israel in neutral check? Like,
exactly.
So basically,
Trump's going to give 10 nukes to Iran.
Iran and Israel don't like the Saudis. So if now Saudis, they can't enrich the uranium yet, from what I understand, but they are going to have nuclear energy to where they can be just like everyone else. But that's a good thing, right? We wouldn't disagree on that, right?
I disagree. I don't think it's a good idea for Saudis to have.
Decades.
Well, here's the thing.
See, that's why, to the man that just spoke, to the lady, that's why I don't agree with Iran having nukes. And I would almost agree with you that
I don't
Israel
think. Hey, guess what? Guess what? I don't think it's good for anybody to have nukes.
Right, but if someone does have nukes, we got to have it, right? So if India has nukes, you better make sure the United States has it, right?
Why?
Or do you just want India to have it?
Hold on.
I'd say the same. That goes the other way. We gave India the nukes. Well, we actually sold them to them, but that's how that history went.
Example, like if only one country could have it, and you're going to have India tell all the other countries they can't have it. I mean, that's the reality we live in. Like, you're going to have to just succumb to the idea that there are nukes.
Right. That's the United States. The United States is loaded with them and telling everybody else they can't have them.
Yeah, but other countries at one time wanted to destroy and be one. Meaning Russia and China at one time in their history had ideas of total evasion of the world. It's just fact. Before the United States existed, there was groups of people that wanted total control of the world. Rome. Right? So, do you want another Rome? To have somebody across the world tell you what you can and cannot do in America? Nah, I don't think so. Right? Am I missing something here? I mean,
so the solution is to give every country
the white people told those Romans no. That's basically how that worked.
Well, I would agree. I couldn't argue with you if Rome still exists, but it exists as the United States.
Wants to rule
so if Rome, sorry, Donald, let me land my plane. If the United States, you could compare Rome to the United States, and I probably couldn't argue with you, because logically, we ain't different than Rome. But we know there's a Rome that exists. So to land my plane, there's an enemy of the enemy. Now we hate our enemy, but that enemy has an enemy as well. Let's not be ignorant. I land my plane.
How is America the new Rome?
Also, I'd like to say something too.
Well, because we conquered other lands. We're kind of sort of like what we did in Venezuela, where we took their leader. That's Rome-like. That gives me vibes of like Roman times, where they didn't like somebody from across the land, and they sent a bunch of people in there to decapitate that person. Right?
What land has the United States conquered?
What has the United States conquered? Well, not necessarily conquered, but we destabilized Afghanistan. We destabilized Libya. We destabilized Iraq. We're in the process of destabilizing Iran. Are you following? So really,
How did we
helped.
destabilize Afghanistan? Let's just start from the top.
How did we destabilize? Well, because we were only there for the opiates. Oh, big pharma, man. They made a lot of money in them 20 years. Having the U.S. military ship opiates back to the United States so people can have their arthritis cured or have their injury that they
This is what you
sustained.
sound like, Donovan, on a daily basis.
Well, I'm sorry. This is the reality I choose to believe in. You can have whatever reality
of course
you want
you
to believe
choose.
in.
My guy. I have a question for you. Do you can you do the voice of a woman?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Why do you keep exposing yourself for a chaos agent who doesn't want good dialogue?
Defy!
Do you know?
I mean, do you want good dialogue or do you want stupid rhetoric? You can have whatever you want. This is your live.
Got called out by a bug.
Well, this is your host. I mean, you are the host, so I can't. Whatever you want in your environment, you can have.
Do you know a person on TikTok that goes by the name of Stallion?
I think he did it to me once before too. He asked me to talk like a woman. It was weird.
I mean, I'm just here to tell you my thoughts. Willfully.
Yeah. I asked you a simple question.
I'm
Do you know a person?
myself to your extreme ideas.
Do you know a person? Do you know a person on TikTok that goes by the name Stallion?
I do not.
You sound just like her.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
well, maybe we should get along.
What
Well,
a
am I
contribution to
supposed
the
to?
conversation.
Are you you're a socialist?
Mojo?
That's brutal.
Well, he's genderizing. Yeah, he's being cute.
I just say you sound just like her.
Well, he's a totally different person. So can we stay focused?
How do you know
Actually,
that?
Donald, hold on. First of all, your voice, I've heard it before. What's your main account?
They're chaos agents, Donald.
I understand. You're absolutely right about that, bug dude.
Hold on, Donald. What's your main account? I know your voice.
Yeah, I know it too.
Don't worry about it. It really doesn't matter. We're all just humans having a conversation here.
You don't happen to have like a green snake wrapped around your PFP, do you?
You don't happen to be a chaos agent, do you?
Uh-oh. I know you.
Why does it matter if people know each other? That's why we come along and talk and socialize. But why? What position are you in to ridicule me?
Well, some people come with baggage and problems.
What
That's why they
baggage is
change
that?
names.
We're talking about geopolitics for Mojo to worry about whether or not he thinks I'm a girl. And we wonder what's wrong with society. So you're either contributing to the idiocracy of our
I swear to
humanity.
God, you are fucking Stallion. You're either Stallion or you're married to Stallion.
Are you upset that I have free thought?
I'm not
I think
upset at
that's what
all.
upsets you.
I'm giving you a simple statement of fact.
Are you
I'm like
upset that I don't close my box? That I have
Mojo,
a
you realize
door?
how many dudes have your exact same personality on TikTok, right? Like you're a whole
I don't
army
much
of
care.
NPCs. There's a whole army of NPCs with your exact same
I don't-
personality.
I don't
You
much
realize that, right? And we're just free thinkers down here, right? That's the
I would disagree. I would say that you guys can't think about anything at all. Ever. You don't
But I'm
have the
not sitting
capability.
here.
You don't
and
have
we
the
just happen to be
capability of
independent.
thinking. You still don't have the capability of thinking. You can't. You don't even have two
You
brain
don't have
cells
a
to
real
rub together.
personality.
Even if you
You don't
stick
have
the
a real
two fucking brains,
personality.
even
You're
if
a
you stick the
grifter,
two heads
you're a chaos
down there in the
agent.
bottom next to each other, you guys still can't rub two brain cells together.
I mean, this is
Okay,
utterly
well, while you're doing,
fascinating. But
brain cell
Donald, can I
CPR,
ask you a question? Donald,
Wait a
can I
minute.
ask you a question? What shape is the planet?
a globular?
I mean,
You realize it's not a
fascinating,
globe, right?
I guess.
Hey, chat,
A
it's not a globe. You do realize no, it's not Donald.
Ovoid,
Donald.
spheroid,
Del Grassi
spheroid,
came
what,
out.
what do we want to go with?
A spear.
I feel like it's glizzy shaped, bruh.
Do you know? Have you ever been out of the
about
country?
Iran, please?
Hey,
Can I say
chat. Have
something
you ever
about
been
this?
out of chat CT? You ever been out of the country?
No, never would.
Have you ever been to Antarctica?
If I haven't left the country, I'd probably assume the answer would be no to that one too, but maybe save that one for the third question.
Why is it that all forces, all military from Japan all the way to the United States stop you at the 65th parallel? Why is it every time you go to the 65th parallel, you encounter battleships of some kind. Some form of military is going to tell you can't go any further.
Because that's where the true Area 51 is, where they hide the ultimate glizzy.
But I'm trying to talk to you about something, and you can say I'm flat Earth, but I'm asking you a serious question. Why did they have a circumference and a radius to where we can't go past? None of us
because
can
it's
go
a
past
laboratory
that
for government experiments.
that?
It's a laboratory for government experiments. They're doing advanced testing and detection experiments out there, and yeah, no, not everyone's allowed to go there without permission. That's just the way it is.
I heard Israel's running that too.
And so when you talk about that, people like you would bring up flat Earth to discredit what we just said, chat, CT.
Well, listen,
and you make us appear to be ignorant, but you can't.
The more you talk, the more you make yourself sound ignorant. Tell me about the firmament. Tell me more about it.
The more I talk, to know I'm free. To know I can talk freely means I know I'm free. Why does that upset you?
Well, that's because that's where RFK is actually hanging out. QAnon's been right the whole time, and they're going to be exposing all these secrets.
Well, QAnon did expose children trafficking, so that's not like that was a lie, right? You knew that.
I feel like QAnon got established about 6 years after people were already arrested for it. But sure, if you want to give them credit for that, by all means, go ahead.
Well, I give credit to a group that actually went after pedos, but then got infiltrated. Just like all groups get infiltrated. You remember Jan 6, where the FBI was undercover?
Hey, my guy.
Listen, the reason those battleships are down there.
My bug, dude.
They're protecting Santa Claus.
Hold on. He's saying we're not going to go down this subject, guys. We're not going down J6 or any of that stuff because it'll get the live taken down. We're just not going to go down that. But I will say this will be the closing for it. That if there were FBI agents in Jan 6, that was Donald Trump's DOJ. That was Donald Trump's FBI because he did not leave office until January 20th.
You're slick, bro.
Actually, those were the Easter Bunny's agents. That they are also down in the firmament, hanging out with Jesus Christ and Santa Claus, and they're plotting the world takeover.
James O'Keefe already exposed.
My guy, slow your roll, my guy. Let me just cook for a second, my guy. I have like literally 1 point to make.
Okay,
I got it. If I can just make one quick point.
I need you to stop.
Yeah, proxy party, chill out.
Who do you think that is?
That's proxy party.
Proxy party. Okay.
I'm glad people's opinions offend you guys.
We've got a free thinker. I'm the Donald worshippers of TikTok, dude.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I hear it now.
Yeah. Took me a minute.
All right, so my point being that if you really want to sniff out a chaos agent, just mention Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Black, and watch they have a violently visceral reaction to.
So we have a couple real idiots on the panel.
And then they mute you. Mute you. So what you do is you mute somebody because that's credible. Makes what you do more credible, Mojo.
Well,
buddy, you're talking about flat Earth. You're only as serious as you think you are.
You mentioned the shape of the.
Yeah, I said it was shaped like a glizzy.
A glizzy.
Glizzy-shaped Earth, bro.
I'm good with that nonsense.
Yeah, you're so 2014.
Bye, Mojo. Bye, guys.
See you, Joyce.
Bye.
I'm good.
Yeah, Mother Earth is shaped like a ding dong.
It makes sense. Look at how many things on Earth are shaped like a ding dong. Why wouldn't the Earth be?
I mean, that does actually lend into trans were here before us.
All right, at least we're back to lib, and we're just back down to normal conspiracy theory, guys. Let's get back on track.
There's a
Yeah, that's a
spectrum.
little wild for a
There's
second. I was trying
definitely
to-
a spectrum.
I was trying to remember who that person was, but I couldn't get there.
It took me a minute. I was like, man, I know. I couldn't even when Bryn came out, she goes, hey, this guy I thought he was a MAGA guy. And I was like, no, he's a guy that got in some shit for doing some weird shit. But I just remember he had like the green snake around his PFP. Oh, I got reported. There it is. That's why nobody lets proxy party up. That's what he got in trouble for.
You got reported?
Reported and doxing.
You're a bully, dude.
Oh, I'm not. You don't know proxy party. He's not allowed on any lives anywhere because this is what he does. That's why he had to make a new account. It's not just a backup. His main got perma-banned.
Your main is still banned too, right?
Till tomorrow. I can wait 10 minutes. I'll come back.
No. It's cool. Stay.
All right.
I'm good. No worries.
I have a question.
Yeah, go.
What happens to professional sports in socialism?
It depends on how you set it up. I think professional sports are fucking utterly ridiculous, but and my suggestion would be to get rid of them altogether. But
Yeah,
I would say they could still exist in a socialist system.
Yeah, I look at it. I look at it like blood and bread and circuses too. But I can't help but notice that so many of our fellow Americans absolutely love organized sports, and I just can't see that in any set of circumstances, because organized sports is a great example of I guess a success story of capitalism.
I'll just give you a quick synopsis in my world. So you have all your basic needs met. You put a certain amount of community service to get everybody's basic needs met. Then you can do whatever you want with your spare time. You can get a vote put forward to see if we could have like a community stadium or whatever we're going to do, and then everybody that lives in the town can create their own teams if they want to, and decide that they can play in that community stadium. And if people are willing to pay money to go watch them, or pay pies, or pay, depending on whether we have a barter system or some means of store of value. I don't really care one way or another either, but people can still pay to go watch them in some way, shape, or form. And obviously the people that are better are going to get more people showing up, and the people that are worse are not. So I don't see why that couldn't exist above and beyond basic needs being met, and just utilizing your free time to do that instead.
Well, it's all about allocation, right?
Well, hold on. The sports reference actually hilarious, because you guys were talking about how much you don't like regulation, but you definitely absolutely want the government involved in regulating who can play in those sports, right?
Well, yeah, it's common sense. We don't want biological men competing in combat sports or contact sports with women.
Well, that's weird, because every sports organization is its own private company that should be able to come up with its own rules, including the NCAA, the NFL, the UFC. So again, I think why aren't you advocating for more free market decisions for those companies to make those decisions without government regulation?
Well, because for us,
why don't you let people make their own decisions?
For you, it's performative. For us, it's practical. We don't want people.
How about you let individuals make their own decisions? They can decide if they want to get in the ring with that person.
Well, because sometimes people make their decisions to do things that are wrong, right?
Oh, so you're going to make the correct decision for them then?
No, the government's going to make the decision for them. That's what you just said.
That's how case law and criminal law works. Right?
No, it's not.
The society
absolutely is not.
We've got Donovan arguing for communism. I love it.
Not arguing for communism.
You're arguing to control everybody. You want everybody under your thumb.
I'm not arguing for authoritarianism. What I am arguing against is anarchy.
Yeah, go tell that to Patricio Manuel, the first undefeated trans boxer in history.
Oh yeah, was he boxing against men or women?
Well, it's a trans man, so you work that out in your head however you need to do that.
Trans man, so was a female and became a man.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, Golden Gloves boxer right now, 3-1 professionally. I believe it was 17-0 amateur. Yeah, he's doing just fine. I think people can decide how they want to live their lives and decide how they want to grow and go through this fucking life without having too much government interference, other than providing the most basic needs needed to make those fucking decisions for themselves.
Yeah, you said that already. I'm going to go out on a limb and say featherweight.
No, I believe that he fights at 154, so it'd be bantam or welter. Can't remember which in boxing anymore. I haven't been in it in 20 years, so I can look it up if you want.
No, it sounds fascinating. Yeah, there's usually an exception that you guys attempt to chip away at the rule with. But yeah, we want,
Ooh, wait, I thought one was too many.
Common sense kind of stuff.
One was too many, now one's not enough. You guys got to really decide on this whole ones thing.
We want some. Okay. By saying we do want some regulation doesn't mean we want to restrict in any undue way, right? What we want is
except you do want to restrict. You want to make sure that you control corporations and you control individuals for making their own decisions, and that's fucking wild.
Why don't you just admit the obvious and say that if women are in the same circle of me in competition and I get beat by a woman, my weird friends are going to make fun of me.
He just keeps talking. He just keeps talking because because you're backed in a corner, Donovan.
Every time.
I'm not.
Every time.
Well, no, I don't know if you noticed this, but every time I tried to make a point with you two, you just talked over it. So I decided after the 5th time, and I've told you many times I keep count. After the 5th time, I just talk over you.
Me and you haven't even had an exchange of 5 fucking sentences yet. So however you got to that calculation is your fucking problem.
I'll teach you a trick. All you have to do is count the number of okays that I use, right? If you hear me go, okay, that's me stopping and allowing you to bulldoze me. I will do that 5 times. After the 5th one, I will talk over you.
Can I add okay to the repertoire of things that you just repeat yourself on the daily, like feminized brains and democratic fucking representation for the womenhood representation of the Muslim hood? The same parrot talking points as you somehow apply to every conversation, even though they don't apply. Should okay be added to that fucking repertoire?
I do love watching you two Rochambeau each other for, I don't know, the accolades of the gulag. But can we like actually move on to a real conversation?
I just had a question about the trans thing with Donovan. Can I just ask a couple questions? So when did you first become, you're against, you have a problem with trans people, right? In general. No? Okay.
No, you can live your life however you want. If you want to be a man and live your life as a woman, that's totally fine. You're fucking free, queen. I'll go get a mani-pedi with you. But the minute you want to start to affect Title IX, I believe that's unfair. And I would just point to examples.
I'm sorry, you spoke really fast.
I would just point to examples like how we handle sports, right? Like Lance Armstrong lost his title for simply oxidizing his blood because of the unfair advantage that gives him in a competition.
Sure.
So if you want to be a biological man and compete in women's sports, that is a clear disadvantage to the people who worked hard, the women who worked hard in those spaces.
Okay,
and you
so my
guys
question
want to destroy that simply to virtue signal. And it's disgusting.
No, wait. So let me just ask you about the prevalence of men competing in women's sports, trans men competing in women's sports. What's the prevalence of that? Just
It's
generally.
wrong, regardless of how many times it happens.
How often does that happen?
Again, it's irrelevant, tennis. It doesn't matter how.
I know you.
Okay, here,
I know you're
let me show
saying
you
it's
tennis. Let me
irrelevant,
show you
but I
tennis.
just want to
If
know
I say
what.
putting a baby
I'm
in a
asking
microwave
you
is
a
wrong,
genuine
and you
question.
say putting a baby, only one person put a baby in a microwave all year. That doesn't make it relevant. Just because one person did it doesn't make it any less disgusting.
Back to one.
Okay, so right, so I'm just it's not that prevalent, right? Can we just agree on that?
Did I mispronounce irrelevant? Like, am I pulling a CT or
I
something?
understand you think it's irrelevant, but I just want to know if you'll agree with me that it's not that prevalent. Agree or disagree?
Prevalent, subjective. Sure, it's not prevalent. There you go.
Okay, so what I find, a lot of people on the right, they talk about why they support this administration because, he's going to keep men out of women's sports, and it's like a big deal for you guys. And I want to know, when was the first time that you were ever truly concerned about this issue? It was under Donald Trump's sort of bringing it as making it an issue, right?
Again, I don't see the relevance.
No, it's relevant. It's relevant because what you do,
establish your relevancy, counselor.
What you do is that you find an issue and you make it, you make a crime so that you can have this cause célèbre. So what's another example of that? The safety, what's the legislation?
Save America Act?
Trump. Yeah, the Save America Act. It's like create a problem where there's not a problem in order to garner, say that the other side is bad and they're doing something terrible and we're going to stop it. And I think that's the whole transition.
I have another theory.
The men and women's bathrooms and all of that stuff. Oh, and then it becomes amplified at a level of, they're teaching schmecks in kindergarten, right? I mean, it just gets all out of control. You have to admit that this is what happens.
Yeah, so I have another theory. With regards to the politics here in this country, you have one side looking at the other side like they're absolutely 100% taking leave of their senses, that they are 100% out of their fucking minds. So what we do is we can bring up all these examples, and generally when you're bringing up examples, you don't want to, gild the lily too much. You don't need to get too into it. All you have to do is hand the person that you're talking to the most simplest evidence of how these people are out of their mind. And the reason that you hear it so much is because this is one of the most simplest illustrations of the fact that you people are out of your minds, that you think a man can become a woman, that you think it's fair for a person that went through male puberty to compete in women's sports. That's why you hear it, Tennis.
That we
It's just
think
an
that a
illustration of
man,
insanity.
you said this, that we think that a man can become a woman, that we're out of our mind for that. Because these people choose that that's what they want to do. I mean, this goes back in the ages. I mean, if you recall, I don't know if you know this, but Renee, if I may, the tennis star who she changed from a man to a woman, right? And she competed in women's tennis, professional tennis. Her name was Renee Richards, I think. This goes back a long way, but it wasn't until the last 10 years that it became a thing, right? It's just weird on your part, on the right's part.
What did the Olympics say about it?
Well, the Olympics falsely accused a woman of being a man, then tried to strip her title, realized they were wrong about it, and then had to reinstate that and then correct themselves.
Are trans allowed to compete in the Olympics?
Yeah, the Olympics, again, is a private organization, which, again, you want to regulate by government funding. But, Tennis, I did want to say this real quick, and then I'll mute up.
No, go ahead.
You're absolutely right. Their entire platform is about creating a boogeyman out of every issue, right? When it comes to voter fraud, it's less than 1%. When it comes to trans issues in sports, even smaller than less than 1%. When it comes to bathroom assaults, non-existence. When it comes to fucking CRT being taught in schools, fake thing.
Yeah.
They just make up created issues.
And
their
when did that
base
all
believes
start,
it.
Chat? When did that all start?
2015. There used to be, you actually used to have to hold a politician to things like policy, to economic values, to trade agreements. Like, it used to matter. But I will give Donald Trump where credit's due. The majority of Americans did not give a fuck about those things. They're starting to now. It took 10 years. They're waking up to understanding that these things affect their lives. But for 10 years, he's gotten to run roughshod on creating fake fucking problems and boogeymen for them to argue against, because they can't talk about anything else.
Okay, so you just used another CT-ism, and a CT-ism is where you try to use a phrase, but we got a couple words.
Trying to talk.
Yeah, credit where credit is due is how it goes.
Sorry, Donovan. Guys, I brought Kayla up because I feel like she needs to have a voice in this conversation.
I probably won't stay up for long, but thanks for having me up.
Thanks for being here.
And Kayla, great Frances Thompson throwback. I forgot about her.
Yeah. I mean, I literally hate having this conversation with anything on planet Earth. But like, so I can answer your question, Donovan, about the Olympics. They actually banned trans women this year. So this is the first time in,
why?
I think it was, can you let me finish a statement, or are you going to interrupt?
No, just due to Donovan, what he complains that he does to us, go, okay.
Why did they ban?
I just like, I hate
Donovan.
Anyways, if you knew anything about the Olympics,
anything to you, go ahead and let Kayla finish.
Yeah. If you know anything about this topic, which I don't even like talking about because, again, I know too much about it, but the Olympics own studies don't verify that there's like an unfair advantage or it's dangerous for people to compete. They had very strict requirements around hormone levels when people were allowed to compete. They were allowed to compete from, I think it was 2004? It was the early 2000s till 2006. So
remember the history lesson. Why?
Yeah.
Hey.
Why am I giving you it? Why am I telling you the facts?
You're giving a history.
Donovan, okay, let me ask you some questions. Let me ask you some questions then before you like crash out. How long was the time period where trans women, we're just talking trans women here, were allowed to compete in the female category in
Don't
the
know,
Olympics?
don't care.
Just answer the question.
No,
Okay.
don't care.
24 years. Do you know how many trans women qualified during that time period in order to compete in the Olympics?
Same
A
answer.
single person. Lauren Hubbard. Do you know where Lauren Hubbard did qualify when she qualified for the Olympics? Last place. So
Munich.
tennis is right on the prevalence. It was Australia. So
there you go.
You don't even you don't have a basic understanding of what it is you're
I don't
talking
care.
about, but you have
Did
such
miss
strong
that
opinions
part?
about it. Yeah,
Okay,
no, I
so
know.
here's what you want to do. Here's what you want to do. You want to bring up this long storied history to justify your fucking insanity. So answer the question. Why did the U.S. Olympic Committee ban trans in sports? Answer the question.
Politics, Donovan, because they banned it in 2026 after their own studies said that there was no advantage. Like, what are you talking about? You just hear headlines and bulletins and you're like, oh,
Not
that
headlines.
sounds good.
This is
That
logic.
sounds great.
This is reason. This is what this
No,
is.
that's not,
You're
it's not
used to
logic.
it,
It's
and I
not reason.
understand
Their
it
own
feels
reasoning.
kind of alien to you.
Their own reasoning as to why they're banning it, they didn't say logic or reason. They laid out
Right? They said it's unfair.
their own
You don't
research
care about
doesn't support
fairness.
that.
Do you?
That's the problem.
You don't care about fairness. What you care about is your politics.
You don't know.
You care
You
about
don't know anything
furthering
about my personal
your
positions.
goals and infecting
You don't know
other
anything
people with
about
your
my personal
virus.
positions. See, that's crazy. That's a crazy way to talk to another person. Like, that's just why I hate having this conversation. Good evening, because that was rough.
I booted him.
Yeah. But so like that's think about what it takes to get you to talk to another human being like that in public, right? With your own voice. And that's where we are in 2026. It's really fun.
It's pretty sad. I agree. It's pretty sad that people out there like that feel okay saying that shit in public. Pretty wild.
Becky Pepper Jackson was the only trans athlete in West Virginia. They passed a ban. She was the one whose case went to the Supreme Court. She didn't go through male puberty. She was on puberty blockers, right? So, like, she's still affected by a blanket ban. It's just like a hard line position, but it's based in, we all know. So,
Well, Kayla, I want you to know, like, we figured this out a long time ago. Everything that MAGA runs on is fear-based. If you allow women to start competing with men, the second a woman beats them, they feel inferior. The second you allow somebody into this country legally or illegally and they do better than them and get a promotion, they feel inferior. If a woman is in power and they have to take direction from that woman, they feel inferior. It's nothing but an inferiority complex driven by fucking fear and being terrified of treating people the way that the white male race in America has treated minority groups the entirety of our fucking existence. Once you wrap your head around that idea of that fear bubble, you understand exactly who the fuck these people are. They're afraid they're going to be treated the way they treated people.
CT, something to look into, and everyone should probably look into this, is the Heritage Foundation laid out their next target in their next major target, and it's Title IX, ironically, which is like what they used and every justice agreed on, that like the ban stood for based on Title IX with the way that they interpret it. So just keep that in mind. They're now after Title IX because they don't like women's sports, because women's sports teach a lot of concepts like independence, strength, a whole bunch of like focusing yourself exercise. So they want to keep it's all wrapped into the patriarchy, I guess, not to sound like a broken record.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, after talking to people like Go Army from earlier too, they tell you they don't want women to be in control of anything. They don't want women in public spaces or in public office. They want women at home and in the kitchen. So yeah, I don't know why they care about sports at all, but they do.
Amen.
Yeah, it's a fear of inadequacy. I used to make this argument, and I'm still learning how to talk about it, because you're not always going to have a friend that is trans to talk about it. And I know it's kind of a mixed thing of like how you should discuss it, this and that. But one of the arguments that I used to make was, my oldest daughter, not the most athletic in the world, her best friend has 2 older brothers. That girl is athletic. She blows everyone out, sports wise. She grew up, roughhousing with her older brothers. She just has a different way of understanding how to participate in sports. And even people like Amon Shumpert, who used to play for the Cleveland Cavaliers, he was asked, like, do you think like a Caitlin Clark could go into the NBA right now? And he's like, absolutely not. He goes, now, you start letting girls in middle school start playing with the boys, in 10 years, there will be a girl in the NBA. They will learn the speed. They will learn the toughness. He goes, it's the fact that they've been separated. They don't understand the different physicalities that come between the sports. And we've seen this when it comes to things like rock climbing, marathons, bicycling. Like, there are a ton of sports that maybe aren't physical. Well, actually, I take that back. Wrestling. There was a girl in, I believe, West Virginia that won in her weight class, which I believe was featherweight or lightweight, like 116 or 120. She won state against boys because her whole life she'd wrestled her brothers. Technique, understanding your size, understanding how to maneuver. If you're not allowed to fucking participate, how do you learn to overcome and adapt?
Yeah, I agree. It's just ridiculous. Like, the biggest problem in the world. Again, one student in West Virginia. Crazy.
They'll try to change Title IX, I'm sure, and not have as much money in women's sports in schools.
No, they're going after it. It's their stated goal. And hold on, what's his name? The head of the Heritage Foundation. It was a speech, and they have an article on their website about it as well. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
The Heritage Foundation?
Yeah, it's the Project 2025 people. So yeah, Heritage Foundation specifically.
Yeah,
They're under a lot of changes right now, though. I was reading an article about that.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
They have different competing factions right now, and I there's a lot of people have left. There's just a lot of reorganization in that organization.
Organization.
Yes.
So there are a lot of people that are leaving the MAGA movement right now. They don't like anything that Donald Trump is doing. There are conservatives that refuse to vote for Trump. There are conservatives that have said that they are going to be voting Democratic in the midterms. This is not going to be unusual for this to happen. I would say that this is a really good sign. But who knows if this stretches into 2028. So yeah, I can see the Heritage Foundation losing some of its clout because a lot of people have just walked away from Donald Trump.
Sir, may I say something? I voted for Trump. Everybody knows that. And I donated to the Heritage Foundation like on a monthly basis, and then I canceled it and they called me. They called me, and I told them flat out that I'm not gonna donate another dime because I don't want to get the live, torn down or whatever. But it was their beliefs.
I think that's good.
I gotta drop, so thanks for having me up. But just the article is called Title IX Failed Experiment: Why Accommodating Sex Differences Beats Engineered Parity, from the Heritage Foundation. So, on that note, have a good night.
Appreciate you, Caleb.
You too. Thanks for being here.
Good one.
I'm so sorry if I made him drop. I apologize.
Her name's Kayla.
I'm sorry if I made her drop.
Did we introduce this person over in the corner, Ron?
Ron Burgundy?
Who's Ron Burgundy?
I don't know.
What would you like to know, Tennis? What would you like to know?
What a character.
What's your age and who did you vote for?
52 and Harris.
Are you very well known? What are your thoughts on the smell of mahogany books?
It's rich mahogany. It smells great.
That's right.
But no, Don, I just wanted to. He ran, of course, or got dropped. But there's only been one person that's ever won a championship, and it's a swimmer. And other than that, they want to argue this point and argue it, but then they say, "I don't care." Well, if you don't care, then why are you arguing it? What's the point?
Yeah.
Because if you have to actually address things that affect like the majority of Americans, like things like affordability, representation, or fucking healthcare, they don't have a plan. They have a concept of a plan, or they have no fucking thought of it at all. We can honestly look at this administration beyond probably every other administration, understand this is the most corrupt, self-serving administration and non-caring for the American people we've ever seen in our entire history.
Sadly, I agree.
I love inflation.
I made up the word
inflation.
He said
I love
that.
corruption. I love corruption. I love inflation. I love war.
Yeah, dumb people love me. Smart people hate me.
I love the uneducated.
God. It's embarrassing.
Oh my God.
So that was a purposeful drop me from Donovan. I don't. Some people are just losing their mind, I think.
Dude, really think about this. Like, what can you tell? Like we were. I put it in the Discord earlier. Every fucking MAGA panel I scrolled past today was screaming about the DSA and communism and the Muslim takeover. Like, if you can't argue in Narnia, what can you argue for right now?
Are they?
You know what I'm saying?
Were there like liberals on the panels arguing with them, or were they just yelling at each other about how bad the DSA is?
That dude, I went to. So the first one that popped up for me, like bright and early this morning, like 8:00, was Goose's panel. It was a mix of libertarians laughing about the DSA, talking about healthcare, but then saying how the gold standard would have to back it and all this other shit, plus a couple MAGAs, and they were laughing that they were all communists who were going to steal the gold from the libertarians. It was Narnia versus fucking, X-Men cinematic universe. It was just bullshit after bullshit. I instantly go like 3 slides down right into Nana Crass's. Her and, what's that guy's name? Moon Geezer.
I love Nana Crass, but we'll go with it.
Yeah. They were talking about how the DSA was first they're not going to abolish the Senate. They're going to take it over with representation. And then they're going to resign the positions to what did they say? To the authoritarian takeover of whatever communist, probably Mamdani, who will be in office because, he's eligible to run for president. So then I just laughed and again kept scrolling. Then I hit Gunnies. He had a whole background about how the DSA should be looked at as a terrorist takeover of America.
And then I hit Kmart.
I didn't.
Kmart wasn't ever got like 10 people in this room. What?
Yeah, I don't care about the 8 people he's talking to.
I'm sorry. I was just kind of like, sorry.
Nope. Then the next one was Dillygath, and that one was about they were comparing the DSA to not even Leninist Marxism. They were comparing it to Mao Marxism or Mao communism. So yeah, it was literally bang, 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 4 in a row, and I was like, God damn, these motherfuckers got a tizzy going on.
Dude, I got kicked from 4 MAGA, lives before I even came in here. 4.
They don't like you anymore, huh?
They don't, and I'm not even sad about it, man. Damn.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Maybe it was because, ma'am, Danny.
Yeah, Steph, that was a good Steph, that was a good first step. You think the first step is maybe the best step you could take?
I do, absolutely.
I'll tell you, there's a ton of steps out there. You should hit all them steps. Step 1's the most important, though.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm on the track.
B, are you here?
Sí, señor.
Hello.
Chickens.
What about chicken?
Just checking. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think they're going to, I think the right is that's going to be their big thing about abolish the Senate and all the tenets, those things.
I think that Trump is going to try, I think he is going to attempt to stay in office again. I do believe that. I know it's crazy.
Dennis, you're absolutely right. They are going to create the next boogeyman. That's what they do. I don't think talking about anything that the DSA has platformed thus far is too hard to discuss and talk about. But people got to be willing to look into it. If they're not, it's easy to sound very unpatriotic, un-American, undiplomatic. But I hope that they do run on that, because we do have another, 3 to 4 months to kind of get prepared for it. And honestly, at this point, I've been watching people like, mind you, this isn't even a DSA member or somebody, like, he is backed by them, but he doesn't even consider himself a democratic socialist. But Abdul al-Sayed destroyed fucking Haley Stevens in that debate the other night. Destroyed her. So the future's looking good for progressives.
Good. But I didn't like the fact that Gretchen Whitmer endorsed what's her name? Haley Stevens.
Well, yeah, she's gotten about, I think, $30 million in APAC funding for this primary so far. Of course, Whitmore's going to fucking endorse her.
No doubt. Exactly.
It's annoying.
Trust me, not nearly as annoying as Haley Stevens' fucking voice. I think Dr. Abdul al-Sayed will be all right.
Well, okay, I'm kind of sick and tired of liberals. Have you gone on any of these panels, CT?
No, I usually don't give credence, credit, or time to them.
Well, you give enough time to actually listen. You just don't go up to argue against them.
Why would I? It's a waste of time. I want to know what the counter
I think
talking
it's fine
points are.
because you used to love chasing MAGA around.
I did. Yeah, maybe it's maturing. Maybe it's getting older. I've just realized that the conversation.
Was like 6 months ago. What do you mean getting older?
Yeah,
what the fuck?
I've grown. In TikTok time, though, that's like 20 years. I've watched enemies become best friends and co-host lives together after like 3 months. So the TikTok multiverse sphere time is not relevant, my friend. But no, why somebody like you has a name and a following of people that will show up, people like Brobot and Civics and CS and Messi, like myself, like when we go places, people follow and listen. Could I go up there and fight and defend and all that shit? For sure. Some panels I just, again, will not support. I won't go on American Amen's panel. I won't go on Penny's panel. When you start talking about killing kids and laughing about it and creating songs about it, I refuse to attach my name to your fucking platform. If I run into you somewhere in the wild and we have to share a panel together, sure, I'll absolutely rock your fucking shit right in front of whoever's fucking listening. But I absolutely will not bring gifts. I will not bring fucking viewership, and I will not bring anything to fucking panels that laugh about genocide.
Yeah, I mean, I won't go to either one of those panels either. Amen, because he's a fucking fascist and an asshat. Penny, because she's Penny. But I don't know. The other guy for Gunner sucks ass too. I don't think I'd ever go to his panel. And who's the mama or Nana Cross? Nana Cross doesn't ever let anybody up to argue anyway. Marine Mom doesn't let anybody up to argue. So
the only
thing is not a whole lot of people.
I find my opposition, like if I'm chasing opposition, I can find it in RSRs. I can find it on Goose's.
But it's always the same people. That's what I was just wondering.
It is, and it's not even like the smartest competition. Now, I did hear a pretty interesting conversation. Who was having it today? They were talking about, where was it? They were talking about the fact that nobody does 1v1 debates anymore. And I cannot even remember who the rando up there was, but they were like, well, didn't like Mojo's crew kind of corner that market for like a whole year and then they got booted? I just can't remember whose it was. I was just listening at work and I was like, oh, who was that? Because I'd never really heard the voice. But yeah. They brought us up. Like, again, it was a rando name, Rando Live, and it was a MAGA panel, and they brought that up, and they're like, well, didn't like Mojo's crew kind of corner the 1v1 debates and like nobody really does them anymore? And he's like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, yes. Small win.
I would do that. I mean, it'd be nice if we could set that shit up again, but I just don't think that there's anybody willing to do them anymore. Not right now, anyway.
I'm considering trying the thing that we talked about months ago again, where as much as I do like having guests up and stuff, I can only, again, talk about the DSA so much. I may just do a thing where I sit on a panel, Parker style, and just be like, here's my viewpoints. I have a couple backgrounds where it's like, here's 5 things. If you want to argue it, come up, and I only bring up opposition to argue with. Believe it or not, I had some really good success with it. There was a lot of people watching, and actually a lot of people in the requests. I think MAGA can't go anywhere without a crew anymore. It's become very much, I need 5 people to make a single point. And outside of that, they will not get outside of what their fucking comfort zones are.
Well, I feel like I've always found that liberals are so hungry for debate right now. As soon as they see a MAGA that they haven't seen before, they all jump in the request box to jump up and yell at them.
Yes, sir, you are right.
Well, but I think that's turning though. I think you're starting to actually see some more leftist panels where they're like, all right, opposition's not going to come here to talk to us or debate these anyway. Let's start looking towards the future. Let's start looking at the things that the party should be affiliated with. What are we okay with? What are we okay not with? What things should we be arguing for? I'm seeing a lot more informative panels, which I think is really, really cool. Again, I do the same thing on mine. I don't know how Go Army, I do love the fact that Go Army admitted that because he never actually comes in my live, which tells me he sits on the outside listening in. And I love that. I love the fact that they do that. I also know that Penny does it because she brings up my name every fucking day about how I talk about the DSA. So again, I love everybody that's sitting outside this panel right now listening and going to use it on their next live of their fucking echo chamber that they're in while they complain about us having one. I'm okay with all those things.
I know they do that too. They have fucking audio recordings of my live, even late at night audio recordings of, what was it with Danielle? The Housewives of TikTok or whatever.
That was crazy. That was months ago. And it wasn't even me.
Hell?
I got blamed for fucking Brobot.
Lols.
That was really funny though. I mean, it was a wild thing to just be able to pull out that quickly. Like somebody was waiting in the wings with that fucking audio specifically.
Oh, dude, yeah, for sure. When
they
I started
can try to use it against me anytime that they like, and I will tell them that they're little drama bitches. Like that's all it's about is a daytime drama. Fucking prove me wrong.
Mojo, when I started hearing about the right saying we're not going to support left lives because if they don't have opposition, they will just stop being on this live. Yeah. That's when like I started being like, especially like with you not being as active as anymore. I was like, I'm going to run live any day that I'm off work. I'm going to talk about DSA shit because I know they fucking hate it, and that's why I love the fact I get brought up in so many lives every fucking day. I'm like, all right, they're watching from the outside, cool.
Brobot, you should just drop and never come back.
Jesus
Steph, you should drop the drink down the drain and never do it again.
I'm playing. Good grief. I thought that was funny. Brobot knows
I'm funny
how
as fuck.
I feel about him.
I'm adorable.
You are, sir. You are.
Well, see, the problem with liberals right now, too, the problem with liberals.
Yes, all the way to the base.
No, the problem with liberals, I think, right now is that they all want to run their own little life, too. They all have an idea on what they want to do. So there are a whole bunch of small liberal lives going on. If we could, like, coordinate in some way, shape, or form to move from one to the other, like I've seen Republicans do, like I've seen Penny do, like Penny and Millie and Coach and shit like that. They move from one live to another and support each other. Danielle does the same thing. So
Nina Cross.
Oh, if only we could form a coalition between people like RJ Core and fucking Nemo and Danielle.
What's up, America?
Wow. I'm not gonna.
I'm sorry.
Yell around.
I'm just saying. I know Danielle's left leaning. I don't think her panel necessarily is that, but yes, the one thing the right has done very well, especially in that small group. Obviously, they piggybacked off of the Millie crew, the Unrealness crew. They're both trying to break to those points. They'll hit the same breaking point, right?
Yeah, I agree.
They'll hit those same things.
It'll be the same thing. It is the same group of people hearing the same things over and over again. People will get bored.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. I mean, like, one of the most chill leftists I can think of is, like, Deadpan. And, like, I fuck with Deadpan's panel. I like him. I like Tiffer. I like all the people that go there. He tried to go on, like, Unrealnesses last night. I didn't see it, but his Discord talked about it a lot. Like, he didn't even really get a chance. And Deadpan's not even, like, a super left kind of person. He's more of, like, he's involved in law enforcement. Now he's involved in the law as a lawyer. So, like, he has a very cool perspective on the left of, like, hey, I like your ideals. Those are really cool, but this is how it would take to kind of make that actually happen in America. He's not even super crazy opinionated. he couldn't get a word in on realness. Is he's like, yeah, that's just an experience I don't want to ever go through again. And so, like, you took the most chill leftist you could possibly find that's like pro law, and you can't even let that motherfucker speak. Like, ugh, embarrassing.
Yeah. Sorry, you guys go ahead. I'm done with my high horse.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, guys. This is the most like interactive panel I've heard in a while, and I just appreciate just good human conversation, whether you're right or left. I mean, that's what we should be doing. I'm one of those guys that's going in the right panels and arguing, and I love doing it, but, I'm not as informed as, a lot of you are, or a lot of other people, but I try to keep abreast. But regardless, this has been just a great panel. I really appreciate you guys. Definitely following a bunch of you and just appreciate good viewpoints.
Well, respect, brother.
I too.
Yep,
I
me and
too go
Brobot
on the Reich panels and argue that they're all human.
Me and Brobot
I
actually met
just
before
followed
this
you.
panel in
I'm
places
sorry.
that were rights. So yeah, there's some of us that literally started our TikTok career off going into opposition to be like, hey, we may disagree, but let's see like how it's going. The world we're living in now isn't great conversation anymore.
I don't have a TikTok career, but I followed you in.
Steph is
What the fuck are y'all doing?
We're just being bored.
We're bored, Messy.
Can tell. Did y'all know that Donald Trump bought $1.6 million into Zims, the tobacco product, and then used the U.S. military to make a commercial for it?
Oh snap! Are we going to go back to
No, but
issuing
that's-
tobacco to soldiers?
You're telling
That's
me
kind of funny.
fraudster
y'all
does
know
fraudster
that-
things and we're shocked?
Did y'all know that Morocco invaded Spain today?
That didn't fucking happen. Stop it.
It did.
Did you
I
hear
swear
about
to
the
goodness it
earthquake
did.
in Alaska?
No, there were some people. Well, okay, so there's a lot of speculation that this thing was set up because there were people there that were trying to get across or some shit like that, but they didn't have any luggage, they didn't have any possessions. There were people that were on a boat trying to get off. Some people got squashed or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what the details are, but it's my understanding that people also showed up in a fucking goddamn dump truck. So I'm not sure I believe the stories, but they exist. The stories exist, and it's about an island right off the coast of Morocco that is kind of a territory of Spain, and that's
Gibraltar?
It's immigrants looking for a
It's an enclave. It's an enclave
right?
of Spain.
The
and it's
Strait
still
of
on.
Gibraltar. The Strait of Gibraltar
There
is
was no
what
invasion into Spain, though. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Sir.
So wait, you're telling me that an enclave of Spain invaded Spain? Like, isn't that just Spaniards going back home? Like, what the fuck?
Why
Morocco is a separate
Brobot, I
country.
used to think you were awesome, and now to find out you're just a pussy makes me sick.
Oh, damn!
Ooh, I am what I eat, dick.
What the hell?
What is going on here? I don't get this.
Going for the throat, Steph. Jeez.
I will say this, that,
pussy.
regardless of what
pussy.
happened in Spain and Morocco today, the right's going to use that as fear mongering to their base from now through the elections and saying Dems are going to bring this back. And, that's all the right's got is fear mongering. And they make everybody so scared of less than 1% of the population in so many different categories. It's crazy. So I just see that's the way it's going to play out with this.
I agree. Seems
Yeah,
like
Trump
that's
is very anti-Spain right now too.
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Yeah,
Spain
pussy.
all
You
bad.
cannot forget you cannot forget how bad Israel does not like Spain either. Spain has been one of the only countries that has come out against their genocide against Gaza.
Amen, girl.
Praise be.
Wait, I want to hear
And
you
they
go
won
off
the World
and
Cup.
Brobot some more.
Dude, I'm still
Yes,
catching,
feels
catching my
good.
breath. I'm still like, ooh.
That was wild. Why do you hate Brobot now? What did Brobot do to you?
I just don't like him.
I mean, the feeling's mutual, but we can still be on the panel together, right?
Thought he was a real man.
I just want to know why.
I honestly did at one point, and then I realized he's not a real man.
I don't need any fatherless women telling me what a real man is.
Oh my God.
This conversation has devolved.
No,
Steph,
it's gotten better. What are you talking about? I kind of like it.
Steph, is he wearing a gender-affirming cowboy hat?
He is, and it's signed. It's signed by the King of Country, or Travis Tritt.
Travis Tritt.
Oh no, honey, that's Alan Jackson. That's Alan Jackson.
What is wrong with all of you?
Strait,
It's
really,
George
if you want to
fucking
get
Strait.
down to the King of Country.
It is
George
Strait.
Strait.
Right.
It's George Strait. Yeah.
God damn.
And I met him twice.
No, it's Garth
I
Brooks.
wanted.
I don't know what you guys are
Travis
talking about. It's
Tritt.
Garth Brooks.
Mojo?
It doesn't matter.
Jennings.
I've never traveled to Colorado before.
Garth
It
Brooks.
doesn't matter. Whatever Brobot has is the best in the world, and we need to acknowledge it.
Wait, when you say when you say Garth Brooks, you mean Chris Gaines?
No,
Gaines.
it was after. It was after Chris Gaines.
Ooh,
His emo period kind of sucked.
that's when he was on the live and all them people. U.S. drops charges against Olympian and reflecting pool damage. So
Yeah, that's
another thing,
fucking ridiculous.
Yes.
another thing Trump lied about. Shocker. Add to the fucking list.
He lies every day.
That's amazing.
It's almost like it's his job, just to lie to everybody.
The liar in chief.
Steph,
The
can you
lick?
remind me again what it was that made you lose all faith in him? Again, I forget.
Oh
What was
my
your turning point?
goodness. Yeah, I was a huge MAGA supporter. I'm telling you, I still have shirts that say, MAGA 2024, and I turn them inside out and wear them.
Yes. You had all the Cheeto dust on your chin. Let's move on.
The Cheeto dust. What does that mean on my chin?
Don't stop it. Stop it. Don't. Nope. Go ahead.
I mean, you can, yeah, but I was super Trump. I did not vote for him in 2016. I'm going to be honest, because I was like, who's worse, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? I did not vote. That's the first time I've never voted. And then he won, and I voted ever since. And it's sickening to me what he has done since we put him in office. And I say we because most of the people in America voted for Donald Trump. What has he done that he ran on? Nothing.
I agree.
So hold on, Steph.
But there has to be something specific, right?
So Steph, the thing. Oh, sorry.
Something that he did that really got your goat.
Yeah, he didn't deport enough people.
Started a war.
No, sir, he did not.
Yeah.
And he did not, like Obama built the cages. So why isn't he utilizing them?
He is. It's weird.
That was a joke. I'm sorry, that was a joke.
Steph, it is weird to me that the thing that you're saying is the president hasn't been gross enough to my satisfaction. It's weird. That makes you worse than him.
Are you saying he hasn't been gross enough? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you want more people deported, right?
That was a joke. That was a freaking joke. Take a joke. He has not done anything that he ran on. He has not been America first. He has not no more foreign forever wars, or even no more foreign wars in general. He has not He has not done anything that he ran on that I voted for. I was kidding about, the deportations. Good grief. Don't be a lib.
And he hasn't put Brobot in jail yet.
Yeah, Brobot hasn't gone to a trans camp yet.
Never catch me.
Damn
it.
I am super pissed about that too.
Well, Steph, you'll like this one. Trump administration plans to upend Head Start by deregulating it. The White House has failed and tried to block funding for preschool for poor children. Once that was blocked, instead, they're now seeking to strip away standards on health, literacy, and brushing teeth. Trump administration is preparing a major rollback of federal requirements for Head Start, a change that supporters of the child care program fear could gut its longstanding anti-poverty mission.
I'm all about dereg.
You want to dereg Head Start?
So Steph, you're okay with stripping the opportunity for my child to go to preschool? Because my child goes to a Head Start program.
Let me answer this honestly. I don't know enough about it to talk about it, so I don't know.
Should I tell you about it?
Yeah, please inform me on it.
The program, since its induction in 1965, has served over 30 million children. As part of President Lyndon B. Johnson's war on poverty, Head Start was intended to be a federally funded and regulated early education anti-poverty program. Hundreds of standards support this mission, making it far more comprehensive than any other child care programs. A White House official who declined to be identified wrote in an email that the administration is supporting Head Start by keeping its federal funding in place and supporting efforts that officials say would reduce administrative burdens. Biggest changes to it: eliminating Head Start's performance was the goal of the Trump administration, but since that has been blocked by a federal court, gutting the standards, that the science-backed standards that ensure our youngest learners get what they need to arrive at kindergarten ready to succeed, will be cut. The program, which today serves about 700,000 children under the age of 6, has for decades attracted bipartisan support. President Ronald Reagan expanded the Head Start program to over $1 billion. President George W. Bush signed a bipartisan law to update and modernize the program. Even Trump in his first term increased the program budget by $900 million. How the changes have affected, how changes are affecting today? Project 2025, the policy blueprint for Conservative Heritage Foundation, called for the elimination of Head Start. And as it looks at currently, sadly, the current administration will be following out and doing that. Since the courts have blocked the absolute demolishment of it, what they will do is start gutting the spending, affecting 700,000 children today.
So, with what you're saying, with Head Start, and what happened with COVID, and
nobody said COVID. You just threw that in there for no fuck reason.
Okay, I'm just saying, do you think? Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Go back to what I said if you can remember what you heard.
I can, but I don't give a fuck.
That tracks. So this administration is going to gut funding to that effectuates 700,000 children in this country, American citizens, I'm sure. Maybe not all, but either way, who gives a fuck, right? Like Steph said, they're just kids. Fuck them.
If you took AB out of the Republican talking point, I can't see a single reason for a Christian to support the Republican Party. I just can't. Not one.
Shit, you can keep AB in there and take any Bible verse you want. You can still
Are you
support
serious?
it.
What about transgenders? What about
where did Jesus talk about
gayness?
that at all? Didn't Jesus accept all personalities there, all types? Didn't he accept the can I say prostitute on this? Sorry. Apologies, TikTok, if not. Jesus took all people in. He washed people's feet of that were part, so
of course Jesus
that was a sign of
that did not do. He did not, except for Satan. He did not get rid of anybody ever.
Satan's not mentioned in the Bible, by the way.
Okay, so he did not battle Satan ever.
Yeah, And AB it
Can,
was
can you
wasn't
show me any
wasn't an
historical
issue
battle of
until the
Satan?
1970s, whenever the online preachers needed a talking point to go after. Look, my sister lives in Italy, and where you had to get an AB in Italy back in the 50s and 60s, you go to a nunnery. All right, so it's not like the way things have progressed in religion and the talking points they use is not what's in the Bible or not actually Christian teachings. So,
you think AB is okay?
So what you're telling me is that the
I'm
churches
pro-choice.
are actually mad. What you're telling me is that the churches are actually mad that they're no longer able to play God. It has to happen in like a hospital.
Brobot, you try to play God. So let's move on.
No, hey,
Ooh, when did I try to play God?
Steph. This is very simple when it comes to the trans issue. Did God not say that we are made in the image of Him?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
So, do you and Brobot look the same?
Yes. Do we think the same? No.
You look like Brobot? That fucking
I am
sucks.
so fucking mad you got my rib. I am fucking furious.
Wait, you look exactly like Brobot? That fucking sucks.
A handsome fella.
You are a handsome fella, but goddamn, a fella none the least.
So, needless to say, we're not one size fits all, correct?
Hold on. Can you say that again? I'm so sorry.
So we're not one size fits all.
One size fits all.
Are you
Right.
a man,
Like
Steph?
we're not cookie
woman.
cutter. Yeah. So we're not cookie cutter.
No,
Like we're not
absolutely
all
not.
alike.
No, exactly.
So who's to say that God did not make everybody like Him?
Yeah, God's trans, by the way, Steph.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's move on, please.
Wait. If God created himself in all of our images, and all of our images are male and female, wouldn't God need to be both of those for us to all be represented in his image?
No, look at Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but Adam and Eve, obviously, very different,
but
right?
before there was Eve, there was only Adam.
And then there was
And
Lilith.
he made them in their image.
Before there was Adam, there was
they gave them,
my goodness,
when they gave them the one person they made that was both female and male to in charge of all the flock and all of the things that they had to tend to and the gardening and the things, he realized that it was too much for one person. So that's when Eve came along.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But the first person was.
But that does not mean that there's that he made a transgender.
No, he just had to go back to the drawing board
to make transgenderism.
No, to make Eve.
So hold on, Steph.
And when he did,
logic.
he split the one person from both female and male into a male and then a female.
Okay, can you prove that?
Yeah, it's in the Bible.
Is it really? Can you show that to me? Please?
Yeah, it's Genesis. It's the first book in the Bible, actually. Like the easiest thing to
know.
read. Well, if you know, then you know, right?
Y'all are insane on this.
Hold on. Are you created in God's image, Steph?
We all are.
Okay, so you as a woman are created in God's image. Brobot in his male form is created in God's image. So for that to be true, right?
We'll go with
Hold
that.
on, Steph. Keep with me here. I don't want you to add too much to this because I want to keep it simple for you. We know we have to. So if men and women are created, yeah, we do.
I need to keep it simple for you,
Steph. If men and women are created in God's image, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, then God is trans. He represents as a male and a female.
Oh my goodness. I'm not going to go there with you.
I wouldn't either because without logic, you couldn't disprove that, right?
I could.
Do it.
Absolutely 100% disprove that. But I am not. I don't feel.
You're ill-equipped to do so. That's fine too. We can move on.
So
ill-equipped?
Yeah,
No,
you're not prepared.
That may be true, but I'm just not going to go down that rabbit hole with you. It's ridiculous. And as a Christian, you would never say that.
I was raised a Christian my entire life, which is why I reject it now, because I actually did read the Bible, realized it was full of shit, and moved on from it.
Well, I'm proud of you, and I don't judge you for that. That's not my belief.
Okay, believe whatever you want. Welcome to America. You can do that. I'm just saying, when it comes to like logical comments, don't.
I found the Bible verses. Okay, so this is Genesis chapter 1. Oh, hang on. I need to be bigger. Hang on. Mojo, can you make this bigger?
Also, Freedom, don't think you're sneaking away from saying outside of AB that the right has nothing to do with Christianity. I can also prove to you that AB has nothing to do with fucking Christianity.
I can't make it.
Oh no, I agree with you. My point was that, look, I'm just like you. I was raised Christian. I was going to be a priest up until I got laid, and so
similar backstories.
And then she changed her whole world.
It changed my whole world, and since then,
here's the thing.
Hang on, Stephanie. Hang on 1 second. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. So this is Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. Hold please.
Damn, even God was using pronouns. That's crazy.
And then if you go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 20. Verse 20. Yeah, 20. So the man gave blah, 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 blah. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So the Lord caused the man to fall into a deep sleep, blah, 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 blah. So, like I said before, Stephanie, when God made mankind, he made them in their image. One person, male, female. And then he realized he gave them too much shit to do. So he's like, well, fuck. Let me put this one to sleep and let me make two out of them. So then we had a female and a male, and they could work together to help take care of the livestock. Okay, thank you.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't straight out of the Bible.
It was. My Bible app. That was the NIV version. I can put it in the King James version. I can put it in the ESV version. I can put it in any version you want me to.
What version says too much shit to do?
And messing
read that Bible.
But no, Freedom. Freedom. And we don't have to do the whole Bible thing. Freedom. All I was going to say is that when people do try to use the Bible to counteract AB, just remind them also in Genesis that God said, "When I breathe life in, when I breathed life into your lungs, that is when you were born." That's literally saying like when you breathe the air of life. That's the thing. So anything before actual birth is not, considered life.
You can believe that, but conception,
correct.
What do you think conception is?
Conception's two people fucking.
Yeah, isn't conception original sin?
It is. But if you have conception, do you not think that is a life?
No.
Even God doesn't view it as a life. That is sin.
Yeah.
Okay, prove it.
It's in the Bible.
It's original sin.
So what is a life to y'all?
It's when a child's born.
Oh, not until they're born. So you can AB it at 9 months or actually coming out, as a child, and that's okay to you.
Well, Steph, I make this argument all the time, and I'll make it a short, simple version because I've said it so many fucking times. Given the fact that we understand scientific involvement, where like things like consciousness actually begin, or the fact that people have the ability to understand their surroundings with them from the brainstem that's established, the fact you guys don't, you make it the zero-sum game of either abortions all the way up to 9 months or no abortions at all. And me understanding the fact that around 24 weeks is where around like sentience actually starts to have those fucking capabilities. If it is a zero-sum game, and people that are already born, they are mothers, they are women, and they could lose their fucking life because it is a zero-sum game of either abortion up to 9 months or no abortions at all. I will take abortions all the way up to 9 months to ensure that the women that are here, established and are truly alive, they get the opportunity to fucking survive.
Okay, you know what?
And I hate to break it to you, Steph, but well, I hate to break it to you, but a woman that's carried a child up to 30 or 40 weeks probably isn't going to get an abortion. That's
Oh my
just
God, is
ludicrous.
that Brobot? Good grief.
Did you actually make it into a third trimester and like, I just want to get this out of me?
Y'all
like,
got to get
flush it
married
down the
already.
toilet.
Y'all are built.
I know.
Y'all are built for each other.
I think I'm in love with Brobot.
I'm telling you, you got that raspy voice.
Hey, you were in love with
You've
me
got
the
the
other
voice
night.
all
I'm
wrong.
so disappointed.
You love Mojo. Okay.
Yeah, he's so upset.
You could
I
turn
am in
Brobot
love
into that
with-
real
I'm in
man. He
love with
needs to
Mojo
be,
too.
Steph.
I'm in love with
Wait,
Mojo,
aren't you
but
married?
number two is Brobot.
Aren't you married?
I am.
Does your husband approve of this?
Yeah, he's okay with me being on live.
Oh yeah, Devil's Four
On
Way.
live.
Let's do
he
this.
doesn't know what she's doing while on
Brobot, the
live.
Oh
emotional
my
Did you hear that
goodness.
high pitched? Yeah.
Yeah, Brobot, the
Hold up,
emotional roller
hold up.
coaster that she could bring to your life is exactly what you need.
Exactly.
I mean, I would let Amber Heard ruin my life. Not even lying.
Would you let her shit on your pillow?
What the
Brobot.
fuck?
I mean,
He did.
I would eat you alive, dude.
What the
For real.
fuck?
No doubt about it. No doubt
that
whatsoever.
is just a fancy way of saying she swallows. Okay.
Steph, tell him more.
Jesus
Tell him more
Christ,
about what you
stop
do to
it.
him.
What the fuck is happening?
Stop this. This is
Tell
so
him more.
weird.
Tell Brobot what you do to him, Steph.
Steph,
No,
do you have
don't
any
You know
do
what?
this at all anymore.
You know what? You know what's hilarious is Brobot's picture is so handsome, and then to hear him talk and like his like what he believes and all this shit. I'm like,
I
dude,
do declare she has given me the vapors.
It really is.
change your picture, man. Change your picture.
Mojo, we need a Mojo after dark. Let's fucking rip it up. Let's go.
You
No,
are
I'm not sure I like
truly
any
a
of this
dude.
shit.
You're not a
It's
dude,
weird.
man.
I'm loving it. I got a little bit of time for bed. Let's
No, we're
fucking
making freedom
Mojo
really
after dark.
uncomfortable. We're
No.
making freedom really uncomfortable.
So, Steph, what do you think of the Eiffel Tower?
Stop it right now.
Wait, what?
Stop it right now.
I think
Stop
it might have
When Messy's
something.
saying stop it, you should probably stop. We've gone too far.
Hell no.
I
Let's
just
do
heard this man
close
next
it.
to me say that he went to missionary school or something.
I love the Eiffel Tower, and I honestly
That's
think
not
it
in the
might have
Kama
to
Sutra.
have
What the
something to
fuck's
do
going
with
on?
Brobot and Mojo.
What?
If you know what I'm
Jesus
saying.
Christ.
It just sounds fun, you guys. It's
Mojo,
just
you're never going to
fun.
beat the allegations.
Girl.
I didn't fucking do
I'm just
anything.
having
Jesus
fun. I'm
Christ.
having fun.
It's missionary school and doggy daycare.
Oh my.
What the fuck is that?
I love the Eiffel Tower. It's got to be big. It is big.
Yeah,
Damn.
it's a hell of a view.
What the fuck is going on?
He's leaving. Freedom's leaving. Freedom, I apologize.
We're not
Yeah,
normally
me too.
like this.
I really don't know what's going on right now. And
He's
No, sorry.
looking
Yes,
back.
you do.
Sorry, I'm walking the dog.
Lucky.
Also a sex position.
Stop it.
Brobot. Hey, take that down. No, notate that.
okay.
Brobot, you got a water park in here, brother. You got to calm her down and change that PFP. You got a slip and slide going on.
Hey, this is just Texas
horns
Water
up.
Rampage, right?
I'm not joking, dude. Your picture is so awesome. But then
no.
but then you
But then
like
you start
talk.
talking. Then
And then you
start
open your
talking.
mouth.
It's not good.
She's
that's all
making,
men, just Steph.
she's
That's
making
just all
the
men.
fucking MAGA argument for liberal women. Like, you're so hot until you start talking.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what's happening.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Oh my
That's
God.
wild.
Robot's a liberal woman.
Yes.
Steph, show them how it is. Show them how it is.
Really?
Oh, man,
you were
we got
supposed
another
to come up here and
capitalist up
save
in
us
here.
from this shit. What's going on?
Mojo,
Oh, I just came up
love
to commit
you too.
blasphemy, but this roller coaster ride went so far south.
Homie, Mojo After Dark has always been my favorite part of the program.
Mojo, I love you, but I love Brobot more.
Thank God.
Oh my god!
You know you want to pull those scruffy white beard Mojo.
Did I not see like the upside down pineapple or something? I'm confused. I don't know how I ended up here.
You came in the wrong room.
None of us did.
Hold on. Only a few of us may remember this, but Mojo, Brobot, Messy, maybe Sammy, maybe Ron. Do you remember that dude that came up that could not stop hitting on fucking Poncho?
Yeah,
that was great.
God, that was so long ago.
I can't remember his fucking name. He started hosting lives for a while because he wasn't allowed up on panels anymore. He would just show up and hit on the guys on the panel. This reminds me of the same shit.
He made Poncho so fucking uncomfortable.
He started following Poncho around in the Discord too.
I don't remember this. Why don't I remember this?
Dude, Messy, you missed it then. It was like a week thing. This dude, it was a young
I've never been away for a week.
It was a young black man. I cannot remember his fucking name, but he could not
Darren.
stop. Was it? No, it wasn't Darren.
It was Darnell.
Maybe. No, I don't think it was Darnell.
Are you serious? You're just gonna start naming like these names?
Yeah,
right?
I think it was Taquavia.
It was Tyrone.
It wasn't. It started with a D because he used to go on Losis Live all the time.
But Messy for a week, Bonjo even messaged us and was like, guys, I'm actually getting uncomfortable. I don't know what to do here. And we're like, welcome to being a woman, bitch. Figure it out.
Brobot, I actually gifted you and messaged.
And messages.
Go and send that right now, Steph. Go and send that right now.
Damn it, how do I do that?
Just don't do it in the first place.
I'm so pissed. I should have sent you that one coin, damn it.
Yeah, Steph, make sure you friend Robot, then you can DM him.
I did.
There you go.
Yeah, I sent him one coin, and
Lord.
I was like, hey.
Hey boy. Hey boy.
Hey.
I like how Mojo's still trying to get in on this Devil's Three-Way.
Oh no. I'm good. I'm good where we're at. This is just fine by me.
Yeah. I like how it's playing out. This is all right.
Tobacco's here.
Mojo, this is all right.
Steph, really, you could get him up to 69 coins. Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
Steph, send a message.
Oh my.
I did send a message.
No. I'm saying get him up to 69 coins. That'll send a message.
Yeah, but I'm not that liked. I think I only have 10 coins, in my barrel, what are you going to call it?
Well, quit being a broke bitch.
Donate to Steph's barrel fund.
Yeah, Robot, I'm sure you got some
Steph.
coins. Robot, I'm sure you got some coins you could donate into Steph's barrel, right?
And I gave him a coin from my barrel.
Piggy banks open immediately. Immediately. Go fund Steph.
Oh no, I dumped all my coins into Sammy. Oh no.
I love y'all regardless.
Whoa. Who
my
got
barrel.
Who got the jelly?
I did.
Sammy.
Ooh, Sammy.
Sammy wasn't ready for this jelly.
Steph, he got confused. That was for you, but he accidentally saw the S and thought it was you. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I love you anyway.
Yeah, don't be the jelly pirate, Sammy.
Hold on, Brobot, I missed that. Did you say you have a low coin count? That's okay. 1 in 5 men. It happens. They have medication for it.
Damn it. Me and Brobot are on the same level.
I'm telling you, you guys are fucking Hank and Peggy Hill. I hear it.
Damn it, Bobby. What the fuck did I tell you about that boy?
I sell propane and propane accessories.
I sell propane and propane accessories.
Telling you, the king and queen of the hill are here right now.
I'm game. If Brobot wants to go there, let's do it.
Was Go Army Bobby then?
I was thinking it was more the Bundys, but that's just me.
Yeah, I don't make a good Al Bundy. I don't like feet.
Brobot, are you gay? Let's just be honest.
No. No, I do like vagina.
Whoa, the
You don't
level
have
of
to lie.
sexual
I mean, just
harassment that
just
has
just be honest.
transpired on this panel is
I'm starting to
wild.
think, Steph, that you like vagina just as much as I do.
I'm married. I've been married for 23 years, but
Oh,
I
what's her
think,
name?
There's no
well,
but to that. Stop butting
well,
after that.
I
her
knew a butt
name
was
is
coming. Like
Jolene.
that's the only
Her
way you
name's
would have said it.
Jolene.
Jolene.
Jolene. Yeah.
Aww, lavender marriage. I'm proud of you, Steph.
I'm so proud of you,
Did you
Brobot. Do you
go?
want to? Do
Did
you
you
want to
go
be
to a
with me,
conversion camp or something, Steph? Is that how you ended up married?
Brobot? Do you want to be with me? For real?
Holy shit! Goddamn, bring out the ring.
I've got it.
Show it to him.
You know what's funny is if a dude walked into a room and started acting like this toward a woman, it would be called sexual harassment.
And if he was drunk too,
I
that'd be
did
wild.
call it sexual harassment, Mojo. To be fair, I did call it sexual harassment.
I'm going to be honest here. Like, this does not go the other way. It absolutely does not.
Yeah, I feel like it's a one-way street.
I've definitely had my butt pinched like more times than I can count.
Oh
and it
my
is
God.
not sexual harassment.
That feels like some kind of like liberal accomplishment. I don't like. Is that a thing? Like for liberal men? Like, do
I
you
really
keep a
don't know.
tally?
I'm confused about this because you can't go to HR with it. They're just going to like high five you until you get the fuck back to work.
Yeah, I tell you, great job. Wear tighter jeans.
Well, what
Move
state
on.
are you in?
You are confused.
Texas.
Tejas.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm sorry, Brobot. There it
We're
is.
just casually sorry about your sexual assault. Like, no big deal. Like, what the hell?
Well, it's like
That's kind of traumatizing, Robot.
I'm like, there's no justice in Texas, so good luck.
No, there's not. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You just wear your
Brobot,
jeans too tight, or you don't.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this one.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right, because Chuck Norris is dead now, right? So there's no justice anymore.
Oh, damn it. Damn it.
I don't know.
I
Mojo,
love Chuck
will you
Norris.
tolerate my messiness for a second?
There's
It
only
was
one
on the line of what Messi and Chat CT were going down earlier.
Oh shit! An actual point. Fuck. All right, lock in.
Well, it wasn't. I have to ask Mojo first because he really doesn't like the theological conversation. But I was just gonna ask what everyone's thoughts were on Jesus and John at the Last Supper and their cuddles. Like, Steph, have you read that part of the Bible?
Oh my goodness.
Most Christians haven't read a lot of the Bible.
He's like biking it.
Jesus and John were at the Last Supper together.
Uh-huh.
And what happened after the Last Supper?
No, he's asking what happened during the Last Supper between Jesus and John.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, I have a question for both of you, too. Have you guys seen Da Vinci's Last Supper?
Yeah.
The painting?
Okay. Yeah, the painting. They form a V between Jesus and John. And,
Yeah, we all saw the Da Vinci Code. We know.
Gotcha. Okay, just making sure. Just wondering if that's where this came from, too.
No, this didn't come from that. But yeah. Basically, like, John's cuddled up with Jesus, and like they explicitly say, like, you know, the disciple, you know, was what was the exact verbiage? Something against his breast or his bosom, I believe, is like the exact verbiage in the English translation. And so like a lot
Did
of
you say John was cuddled up with Jesus like they were?
Yes, I swear on Yeshua right now.
On what?
On
I'm sorry.
Yeshua, Jesus' name.
You can't swear on me. What are you doing?
I forgot you're Yeshua too. But yeah, like if you read Book of Matthew, I forget what I would have to go find the direct part.
Well, you need to bring that to the table before you come up here and start spewing shit.
Okay, let me grab it really
Nothing
quick.
wrong with that stuff. Like, if that's
All right.
true, what's wrong with it? It's
For
beautiful.
anybody that
No, hold on.
anybody
He's
that enjoyed,
Hey,
for anybody
prove
that
it's true,
for
man.
anybody
Prove it's
for
true.
anybody that enjoyed the Da Vinci Code, there is a book that predated the Da Vinci Code called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and it is the actual story that Dan Brown kind of took from. And there's a lot of historical fact in there about a lot of this stuff. So if anybody's ever interested and they want to read or something, Holy Blood, Holy Grail is a book that is worth reading.
I'll look that up.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you, Mojo.
You don't
Can
think
I give
that
the
the Da
direct
Vinci
quote
Code
for
has
Steph?
historical fact?
Yeah, you can.
hold on. You're mixing up. You're mixing up a couple things on me. That wasn't in the book of Matthew. I believe it was in the book of
No, it's Matthew
John.
13:23.
Well, go ahead and read it. Maybe I'm mixing up because I do remember in John they talked about resting upon Jesus's bosom. So I don't, unless we're gonna infer that Jesus was a woman, I feel like bosom was just more of a commonplace name, more so than like chest or breast or whatever.
Yeah, no,
Bosom
that's
was
just
used a lot in the Bible.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I'm just saying, like, he was laying it against Jesus's chest, which is like, homoerotic, and like,
My goodness,
by
you should be dropped now because you are ridiculous.
I gave you the source, Matthew 13:23.
Did you say Jesus was homoerotic?
I mean, he was cuddling with his favorite apostle John.
There are
At the
erotic books
Last
in the Bible.
Supper.
Did you know that stuff? There are erotic. There's erotica in the Bible.
You need to be dropped. It's
Right.
not
Also,
about
go
Jesus.
read
Though.
about
It's not about
Sodom. Read
What
about
does it
Sodom.
matter?
What happened? What they say about Sodom in the Bible is crazy, and like how this guy's jealous of his wife, lusting for the men of Sodom, and like the descriptors in that passage are crazy.
Well, no, Omi, you're talking about the book of Lot, and that's where he gave up his daughters to be raped and pillaged in replacement of the angels. And then his daughters in turn raped him while he was drunk. That way they could continue the familial line. Like those are two different things too. But yeah, you are absolutely mixing up Matthew and John for sure.
Okay, let me pull it up. 1 second.
Yeah, there's entire stuff is entire. The Song of Solomon is an entire book of erotica in the Bible.
Well, let's
So, I
just
mean,
look
don't
at
be
the
such a
time
prude.
period. The time period that Jesus lived in was the Roman Empire. We're talking about the Romans that had slave boys, that one of their emperors even castrated and married. There was a lot of homoerotic stuff going on in the Roman Empire
Brobot. You and I are
throughout
not going.
Jesus's time.
We are not going to go here, Brobot. It's me and you, so let's just be quiet.
Are you uncomfortable with historical fact?
I'm uncomfortable with you talking over me.
What do they call those boys? I can't remember.
Wait, what? He didn't talk over you? What?
No, there was a
About
name.
the Roman Empire?
It was called pedestry. It was called pedestry.
No, they had a name. They had a name for those boys, and I can't remember what it was. But he's absolutely correct. Concubines. Yes, thank you.
Well, there's a theory that many biblical scholars have said that every time the Bible mentions homosexuality or laying with a man, that it was mistranslated, and actually what it meant was little boy lover, which makes more sense actually because that was pretty popular for the Romans to do during that time.
Can you prove that?
Wait, homosexuality wasn't added to the Bible until I believe the 80s, I think.
50s. We didn't have a word. We didn't have the word homosexual until I believe the 60s. In the 50s, it starts to talk about man laying with man. But this book
can actually prove it. If you look up Caligula, he was the Roman emperor that had a slave boy, and he liked him so much that he had him castrated and married him. Like this happened throughout the Roman Empire, through the Roman history, like
Brobot, this is
1500
me and
years.
you. Be quiet. And you are not right.
Absolutely not. You can look it up yourself. Absolutely not. I will not be silenced.
Well, I mean, he's right, Steph. So there was somebody who used to buy these Bibles from all over the world, like really old Bibles. Like he
So
bought
as a
one from.
Christian, do
No,
you
I didn't
believe?
finish. No, I didn't finish.
No, do you believe this was in the Bible?
I believe that it actually
Homosexuality.
was. It was not meant to be homosexuality. I believe that there was a mistranslation at some point, and that it actually meant little boy lover. And because the Catholic Church loves little boys, I think they purposely changed the verse to homosexual.
Okay, so what does?
Did somebody mute her?
I don't think so.
What does that say for other religions and Christians and Catholics?
That they're all kind of fucked up and following a religion just as bad as like extreme Islamists that they complain about.
Oh my goodness.
That's what it says to me. Listen, I'm an anti-theist. I believe that all religions are disgusting, so you're not going to catch me in any catch-22. But when it comes to at least the Christian religion, I grew up in it. My grandpa owned churches. I was a Teens for Christ leader. I considered seminary school. And then much like our friend earlier, once I had sex, I was like, yeah, fuck that.
He got Lonely Island.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm game on with you.
Steph, I'm just telling you, I'm more versed in the Bible than you are. It's not your fault. It just is what it is.
I 100% agree. I'm just saying that whatever they are preaching right now is ridiculously untrue.
They're not.
It's not untrue. Listen, this person that I'm talking about, he was a pastor and he used to buy these Bibles, collect these Bibles. So he bought one from Norway and he had his Norwegian friend translate it. And then he eventually goes on to take it to a professional translator. But he looks up Corinthians, I believe, is where one of the verses about homosexuality is, and Leviticus. And in both of those cases, it does not say anything about man laying with man. It doesn't mention homosexuality at all. It says little boy lover, because that was popular for the Romans to do at the time. And because it was a power dynamic, many theologians think that that's what God in the Bible, quote unquote, actually meant, because it was an extreme power differential.
Okay, little boy lover in the Bible, I can believe it. You know, looking at Pizzagate and little boy lover, little girl lover. Okay, don't make fun of do not make fun of me right now, please.
I'm gonna.
I can believe that. Does that make sense? I can believe it.
If you keep saying dumb shit, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Hold on, Steph. Okay. If you don't know the Bible, then how can you say something is true or is not true or it's not in there? If you don't know it, then how can you say it's not there?
How do you know I don't know it?
You just said you didn't. You don't know everything about it. You just said it.
I don't know everything about the Bible. Do you?
I know quite a bit about it.
Same.
Oh, same. Okay. Well, can y'all give me an overview of the Bible?
The grossest parts?
It's a book with pages.
Wait, you want the grossest parts?
No.
Okay, well, I'll give them to you anyway. The Bible teaches you how that after you conquer...
Okay, just be quiet, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, right?
Quiet.
So I'm going to say this. The Bible teaches you how to treat your slaves. When you ensnare their women and enslave their children, how to treat them. It teaches you also how to unalive the men. That way a rebellion cannot be rised up against. It teaches that the sword of God should be struck upon people. Especially the original... what the fuck were their names?
So are you an atheist?
No, I'm an anti-theist.
Okay, explain what that is to me.
So an atheist is somebody that, well, to be fair, you're an atheist as well. So like you believe in God, right? In Christianity?
Yes.
Do you believe in the Quran?
In what?
The Quran? Do you believe in Islam?
No, absolutely.
Do you believe in Judaism?
No.
Do you believe in Hindi?
No.
Do you believe in paganism?
No.
Okay, then guess what? You're an atheist to all those religions. You just have one more religion that you don't believe in more than I do. So you are as much of an atheist as I am to 3,000 religions as I am to 3,001. You just happen to believe in Christianity. You're an atheist to all the others. You don't believe in them. As an anti-theist, I'm not saying that I believe in any religion.
That's not true.
Hold on, Steph, I'm not done.
That's not true.
Yep, you are, right?
No.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I'm an anti-theist. On top of that one religion that I also don't believe in, like you don't, and the other 3,000 religions that have been proposed on this fucking planet that people have believed in, I think that religion has been the most detrimental thing to humankind that has ever been put in place. There have been more deaths in the name of religion than anything else in this world. And I think that religion is antithetical to the advancement of science, technology, and the embetterment of people. That's what an anti-theist is.
Well,
All hail
to your
Cthulhu.
oh, sorry, Brobot.
I am so sorry for you, sir.
Well, I just want to say though, chat CT is that I don't think you can conclude what you said. Lastly, because Hindu scholars are the ones who have founded a lot of science with from the Vedic period with their mathematics and medicine and different things like that. So like I just like one thing I would just say because one thing I would just say is that often atheists of the West, like they associate the shortcomings of Abrahamic traditions with the shortcomings of all religion, and I try to be more specific, I guess, with my criticisms.
Right.
And that's fine. But again, even without those religious teachings, science would have discovered those things, and it would have been put to the scientific method. No religion was needed to introduce them.
Yeah, but where did
I want to say something.
you know, like with the Greek? Sorry, Stargazer. I'll just say this, and I'll shut up for you.
Go ahead.
With the Greek contemplative traditions, like a vast, like a good chunk of all of the Greek contemplative traditions came from the shamanic traditions from South Asia, on the Silk Road, right? And so again, like a lot of the scientific, scientific project and deductive reasoning came from like these Brahmanical and shamanic schools of like discourse and investigation into like the nature of things. So not all of those were theistic though either. I would just say that too. Like a lot of shamanic schools are not. But I guess what I'm saying though is that like just the way that we discuss things and ideas like originates from a specific like lineage of thought.
Aphrodite did not introduce how to fucking harvest fields to the people. What's his name? Galasis did not bring fire to the earth. What's his fucking name?
Dude, you are just firing this guy up, and he is not.
Steph, you don't know anything about Greek religions. The names are fucking crazy sometimes. Theocles is not holding the world on his shoulders. Like Greek mythology is no different than fucking Christianity, no different from Islam, no different from Hindu.
Did you know that in the New Testament, because it was first written in Greek?
My goodness, that's what I was saying.
Right, they don't reference Satan, right? They don't reference Lucifer, but it says when Jesus is resurrected that he's going to cast Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, into the pit of fire.
I'm aware because the reason that they mention things like Hades is because the Council of Nicaea 400 years later when the Bible was written by pagans. I'm aware of all these things.
I want to know what your point is.
Is this a Bible off?
Sorry, this was just...
That's what I was
I want to know what your point is, Omi.
With that, well, no, I was just mentioning this because Steph is a Christian, and it was more
because
just like
I'm a Christian. That's why you came up here and
you inspired me to like go down memory lane with my biblical past, and
I want to know why. What is your point?
Thank you, and I pray to God.
I still want to know.
I pray to Jesus Christ that you follow me.
Jesus Christ. I want to know what is your point.
Well, like I guess if I had to say my thesis just plainly is that one second.
My point is you guys are as much of an atheist as I am, except for one religion. There have been 3,000 religions throughout history. You don't believe in 2,999 of them.
Yeah, you've said that before.
I just don't believe in 3,000. So again, you guys aren't that much different than I am.
Yeah, you still said that.
Can I? Are we waiting for Omni, or I wanted to?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, listen.
I pray that Brobot is following me as well. That was a joke.
I mean, that would be considered stalking, and I'm not part of that.
Stop. Don't laugh.
I'm sorry.
Go.
When Jesus came, it took us out from underneath the law of the Old Testament. And Jesus never wanted religion. All he wanted us to do was to love one another. And that's it.
Okay, do you really want to talk about Judaism or Jews and Zionists and
wait,
the
hold on.
God
There's
on
a
his
lot.
YouTube? Okay, sorry.
Hold on.
Jesus was a Jew. Sorry.
If you want to read the original Bible, you look for the Ethiopian Bible because they have been writing it over and over for thousands of years. And it's the most accurate Bible.
And the Coptic Egyptian. But Mojo, to answer your question, sorry, I'm like multitasking here. One, I was just like kind of nerding out on Bible talk, so I apologize. That's why I asked if you would entertain me for a minute. My thesis would be is that a lot of the issues that we have in the U.S., especially with like conservative Christian-minded people, is that one, they've never read their own book, and two, the book that they've read has been mistranslated on purpose and weaponized different rhetorics that was pushed by King James, and they don't, and so it's like a lot of the whole conversations about abortions and trans rights and gay marriage are like all of these non-issues
You're so right.
that were created by a Germanic person who never knew Jesus, never spoke Aramaic, Hebrew, or any other Semitic language, and then just translated a Bible to fit his agenda, in Western Europe. And so like a lot of these conversations are just like rooted in either total ignorance of the gospel or like intentional mistranslations from Semitic languages. And so it's like if people actually like knew that Aramaic doesn't have gendered pronouns, therefore the whole discussion about male versus
there's an
female.
easy way of saying this that all the Christians have been duped, and so I just thought I'd come up here and let everybody know that. I don't know why the fuck you're going on for so goddamn long.
There's another thing.
That's not fair, Mojo. You could have helped me out because I talk a lot. I have hyperglycia, so thank you for that.
I
don't know what that means, but whatever.
Well, start. Here's where I have an issue with like the New Testament, though.
Hold on. The rapture was invented in the late 1800s. It is not biblical.
Agreed.
It was made to control people.
Yeah, just like Satan. But the problem I have is that even like in the New Testament, like that's where you're actually going to find your Bible verses.
I only believe in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and I only believe in the Gospels. I don't believe in Paul and any of the other ones.
You believe in Timothy?
I believe in the four Gospels, and I have not read the Ethiopian Bible, but I've heard a lot about it.
Well, that's only the Old Testament. That's literally the makeups of the Talmud. That's the Jewish. Like, I don't know any religion that only focuses on the main. Well, that's not true. Spiritualism, I guess, focuses on the main Gospels. Mm-hmm. So, are you just a spiritualist?
Yes, we are spiritual beings having a human experience.
No, that's fair. Yeah, my mom's a spiritualist as well. But yeah, she doesn't follow a lot of teachings of the Bible. Nope. She believes in just the understanding that God exists. Jesus, well, she doesn't actually even necessarily care about if Jesus died for our sins because she understands that's more of like a pagan thing with scapegoating. She just thinks that there's a higher power that cares about us, and that's spiritualism. Right. And that's okay too.
And God loves us even if we don't believe in him.
Yeah. But again, a lot of those teachings do come from the New Testament. The problem is, so does like hell and judgment. Like,
what about the?
Well, hold on, Steph. Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The problem, the main baseline that I have with especially Christianity is saying that you have freedom of choice. You have free will. But if your free will does not lead you to this, you have an internal damnation of hellfire and pain. No. That's not actual free choice.
That's all bullshit.
But that's what I'm saying. That's where my problems with religion come in.
Right.
Is that it's never a free choice. Jesus did not want religion.
Jesus never wanted religion.
Yeah, I mean, even the term Christian didn't exist until after his death.
Right, right.
But also, like, a lot of it... sorry, Mojo, this is just me rambling some more about about this, so you could put a stop. But a lot of this also was just a Babylonian remix too. Like, so after the Israelites were exiled from Babylon. They were in contact with a lot of Zoroastrians within Babylon, and they basically took Zoroastrian beliefs, but created a narrative for themselves as being a chosen people as a response to the persecution from Babylon. So like a lot of even like the earliest texts in the Old Testament, in the Torah, in the Kabbalah, all of this is like a remixing of Zoroastrianism, the ethnogenesis of Semitic people. It's like,
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
yeah, if you look up Zoroastrianism, it's the first monotheistic religion, like archaeologically, and then it's also really interesting because it's like one of the first like truly dualist expressions in that area, that part of the world, like good versus evil. Except for them, it's more just light versus the dark. And so Christianity turned it more into like this moralistic good versus evil fight thing. But you would be surprised, like if you Google Zoroastrian origins of Christianity, you would be shocked by what you find. It's really interesting.
I'll check it out, Mommy. Thank you. Also, oh shit, I just lost it. I wanted to say something.
Sorry. And see, my mother's more like you, stargazer. Like she's like she was a super religious Catholic, then like went to like
I remember. Can I talk?
Yeah.
The one thing I hate about religion around the United States and wherever is that saying you must be born again. That drives me nuts because I was raised with my faith, and people tell me, "Oh, you must be born again, or you're not going to heaven." That drives me nuts.
Mojo, I'll let you drop me. I'm going to get some stuff done around the house here, but I appreciate
I freedom. I followed you.
Yeah, no, hey, I followed you all, and I appreciate everybody, and I look forward to being back up here.
You can drop yourself if you want.
Oh, okay, I didn't want to hurt your panel. I thought it hurt. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Oh, you're fine.
All right,
see ya.
Have a good night, guys. All right.
Bye.
So I just have a question. Did the Zoroastrians, are those the ones that run around carving Z's in with like the fencing swords?
Not to my knowledge. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, I see what
You might be a little too young for that.
No, I grew up with Zorro.
Yeah.
My brain wasn't putting Zorro and like the Zoroastrian together, so that
Is it Zorro the gay boy that you know?
Hey, Omni.
Yeah.
I'm a Lutheran. That's an interesting conversation too.
Oh yeah. My grandmother, she wasn't Lutheran, but she was like one Presbyterian, which I believe kind of is within the Lutheran tradition.
It's just another
descendant. Yeah.
What do they call them? Churches.
Denomination. But it's specifically tied to like that Reformation era and like came from Lutheranism to my understanding.
Right.
Yeah. But
I'm pretty sure
everybody,
ChatGPT grew up as Pentecostal.
Oh, what's that, bro? Bot?
The man.
I'm pretty sure ChatGPT grew up as Pentecostal.
That would make sense. I could see that.
I thought it was Baptist.
No. That would be down here in the South.
Okay, maybe. Omni, did you vote for Trump?
Hell to the no.
Okay, good. This was curious. I didn't know.
Right, we haven't talked before. I don't think I've seen you like in here, but not like a lot. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, just in case, I'll get it out of the way for you, Stargazer. Fuck Omi.
Love you too, Mojo.
W Mojo.
W Omi.
I think he's interesting. He's long-winded, but interesting. So, Stephanie, how you doing, hon?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I think Brobot is very handsome too.
I'm just thinking about Brobot.
Yeah, I know.
Steph, you know what they said about the forbidden fruit, right?
Damn it. I will not. I will not eat it.
You somehow made that worse. I was like throwing a
Yes, bitters are quitters.
Oh my god.
I love you already. Like, yeah. I know about the forbidden fruit. And you know who it is? It's Brobot for me.
I thought it was like a person.
No, it's the
like
communist up there.
pomegranate or
The Marxist.
No, it's the Democrats. God dog it.
Oh, there it is.
That was a joke. It wasn't good, but
Marxism is a forbidden fruit.
yeah, I just hope that Brobot, he got it. Did you get it?
Marxism is the forbidden fruit because Mojo wants to disperse fruit to the hungry people on an equitable basis.
Brobot, when are you gonna come see me?
Where do you live, Steph?
Well, where does Brobot live?
He's in Texas.
I'm
pretty sure if you look
Tennessee.
back far enough in my lives over on YouTube, the recorded ones, pretty sure she told her exact address on the fucking live one day.
Holy crap.
No, it was her phone number.
It's actually on my picture because it's a card.
State? What's your state?
Are you serious, Steph?
Yeah.
Steph said, please dox
Oh
me.
my god, what the? Oh my god.
Yeah,
well, you know what, Steph?
I'm a realtor, and it's on my freaking picture in my card. I don't give a fuck.
You like Trump?
I did like
Well,
Trump.
she's like a Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Stargazer. That.
You know who I really like now though? Brobot.
Yeah.
Laying on thick, jeez.
You guys
So we know.
Brobot is a man of the people.
I have a bad feeling that Brobot's going to disappear in the next day or two for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I'm more worried about, Brobot from Steph or Steph from herself, because Steph could easily go missing too because she just puts her full personal information out there.
You know what? You know what's crazy is nobody's even noticed that for like 2 years, man. It's
That
just
you
been
know
up
of.
there.
Hey, so
Look
Steph,
out your window as somebody using binoculars.
what do you
Hold
like
on.
to drink?
Hold on, we have some breaking news here, which I hope everybody over the next fucking week brings us up. For every MAGA panel that you had to listen to for fucking weeks talking about people destroying the reflecting pool, the Trump administration drops all reflecting pool self-damaging cases and is now blaming the damage on a botched installation. They are suing the company that installed the pool, saying they have no credible cases that there was any damage to it and it had everything to do with the fucking installation. So I hope that all of you that had to sit on a fucking panel listening to these cocksuckers talking about, BLM fucking damaging the pool and Antifa and all this other bullshit they've been spewing for a fucking month. Go find this article. It's on NBCnews.com. The Trump administration is now suing the people that installed the pool.
They never
they're
lie.
from Northeast Ohio, CT.
Amazing.
It gets even better because I'm going to guarantee that court case is going to go.
Breaking news. Me and Brobot are getting married.
Nope. Anyways, so Rhinoliner will come in to that court case just with pictures of Trump in his motorcade driving over the fucking pool.
The DOJ said when it presented the case to a grand jury, it was not in possession of any information from the DOI indicating that any damage to the reflecting pool was caused by anything other than the actions of the defendant who they are suing. No vandals damaged the pool's lining.
Breaking news. Brobot just asked me to marry him.
Steph, you gotta fucking find a line, kiddo. Like, if you haven't been able to tell by me bringing this up, we're kind of over the fun Trump stuff thing.
I think I'm in love with Brobot.
Yeah, we get it, Steph.
JD wants to
Is that weird?
Yep.
JD,
Are you serious?
Yep.
Why?
What did you say?
He only says it's weird because CT likes me more than you do.
Yeah, it's been an hour and the joke's kind of played out, right?
Oh my
It's been
god.
actually like 3.
Oh my god. So I am like third on the list at
Actually,
best.
if Robot doesn't want you, JD does.
Okay,
He's
well,
down good. There he is.
no, I only want Brobot, but we'll go with it.
Well, JD's kind of fun.
That was easy. God.
Howdy, Steph.
Hey, how you?
I'm doing all right. How are you today?
All right.
Hey, JD, I'm good.
Steph,
good
I
to
feel like
hear.
you're the type of person who would write your phone number in a bathroom stall.
I would not, but that's hilarious, and you're probably not right, but we'll go with it. Hey, JD. Hey, JD.
Hey, Steph.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. Did you vote for Trump?
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah, we did. And we gonna win this damn. We gonna win Iran.
That is seriously enough of this shit.
I was just going to say something, Mojo. I was like, the fact that this is the kind of live that you want rather than dialectics within leftism is just so crazy. But then you ended it right before I was gonna say something.
Honestly, I've just been playing my game and listening and laughing, chuckling here and there. But
Mojo, we can have fun, right?
No, you can't. You are not allowed.
Okay, yes, sir.
Holy shit!
Is there anything going on that we need to talk about?
The reflecting pool. I don't know.
What else?
He's gone.
Oh, he went back to the ether.
Ooh.
No, CT's gone. I didn't know if Mojo
Oh
knows.
yeah, where'd he go?
He tried the end step.
Pallet Jack's here. Pallet Jack, come up and talk with us. Tell us something important.
Please. Anything.
Will immorality spin, spin, spin? Tell us the
I'm in
lessons
love.
that we should
I'm in
learn.
love with Brobot.
Oh God, I'm gonna.
Girl, you guys gonna get dropped. You would have be cool.
I've been dropped for less. I've been dropped for less.
No, you have not. You have been dropped for way more.
Definitely not, Mojo. Come on, you got to give yourself credit there.
Well, hey, Oni, are you a liberal or what? Are you one of those?
I'm an anarcho-naturalist, so
okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, it is fascinating.
He's an anarcho-naturalist. You heard that, right? He wants to run around naked and have no state at all.
That sounds kind of like a racist stereotype, but okay.
What is it?
Why is it racist? What's racist about it?
Well, a lot of Westerners like to ascribe this naked savage trope to indigenous or indigenous people.
Well,
or
now
people
you
of the global
sound
South.
racist.
Has everyone? Has
Are
anybody?
you a foundational American?
Yeah,
Lord
now
of
you
Flies,
sound racist. Hold on, I didn't
Lord-
say anything about tribal people or nothing.
Lord
I
of
was talking
Flies.
about anarchy, and you were talking about naturalism. And when you see a nudist colony, it's called a naturalist colony. I don't know where the fuck you got your racist
I didn't even know
bullshit
that.
from, but it seems to be at the front of your mind. I'm not sure.
I
Guess
mean,
what?
I've never heard
I think
anybody call
Owen
a
just said
nudist.
that.
Guess
I
what?
think Amy
I'm
just said
in
that
love with
they were a
Mojo. I am
foundational
in love with
American.
Mojo
Go look up the definition.
and Brobot.
Do me a favor. Go look up
I'm in love
the
with Steph.
definition of naturalist. I don't know that you.
Naturalism, it's rooted within
No,
the
naturalist. Look up a
Well,
modern definition of naturalist.
I mean, you can get a naturalist certification even too, Mojo. Out of
Here-
college, it's like
here,
anybody within
I
the
can do it.
discipline of earth science.
Alexa, give me the definition of a naturalist.
Alexa, tell me if I'm in love with Mojo or Brobot.
Stop! I'm just boot her.
Alexa, hook me up with Steph.
Absolutely
I
not.
love
Mojo.
y'all. I love y'all.
Alexa, start over.
Alexa, play Barbie Girl.
The definition of naturalist.
Alexa, play Despacito.
Shut up.
Alexa.
Despacito.
All right, I'll wrap this up.
I got one of them.
Alexa, the definition of a
One of them.
naturalist, please.
A naturalist is someone who studies or specializes in natural history, especially plants and animals in their natural surroundings. It also can mean a person who follows naturalism in literature or art.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about naked people, but maybe Alexa's wrong too.
Xbox power off.
Did it?
Xbox power off.
The funny thing was, I was sitting in here in front of my other Alexa thing, and it didn't work.
Hey Alexa, play Despacito.
Now she starts talking.
I'm about ready to just drop the whole problem, by the way. JD.
Oh, Mojo, please don't.
Mojo's mad because Alexa didn't mention nudists in her definition.
Pretty sure it has absolutely nothing to do with that.
By the way, Oni,
How about pour some sugar on me?
You said earlier that you have like a condition. I've never heard of this condition before, so can you explain it?
Well, hyperglossia is rather a symptom than a condition itself.
Gotcha.
It's speaking for an extended period time for at a accelerated rate, typically with like a hyperfixation on something, and it can be a symptom of several different disorders. But mine's like from bipolar 2, and like I get hyperfixated on things, and then when I feel like I'm not well understood, I over explain until like I'm, exhausted and long-winded.
Does this fall under the DSM-5 or something?
Yeah, it's one of the symptom clusters you can look at for like hypomania.
I call that bouncing off the runway. Whenever you're listening to somebody it's not even having to do with that, but basically somebody that when you want someone to land their plane, and it sounds like they landed their plane, but then they keep going.
They
keep
going.
pause.
Yeah. That's why I always tell people, I'm like, please just stop me if you already got what like, B knows this. I'm like, just tell me to shut up, because I'm like, I'm going to keep going until like, I feel like I explained it well, or somebody indicates they understand. So
I do have a few questions for you, Omi, if you would. Okay. So a few nights ago, we were talking about economy, and you had mentioned produce in California, and that y'all are paying like 10 times the amount as everybody else, or something like that.
Well, I just said that we're paying at least twice as much for the same produce that we're growing here. Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell me which form of capitalism that would be?
I mean, I couldn't tell you what form of capitalism. Like, I know it has to do with some, like, the supply chain issue here. And then also, like, yeah, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, like, what form of capitalism. I know, like, more broadly, like, we're within welfare capitalism, but I couldn't explain that outside of, like, the infrastructure for why produce would be more expensive here, because we don't have as many grocery stores and et cetera, so.
I mean, I do find that interesting. Are you saying it's from like trade, like you're importing produce and that's why it's higher? Or are you saying that produce made within California is being charged higher in California?
No, it's because the produce that's being grown here is being sent out of the state to other states.
Exactly. And then we're buying from other places.
Yeah.
Well, to me, that's super fascinating, because in capitalism, the first thing that I would want to do is lower my cost. And the second thing would be to raise my prices, because this gives me the largest profit margin. So my lowest cost in terms of like shipping produce would be to sell it within California. And my highest profit margin is obviously there, because you said you're paying twice as much as anybody else for the same California made produce. So for me, if I were a farmer in California, I would literally not sell it outside of California. I would ship it all to LA and San Fran. And even if it rots on the shelves, I'm still making more profit per unit just by selling it in California.
Well, see, so there's like a couple layers here that's interesting too, because in your examples of San Francisco and LA, their produce is cheaper than where I'm at right now, where literally I'm staring at an orchard right now, a walnut orchard. So like their walnuts that come from this orchard, they're paying less for them than I would be paying for walnuts. And so it's kind of interesting. And like I've lived all over the state, I've lived outside of the state, and so it's weird. Like living in this place feels so dystopian in Central Valley.
Well, to me, that just sounds like socialism, because you have a higher standard of living and more resource within that state, shipping it out to the rest of the nation that doesn't grow walnuts, for instance. I mean, that would be socialist. That would be distributing the wealth.
Well, but not exactly, because, well, yeah, that part, but also like the assumption is that California has a monolithic state of living, right? Somebody living in an urban center like San Francisco or LA has a totally different standard of living than somebody living in, say, Tuolumne County. Like Tuolumne County literally is like the Appalachians. It's ridiculous. So it's like you would not even know that was California. Like if I went to Tuolumne County and
it's simpler. It's simpler than that. It's who owns the means of production in these walnut farms, Omi.
That doesn't exactly explain the business model.
That explains that it's not socialism.
It actually doesn't explain the business model. If you have a box of walnuts and you're selling it to Omi at a higher price than even LA or San Fran, which I'm guessing these walnuts are not made within those cities, then your lowest cost is going to be selling it to Omi, and your highest profit, again, is going to be selling it to Omi.
Socialism and capitalism are not about profit, bro.
I would not sell to anybody else but Omi.
Yeah, that's not the whole story of socialism or capitalism. Again, a more defining factor would be who owns the means of production. Who owns the means of production of these Walmart farms that Omi is talking about. And it's obviously owned in the hands of capitalists. So,
well, and here's another interesting...
It's hard to understand about that.
Here's an interesting
that makes
case
zero
study.
sense.
Here's an interesting case study, right? Because the means of production are not owned by the producers, but owned by ag business, a lot of the stone fruit orchards in Fresno, they've been basically... what's the term? I don't know. They haven't been allowed to sell their own fruit because they're being penalized by ag business for something, some sort of political thing with amongst
monopolized, essentially.
No, it's not even it's like say there's a monopoly on different fruit production, right? But then this one smaller stakeholder got into a scuffle with a different ag business dude, and then that guy basically was like, "Hey, let's not let him sell any of his fruit." So now this dude has been having stone fruit rotting in his fields just because they won't let him distribute it. And so the guy's been letting people locally go to the orchards and pick up like bags of fruit for free because he can't sell it because of ag business. And so like the whole point of bringing this case study up was in the case of where that guy who's actually producing has been blocked by the ag business itself. He's giving the fruit away for free because you know what I'm saying? So like the issue is the supply.
There wouldn't be any other term to use. You would just use like monopoly as the base term here, because if the idea is I am the big company and I don't want the little company to start selling to my consumer.
It's not about
I want to be the only one that sells to the consumer.
Robot.
Then I'm going to bully the other guy into essentially not selling their product.
But it's not.
Who's blocking the farmer from selling their fruit?
It's other large ag business companies that distribute like produce in California, like there's different ones, are blocking this one company from distributing their stone fruit essentially because of some sort of like interpersonal issue that they had with these farmers.
Robot, are you ready to go to bed?
No, but that still doesn't answer the question.
I'm kidding. That was a joke.
It's a bedtime.
I love you, Steph.
But also, I'm not
doesn't answer the question.
Wait, but also, I'm not paying more for my walnuts because they're charging me more for the same walnuts right here. I'm paying more because I have to buy walnuts that are then being imported from other states, because that's how their ag model works. And the reason why also is because with our monoculture, right? The biodiversity of our food is like extremely small. We don't have seasonal diets, and we only grow like 7 to 10 different
What exactly
things.
is a monoculture?
It means you only grow like one crop. So like if you look at a cornfield and it's all corn, that's a monoculture because it's only one thing, or like a potato field or whatever. Which
still doesn't answer the.
No, I was just telling you the side of like why I pay more for walnuts is because they're shipping food out to other places that aren't able to produce food in the season that it is in their state. We basically, so like we produce food all over the world and then we ship it so that we have access to the same diet 365 days of the year. And so when it's not walnut season here,
and I am telling you that is the lowest profit margin. So I'm asking you what form of capitalism that would be.
Well, he already told you he doesn't know. I would just chuck that.
Robot, that's
explain
why
what capitalism
because
you
it's
think it is,
not
Robot.
capitalism.
It is not.
We live in capitalism. All of that is capitalism. It's just a supply chain issue.
Again, what form of capitalism gears for the lowest profit
What
margin?
what do you want for form of capitalism? What are you talking about?
Well,
There's
no,
barely any.
You're claiming
Hold
that
on,
it's capitalism.
hold on. I didn't get to finish. Produce
You're going to say
is
what he
extremely.
wants, and I'm going to tell you he doesn't want
asked the
to
question
ask
twice.
for any fucking sort of
Wait, B
capitalism.
didn't get the
He's
talk
a
very
guy that
much. We've
essentially
been
what
talking
he's
a lot.
advocating for,
Hold
or
up,
what he's
hold
talking
up.
about is
Let
not capitalism at all.
Mojo talk, please.
JD, you have to stop. B was talking. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, I'll agree with Omi that it's capitalism because we live in a capitalist system. It is the means of production are owned in the hands of big agro.
Are you serious? Does that mean Social Security is capitalism?
No,
It's welfare
no,
capitalism.
because no.
Okay, then you can't use the excuse that because it exists in a capitalist system means that it's capitalism. You can't say that.
Well, it's not that. That's why I added more things to it, right? Again, I tell everybody in the world that nothing happens in a vacuum. These are multifaceted topics we're talking about. Not one, like, if you want to attribute this to socialism, I mean, using this one talking point just doesn't work. You would have to have much more talking points than this for what? Okay. And by the way, produce overall.
Hold on.
You haven't said how it's capitalism at all.
Are you trying to?
I have. The means of production are owned.
And Mojo.
Dad, can you shut up?
No.
Nice girl. How much have you had to drink?
You're talking to Brobot, and Mojo is the host.
Yeah, that's fine. We're trying to have a conversation about a particular political subject. This is kind of where I like my panels to go, Steph.
Robot? Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Before we get a second.
So I explained how it's capitalism by the people who make the fucking walnuts are the people. They don't own the means of production of the walnut farm. It's owned by big agro. There you go. I said that 3 times, but people are not.
Okay, I'll just
wait. That's a good definition, right, Robot? I mean, that's why it's capitalist because it's privately owned.
You would have to actually answer what form of capitalism it is that is gearing for the lowest profit margin. I can't find that definition. Go ahead, Pallet.
So would you agree that, like, when it comes to supermarket structures, right? Like, we see this happen all over the United States. Walmart will come in, and for a short-term business model, they will have a plan for a lower profit margin or even going negative when it comes to profit margin to push out other smaller companies from an area. Like, would you agree that happens?
Yes.
Yeah, so, like, that's, like, you can, like, capitalism all the time uses that form of what you call, like, capitalism to undercut other businesses to then be, like, the market hegemon in an area. Walmart does this shit all the time.
And I understand that, but in this particular context, we were talking about produce, like the walnuts near Omi, they said that they were paying for these same walnuts twice as much as everywhere else, and these are places being shipped to that do not grow walnuts. So it's not displacing anybody. There are no walnuts there, but the place that does not have walnuts is further away, which is higher costs in transportation, and they are selling it for lower, which means they have thinner profit margins versus just selling it to Omi.
But there's a profit,
there's no
right?
one to displace.
But there's a profit, right?
But yeah, you want to call it capitalism, then we would ship to Omi because this is maximizing capital.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You're maximizing capital by selling your surplus that you have to other states.
I work for Kroger.
Hello, you're maximizing your profit because you're selling your surplus. You're maximizing your profit because you're selling your surplus to some other state. Because everybody that's in your state has already bought all that they want, so the demand is decreased. So you sell whatever you have left to another state, whether you're making as large of a profit or not.
Just using your logic, Brobot. If I were to say that a certain state which specializes in exporting a certain product, such as walnuts, is socialist, does that mean that every state now, because they specialize in some sort of exportation of some certain product, like for example, California is mostly avocados other than Mexico, or Florida is going to be more oranges as compared to like here in Michigan, that they're also socialist?
I don't want to be rude, but do you know the definition of socialism, or do you know what like core pillars or core tenets of socialism are?
I do, but this is one of those exercises where we're trying to define these specific instances. Like, how do we call it capitalism? I do like Mojo's particular theory that yes, using your overages or anything left over, like selling it at a discount or whatever to maximize your profit. But once again, this isn't what Omi's saying. They are growing it and they are selling it to Omi at a higher price and then or shipping it before even selling it to Omi at a higher price.
We're just going to go around in circles on that one, Brobot. So, like, let's just try to move the conversation forward. So, I already asked you
why are they doing that? Omi, why are they doing that? You're saying that they're shipping at a lower price for what? For what purpose?
Well, the cost of retailing a product is different and completely independent from where the product is grown.
I still asked Omi.
He said they said they were multitasking, so that might be it.
All right. Wow.
Omi, are you there?
Tonight, by the way.
Seems kind of dumb to try and have a conversation.
I'm driving right now, but I'll hop back later.
Bye, Omi.
No worries, you're good, Omi. So again, Brobot, could you just answer my question? I'm curious.
You're trying to change the conversation, JD. The specific question was about what Omi postulated.
No,
this is about what Omi
you're saying that because they're shipping a certain product which they might specialize in to other places that do not have this product, or do not grow this product, or do not have the ability to grow this product. Therefore, they are socialists instead of capitalists. So I'm just saying, is every single state, based off of your logic, now socialist because they specialize in some sort of product that other places don't?
He never said it was socialist.
He did. He made the claim early in the argument.
I said the specific thing that Omi was talking about was not capitalism because he has not, or they have not defined it as capitalism. They just simply said that this is capitalism, and
you also said it was socialism.
Because I cannot define it with capitalism.
I can
and
help
neither
with
can
this.
you.
Yes, I can. I can help with this living
Mojo,
in California. I'm the one who pays for walnuts that are. I actually don't buy walnuts. I think they're kind of nasty. But nuts are horrible for the environment. But anyway, so the reason why is because when we're talking about the cost of a product, it's completely independent from where the product is grown, right? So there's massive there's a whole bunch of retail overhead in California. Our grocery chains have to meet regulations. They have to be able to pay taxes. They have to pay their lease. The lease is very expensive. Land is very expensive in California. So the walnut, it would be cheaper for us. Like when we go farm to table, if we go to like a farmer's market, we can get products for relatively cheap. But when we're buying from a big box retailer, they have this whole entire retail overhead that they have to meet, thus driving up the price of the walnuts.
That makes zero sense. My grocery
No,
store
it does,
the same
because Texas,
overhead.
Texas does not.
Okay,
Sorry,
you
California
have-
is the
you-
most
you don't
expensive
get to
state
just
in
jump
the
on
world.
it. You got to let him finish his fucking statement.
That's fair. Go ahead, go. My bird.
Once again, Texas grocery stores have the same overhead. We have a cost of living that is just as high as the Bay Area here in Austin, Texas. You can't say that your overhead is suddenly higher just because of the land. We have land constraints too. They have overhead to even get the product in there, and we have shipping on top of all of that to get your California walnuts here to Texas, but you are still selling them at a lower cost here than what Omi was paying for.
No, I'm sorry. You're just wrong. Texas is not more expensive than California. California is one of the most, if not the most expensive state. Hold on, let me finish. You did say more expensive, actually, or
No, he
just as
didn't.
expensive.
No, he
Just
didn't.
as expensive. Just
Okay.
as expensive. I apologize. You are not just as expensive as California. California is the second highest cost of living state in the United States. Hawaii is the first. I don't even think Texas is in the top five. Maybe Texas is in the top five. Let me look that up. But California just is more expensive. I'm sorry. It's just reality. And if you want to talk about the taxation here in California is higher than it would be in Texas. So that might also be an issue. You guys are a red state. We do get, our grocery stores get taxed. Our groceries don't get taxed, but our stores get taxed. So then, of course, they pass the price to the consumer as well.
I don't know how any of this tracks back to the original conversation we're having. So once again, Omi said his state specializes in the product. You wanted to question him on that robot. You said after a couple of questions that what he's talking about isn't necessarily capitalism. So the question I'm asking you is, just to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, what is it if it's not capitalism?
That's the ground mark question. I asked him what form of capitalism that would be.
Okay, so according to you, what would it be if it's not capitalism?
If it's not capitalism, judging by the various different forms of economic formats, I wouldn't say that it's a barter system. I wouldn't say that it is a feudal system. I wouldn't say it's mercantilism. I am left only with various forms of socialism.
Okay, what about what I said?
Which is exactly why I asked you the question. If you're going to make the deductive reason here, or use deductive reasoning to come to the conclusion, that it is inherently socialism, what he's describing to you, does that mean then you could draw the same conclusion for every other state that specializes in exporting a certain product?
I believe that we probably can, or at least in most instances, because we do live in a mixed economy. We are not purely capitalistic. So there are going to be instances where we find socialism in the United States.
This is so ridiculous. This is not one of them. This is not one of them.
He wasn't saying this at all, Mojo. So I want my apology. Thank you.
I have a question.
What?
What is Pennsylvania? What is a Commonwealth? They have no taxes on necessities, like clothing and shoes.
Do the retailers get taxed? Do the retailers get taxed though? So like, even let's say like food doesn't get taxed, but does the grocery stores that have to sell that food get taxed?
I'm not sure because I'm not real familiar with it. I just have shopped there, and like Sharon, Pennsylvania is near me, and I
went to middle school in Pennsylvania,
and
okay.
What was I gonna say? They, you know what? They have the best roads. They really take care of the roads in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I 100% agree. Yeah.
Okay, so again, I've already I don't know how you don't understand this. So I just looked up the top 5 most expensive cost of living places in the United States, and Texas isn't even in the top 5. So based off of my explanation, it explains why it is so high, and it is still capitalism, again, simply from the means of production owned by big agro or privatization. The reason the costs are so high are, again, the retail overhead. Leasing the land is very expensive. Labor wages are also paid out more in those retail spots. There's commercial rent, and there's electricity costs and plumbing and all that stuff within that retail spot that have to go into that Walmart. These are very complex economic ideals that I don't think that I could explain any more than that, honestly.
Well, that's the second time you reiterated that. But once again, are you
not
trying
hearing
to say
it
that
because
there
you
is
keep
a
trying to fit
larger
it in a
profit?
socialist lens and
Why
it
are
doesn't
you talking
fit.
over me? I muted when you were talking. But once again, are you trying to say that there is a higher profit threshold by shipping it out of state versus selling it to Omi or yourself in Lower California?
I'm not saying that it's higher. It might actually be the same, maybe. I don't doubt that corporations would try to go for the jugular and get as much as they can, but it might actually be the same in the end. Like if they have lower retail, but our walnuts cost $10 for a pound, that's a dream, but our walnuts cost $10 for a pound and it costs, I don't know, $9 for a pound in Tennessee. It might end up just equaling out in the overall, in the end for the company.
Okay.
That wouldn't be under corporate capitalism, where the corporations control all the various industries and they go for the highest profit margins. It wouldn't be crony capitalism, where the friends of the owners, distribute the goods and they go for the highest profit margin.
Yep.
Like every form of capitalism that I have read a definition of always goes for the highest profit margin. And what I am saying is you are making the determination that this particular product or produce is made in California, shipping it in California is going to be the lowest cost. And then you are also paying the highest prices. That means that is the highest form or the highest return on the investment. That is the highest profit that they're going to make. Why would they ship it anywhere else for a lower price?
Because of the overhead costs.
Robot is right.
How many times
He's
do I have to
100%
say that?
right.
What it is they offset that by volume.
Okay, I'm gonna say
ask-
this. Wait, I'm gonna ask you a question, Robot, real quick. If we go by what you're saying right now, then wouldn't it behoove everybody that grows any kind of food in the United States of America or produces any kind of product to ship that shit to California? Because California's cost of living is higher than, or Hawaii for that matter, because California and Hawaii have the highest cost of living in the United States of America. Therefore, they get to charge the most amount of money, including shipping. I'd be willing to bet that the profit margin they can get out of California is certainly going to be a hell of a lot more than they get out of 48 or 49 of the other states. So why wouldn't everybody just ship everything to California?
But
don't they actually ship everything to California?
They don't.
What is not shipped to California?
California ships to other states. Other states to ship to other states. Other states keep stuff in their state. We have Rocky Ford cantaloupes in the state that I live in. That's something we're famous for, and we will ship them all over the country, California included, because everybody loves Rocky Ford cantaloupes.
Well, that's like Idaho potatoes. Like the majority of the massive fucking gigantic Idaho potatoes that are grown are sold for export because they'll make the higher profit. They still have it domestically, but to meet the domestic demand, to keep prices down for consumers, they import potatoes from elsewhere into Idaho to maximize that profit margin.
Congrats. You just reiterated what me and Mojo both said previously. Congrats. So with that being said, Brova, I'm just going to ask you a particular question. It's going to seem at first as though it's a pivot, but it's really not. It's a hypothetical that I think you're going to understand. If I meet one of the core tenets of fascism, am I suddenly a fascist? Even though I don't meet any of the other tenets.
I would tentatively say no. I'm going to give it tentative because there are some core tenets where if you do actually meet just one of those, you're most of the way to fascism. like the xenophobia, obviously.
Right.
That might be an argument for itself that would have to happen another time. But with that being said, the reason why I asked that question is you're simply basing your conclusion here off of the qualifier that they are redistributing wealth to other areas via exporting this specialized product. But as B is kind of elaborating, even though you're not talking about it, there are other qualifications you have to meet in order to be socialist, right?
Of course. And are you just, I guess, hand waving that California has co-ops, especially within the agricultural sector, where those laborers do own the means of their production?
No, I'm not hand waving it because I don't even know if the ones that Omi talked about were co-ops or not. I'm just going based off of what he has talked about so far.
Same. I'm just saying, like, we can notice one pillar. If we start looking for the other pillars, we typically find them, especially in California.
The majority
I'm eating, by the
of
way. I'm sorry, I'm
agribusiness is not co-op run.
Well, and the co-ops in agriculture are not necessarily the co-ops that we would imagine them to be in a socialist country either. They are private companies, and they are generally just run under a set of rules, but it's not owned by the individual farmers. The co-op is not, it's not owned by the workers, I guess would be a better way to put it.
Sure, but in the basic sense, these farmers are working for themselves. They're handling their own labor, and their co-ops are a collection of farmers who, once again, all own their own labor in this
Yeah, but generally they have employees too.
They can. I don't know. You'd have to get into the actual nuance of each individual farmer, because there are a lot of them that are just industrialized. They're using tractors and stuff instead of field hands.
And that's just a small aspect of what we're talking about, though. You're only focusing on the price of walnuts, and you're only focusing on, I'm helping this along as well, other people on the panel, focusing on how the farm is operated. That is one small aspect of it, because most people do not buy farm to table anymore. Most people have to go through a retail chain that is privately owned, a middleman of sorts, in order to get their produce. And that is where California is paying the bulk of the price. That is where the bulk of the price that you're talking about is coming from, a privatized grocery system that acts as a middleman in order for us to buy that food. I live in a very populated area. There is no farms near me. I have to go to a grocer.
Well, this would kind of be a speak for yourself, because even though I live in a city, I do have a walnut tree and an acorn tree. I just get my own.
Yeah, I have other produce too, but I don't want to grow nuts. They take too much fucking water. I think California should honestly stop growing nuts. It's killing our water. But that's a whole other conversation.
I love nuts, by the way.
I know you do.
Well, what's up, guys? I think that the thing though is without the amount of the size of our population, I don't think we could ever get down to a farm to table style production of any kind of produce like that. How?
No, we could never. We always will have, with our population, we'll always have to have a market. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a privatized market. It could be also a co-op grocery store, or a grocery store that is ran by the federal government that is no profit. Simply pays employees what they're due, and there's no profit motive.
But that's all picked up and paid for by the taxpayer, though. So
no, it funds itself, so that there's no overhead, or that the overhead that they have is paid for by the sale of the groceries.
Don't grocery stores already do that?
No, they're privately owned. There are some co-op grocery stores, but I don't know if the federal. I think Mamdani was talking about putting up his own city grocer.
Yeah, that exactly what Mandami said is he's going to sell groceries at the government grocery stores at a 30% less markup than the rest of the grocery stores, which means that the government is going to the taxpayers are going to have to foot the bill to pay, because they're gonna have to buy those produce and all those food from the private market, because they don't produce it themselves. Number one, right? So they're still buying at the high price, and they're going to sell it at a 30% cut, not making a profit. And in order to make up, in order to still pay the full price of getting that stuff and selling it at a loss, the taxpayers are eating that loss. And that's bad. That's
What is,
that's
I mean, that's two different things.
that's not sustainable.
It doesn't have to be subsidized, though. Like, we have models in the United States of things that are federally owned that are self-funding. Like the TVA being one of them, the 6th largest electrical utility in the United States. Completely self-funded, doesn't take a dime of government money, but is owned by the federal government.
We're talking about this grocery store, this context, though. I'm not familiar with the TVA stuff and their business.
I'm saying it's possible, and we've done it. Like, you don't have to subsidize it for it to be publicly owned.
But if you give, all right, I'm just gonna play devil's advocate. If you give the government all the power to control the food and the food source, they can just shut it off.
Yeah, that's a real and legitimate fear, I think.
So can a corporation. I don't know what you're
I mean,
talking
not really, because when you have free market, and you have trade, you're going to want. I mean, they're obviously they're profit. What's the word I'm looking for? They're profit motivated. They're not going to just shut it off. But the government, if they want,
you're saying that they won't, but they can.
Sure,
Yeah, that's not necessarily true. If we look back in our own history, dairy farming actually wasn't that profitable. It would have gone under completely if the government hadn't stepped in during World War II.
It's almost all farming now, actually. Almost all farming now is not profitable and is completely propped up by big agro.
I'm very uncomfortable with letting the government have that kind of control over our food.
I'm very uncomfortable with letting some rich fucking bastard that sits on a fucking yacht somewhere have control over my fucking food.
That's also fair.
I mean, we had
I don't think either one of these is the right solution. I don't think.
But our logistics on the opposite end of private corporations almost shutting it down. Like, private corporations almost shut down the railway system because it wasn't profitable enough. The U.S. had to the U.S. government had to take it over to maintain freight lines.
See, I think I'm more in line with, I agree with subsidies to help be able to bring pricing down.
That's awesome. Give rich people more money so they can make more of a profit, utilizing our
Well,
tax dollars.
not if you put price controls on it, though, Mojo. You can do that. Like, there's ways that we can do subsidies with price controls to be able to cap off what they're going to do and how far up they can go. I don't have a problem with the private business pulling in a certain margin in order to make a profit. Like, that's.
Did you just say you want to give a subsidy to a rich person while at the same time capping the price that they could sell their product for?
I said I wouldn't mind subsidizing our food, but I would like it to be run through private organizations. But if we want to try to keep prices down, we need to cap them.
We already do that. We subsidize our food through private corporations.
I'm sorry, you're filling up all the holes here. You're coming at it from both sides. I don't think you're going to accomplish anything. You're still giving rich people money.
I know, but you're giving the government the power to turn your food off. And you get the wrong government in place.
Corporations the power to turn your food off.
No, but this is exactly what I keep arguing with you about every single time, is when I'm telling you, we go in this goddamn direction, we're going straight into authoritarianism.
What is the government?
We're going to go into authoritarianism, and they're going to shut our shit off when they don't like how we behave.
If we're in authoritarianism, we're already fucked anyway. What is the government?
No, we're not there. I'm saying if we
but what is the government?
What is the government? I kind of want to know this too.
What do you think the government is?
Well, we would still have a similar structure, I would imagine, of what we have right now. We'd have Senate. We still have. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
We are the government. The people are the government. We elect the officials that represent us. As a matter of fact, you can run for office yourself.
We do that now.
The government is us. We are the government. So when you say the government can do this, you mean that we can do this.
Yeah, but we do that now.
We do what?
We elect.
Shut the food off?
No, we elect people into power now.
I understand. That's my point. You say the government can shut the food off.
No, I'm saying
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm saying if you put groceries, if you put produce solely in the hands of like government run grocery stores, if we ever get into a position where like things go too far, I'm concerned about it becoming authoritarian as a control mechanism against the people. I don't
Again,
want
if
them
we're
to be able to
authoritarian, you
control our
got way
food.
more larger things to worry about. You can grow your own food in your backyard.
groceries.
You can go out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of places to get food in this country. You can go up in the forest and pick fucking mushrooms and all sorts of wild fruits and shit like that. I don't. Food is probably going to be the last of your worries if we have an authoritarian government.
Yeah,
I think the way to probably posit this so that way everyone. I think the way to posit this so that way everyone can understand what you're saying, Laura, would be you're essentially concerned that Marxism, if it were a reality, could be interpreted by someone like Stalin or Lenin, and then it becomes Stalinism or Leninism, right?
Right, and then what they do is they want to control you in it, and I don't want to give them the power of our only access to food is that way. So they
already have that.
they could really kill you.
They already
I
have
was
that
going to
power.
hedge the guess that you were talking about like the Soviet Union or even Mao's China, like JD had said. But in those particular instances, they didn't shut off the food. They just threw people into prisons.
Or they basically send mass goons in the streets to shoot you in the street. So
I remember the bread
they either
lines.
used
There used to be bread
AKs
lines.
or the prison system.
Yeah,
They
okay,
didn't use
hold on.
food.
Before we go off to a
To
whole
be
new
fair-
topic, let's wait, please. Before we go off to a whole new topic, that already happens right now. They already control the food right now. The monopolies that are big agro are absolutely massive, and they receive government federal funding, right? So Monsanto owns, I believe, like 60, it's something crazy, 60% of seeds in the United States, right? And so when neighboring small farms accidentally get cross-pollinated, and their seeds come out with the same DNA as a neighboring Monsanto farm, Monsanto can then decide that it can try to sue somebody because it owns that intellectual property of that DNA of that seed. And so when we're talking about real authoritarianism, I think you should also be worried about it within the corporate market. I think you should be worried about it if anyone becomes sort of this dictator-like figure, like y'all are talking about. But that does not mean you are free from worrying about it because capitalism will take care of everything, because it's absolutely being a detriment to our agriculture. Honestly, is awful in this country because of corporations.
Laura, I'm kind of on board with you. Like, I understand. I don't want the federal government to have like an overarching control of grocery stores either. I think they should be municipally. Like, I think they should be owned by the community and or like the city, county, whatever. Like, so I understand what you're saying, but like there's ways to do it our way that's a lot less centralized than just like government owning it.
Yeah, because I kind of look at it like, if you have a greedy government, they can still get paid off. Like, there's just ways it can happen, and then all we're gonna do is watch the government decide what we eat.
Yeah, we get to choose the government. We don't get to choose the corporations and the people that own and control the corporations.
But that's why I'm saying though, Laura, like you can just have them be municipally owned. Like they can be owned by the communities.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question here. Ready? What happens in X scenario, and this is a very extremistic scenario, what happens in X scenario where the municipality that you're referring to, Paolo, is not able to actually uphold or upkeep their own store?
Well, yeah, I mean, the same shit that would happen now, like if you wind up going into a food desert, there's like avenues that you can go now. And like the way that I would do it with like a confederation of municipalities, you would reach out to other municipalities and do like, I guess you could call it mutual aid, but it'd be a little bit more formal than that.
Could we have like a happy medium where like maybe underserviced communities would have more like municipality like driven grocery stores, and then kind of let the private industry do what it's going to do in maybe more affluent areas or areas where there's really not that kind of a problem. That way you eliminate the food desert.
We have and they have failed. The government-run grocery stores model has failed. So we're better off giving people supplementary assistance. I think one was in Indiana that I remember. I think there was another couple of ones. But I know one was in Indiana for sure. But
how did they fail?
We can solve that issue by giving them like SNAP benefits and subsidies that way, so that way they can go out and into the private market to buy that stuff.
It failed because Walmart came in and It failed because Walmart came in and undercut them.
Like the same. Thank you for answering that question, Pallet.
No, hold on a second. That's not necessarily true. And again, if that was true, then how come the government didn't compete?
Wait, you're saying that you don't know on either side. You said that that's not necessarily true. And if it were true,
well, that's because I don't think anybody knows why that. I'm talking about the store in Indiana. I wish I could remember what actually transpired.
I can't find one.
You can't find one?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we were.
You can't just Google saying failed government grocery store.
Yes, as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I googled, and I got nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, then
that's what we're doing. We're fact checking in the background to figure it out. Now, the ones that I did find that failed are exactly what Pallet Jack said.
I thought there wasn't any that failed.
Wait, why are you over talking me? They're not in Indiana. The ones that I did find that failed, unfortunately, they're not in Indiana. But Pallet Jack just gave you the reason. They failed because a grocery store came in, like literally across the street, and undercut them.
And don't you think that that's a good thing?
No, because it goes back to what I was talking about with Walmart, where they have the logistical capability to undercut a competing business by operating at a loss for an indefinite amount of time. Like, these local municipal stores don't have the ability to operate at a loss for an extended period of time. Walmart can just hike the... How?
Yes, they do. If they're successful in getting a bigger budget from the taxpayers to continue on doing so.
Does the taxpayer want to compete with Walmart though?
A town in Kansas, because it's in Kansas and Missouri that these two things happen. In Kansas, that municipality did not have the ability to compete with Walmart. Like, Walmart has a much larger fucking economy than that small ass town.
So here's also something to consider as well. Okay, maybe they couldn't compete with Walmart because the people when they shop at the government grocery store, they either don't carry certain items or they don't or they run out of certain items because they can't get it enough, and it's available for them at Walmart. Ever consider?
You're saying maybe? Do you know if that's true or not?
I said a factor to consider.
Specifically, Oust. The two that he is talking about are in towns that have less people than Walmart has buildings.
Yeah, someone also makes a good point in the comments. Walmart's workers are subsidized by the federal government as well.
Yeah,
why don't you have
we know that we're not talking, but again, so why should the government grocery store if it fails to compete?
Why wouldn't you talk about the subsidies given to Walmart?
Oh no, we're not talking. We're talking about.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you talk about it?
Oh no, that's definitely a factor. Yeah, sure, that Walmart uses. I'm not just.
You were just out in the comments. Me and you were talking about how these corporations, how these same corporations control the levers of power within the government, which allow Walmart to be able to do that shit.
I don't believe Walmart's outselling their goods and services at a lower price where the government could not compete. I don't believe that. What I think is happening is what I think is happening.
Hold on, Oust.
No, let me finish.
Hold on, Oust. You said that you don't believe that.
No, I don't.
But I literally just told you that there are less people in those two towns than Walmart has buildings. That means for every super Walmart that you pass by, that equates to one person in that town. They cannot compete.
But if the government grocery store is better than Walmart, then why aren't the people going to the government grocery store? They're going to Walmart instead.
Because Walmart that singular Walmart can operate at that singular Walmart, if they wanted to, could give everything in that goddamn store away for free for years and still make a profit over their entire system. That's the point that I'm making.
But is that what happened in this case?
I mean, not giving away for free, that was hyperbolic, but they were able to like operate that Walmart and or regional and or national grocery chain at a loss.
How do we know that they operated at a loss in this particular case?
Let me bring this up. Let me bring the study up, like, because this has been talked about thousands of times. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. It's you don't have to go through all that if you don't want to, Pal Jack. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what they did. They sold the food at a loss and charged charge lower shelf prices than the government store.
So again, so how is the government model any good?
Because once Walmart goes and buys out that government model, they can then raise their prices up afterwards, so that they don't operate at a loss anymore. That end up being higher than the government prices.
They're not buying up anything. They're competing with lower prices.
I didn't say that.
And they're assuming all the loss to do so, whereas the government,
the taxpayer is.
Whereas the government is the taxpayers are assuming all risk and loss. There's a difference.
No, the taxpayers also paying for Walmart to come in and undercut a federal grocery store, because much of Walmart's employees, as someone mentioned in the comments, are subsidized by the federal government in the forms of SNAP and welfare.
And they're underpaid by design.
Yeah. So again, it seems like SNAP and the welfare system does a better job at assisting people to get food.
You just say random things without any evidence whatsoever. Exactly the opposite of what the evidence was.
Listen, there's been more than one. There's been more than one grocery store case.
You are fucking wild.
House. Let me equate it for you in the terms that you're trying to give. In that town in Kansas, that Walmart is getting funds from all the other Walmarts across the nation. From here in Austin, Texas, or LA, they're able to operate at a much lower, wouldn't even call it a profit margin, because they're at a loss. Now, the government-run grocery store is not getting any help from the federal government. It is solely that town, that municipality with the grocery store. They cannot compete with billions of dollars from Walmart nationally. That's the difference.
Yes, because the limited resources of that municipality, correct. But again, if that just because Walmart sold at this is the whole thing. Why couldn't they compete with Walmart? Because they had limited resources, right?
I just told you.
Right, they had limited resources, and they get those resources from taxpayers. Where Walmart's resources, right, outside of their subsidies and all their the shit that they get, from the government, right? They still assume the majority of the risk, where it doesn't put
outside of the shit they get from the government. I love that you put it.
Well, how about this? I got a quick question. I know this is not the only case of government grocery stores failing, and I'm pretty sure there's other.
Okay, you're gonna have to find it then before you can start talking. You're gonna have to find it then before.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay, I know. Because your hypothetical doesn't exist, and until you can find one that does, I don't know what the purpose of talking about it is.
Well, I can fix it where Walmart can never do it again.
I'm still confused on how the government.
I can help you. I know how to fix it. Where Walmart can never do that to a government-run grocery store again. You simply back the government-run grocery store by the United States Treasury. Bam! They'll never be able to fucking undercut the government-run grocery store. The government-run grocery store can now give everything away for free indefinitely. Walmart would not be able to compete.
I know a good example of a government-run grocery store.
You're right.
If you ever lived on a military base, they have the commissary. When I was a kid, or going there with my mom, she would get like a lot of groceries there.
The commissaries are. I think they're. The business model is they're private and public owned, and you don't pay sales taxes on the stuff. Correct? Yeah.
They're not privately owned. They are owned by the federal government, but they're trying to privatize them right now.
I thought they're run by. I thought they were run by the company. I know they're funded, but they do make their ends, by selling the stuff they sell, and then they don't charge sales tax. Yeah.
Laura, earlier on you were trying to jump in. Is there anything you want to add?
I can't remember honestly, JD. I think they veered off a little bit, so I don't remember what I was going to say.
Well, we're going to wait while Oust finds a community-owned grocery store that failed because they were filthy communists.
As his Hitachi wand roars in the background.
It's doing its job.
Oh man, I just found another one. Baldwin, Florida, 2019. Government.
Why did they close in 2024? Why did they close?
It closed in 2019.
It closed in 2024. They bought it in 2019. Why did they close?
I think that one was Walmart too, wasn't it?
You already had this shit loaded up, Mojo? You were ready to go?
Yeah, you're right, Mojo. It closed. Yeah, I didn't see the bottom, but it closed in 2024 because it could not break even or
sitting here playing a game and know what the fuck he's talking about before he's going to say.
This was a Walmart one too.
It's not
this
a
was
Walmart
a Walmart one. Yes, it was. I remember reading this article. Let me look it up. Yeah, this one was also competed with Walmart as well.
The point that I'm trying to drive home here is they do not meet the operating costs because they either are not giving what the marketplace and the consumers want and need, so they don't shop there, right? And it costs taxpayer money to compete with the lower prices.
It costs taxpayer money to let Walmart. It costs taxpayer money to let Walmart compete on the level it does anyway.
What about other groceries? There's other.
I would rather just cap this conversation. Alice, can you tell me? Do you believe that Walmart is able to operate a single store anywhere in the United States at a loss?
Yeah, they can operate a certain percentage of stores at a loss. Absolutely, they can.
Okay, so you just answered all your own questions. Why did they go under the government-run grocery stores? Walmart.
No. Listen, Baldwin, Florida doesn't just have Walmart; they have other grocery stores as well.
Yeah, no, it says Walmart specifically in this article. I was right. It is Walmart. It's the one that priced them out.
So again. The taxpayers are better off with like programs like SNAP and things like that to go to be.
Right. I'm gonna tell you they don't have any other grocery. I'm going to tell you that they don't have any other grocery stores in Baldwin, Florida, and I'm going to tell you why. There are 1,391 people that live there.
Okay.
1,391 people. They have no other grocery stores there.
All right, great.
Even if those 1,300 people were taxed at 100% of their incomes, they would not be able to keep that government-run grocery store open because, just as you admitted, Walmart can operate at a loss. They can just give away the produce until that town breaks.
Correct.
And that's exactly what happens. The town breaks.
Yeah, you're right. Correct. Because it was because of the limited resources of the municipality. But if they were funded by the federal government, then they would have unlimited resources compared to Walmart, and then Walmart wouldn't be able to compete.
Isn't this what Robot just said? Using the treasury as a means to solve for Walmart? What the fuck are we doing now?
No.
I think he's agreeing with me. Come to the progressive side, House. Come on. You're here.
No. yeah. He was talking more about the solvency stuff and whatnot.
I'm just confused why you're so dead set.
I'm still waiting on why government-run grocery stores are better than regular grocery stores. If they're not widespread, how come California doesn't have any of them? And if they do,
We have tons. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. We actually have free food pantries where you can just actually come here and not pay anything for food. The college that I go to has one. There's one in San Francisco, like completely free food. You just walk in and you grab it and you leave.
Yeah, but they're run by the partnership, public-private partnership, not right? They're like an NGO or something?
No, it's completely public.
Davis Food Co-op in Davis, Isla Vista Food Co-op near Santa Barbara, a new one that just opened, Suncoast Market Co-op in Imperial Beach.
Even here in Austin, Texas, the reddest state that you could probably ask for,
the
right?
Government grocery store is a co-op now. I thought co-ops were not government run.
To what? No, don't take that. Don't answer that. Anyways, so even down here in Texas, in Austin, the municipality has most of those food pantries too, especially for children of ages up to 18. And then they have indigent services for people that are food insecure. Like however you want to put that. You just walk in, get food, and walk out.
Yeah, of course, but they're also limited in what they have and whatnot for sure.
Well, this is a metro of 3 million people. We beat Walmart.
Did you know Publix grocery stores is also a co-op?
Yeah, okay.
Literally,
that's not the
Walmart's
issue.
out.
The issue is that people need food, so it doesn't matter that you're getting only seasonal food. People need to fucking eat. So, like the pantries that we have, I think there's like, I believe there's like 5 pantries like within a 5-mile radius of me. Those pantries don't have every food. They don't have fucking mint flavored Oreos or fucking cereal that comes from I don't fucking know, cinnamon rolls, right? Like they have what they have available, but it's still free fucking food.
And Oust, that was just a straight up lie. Publix is not a co-op. I've met the CEO of Publix.
Don't they profit share with their people though?
That's not a fucking co-op.
If you profit share, if you
it is a privately owned for-profit company.
Yes, but they give their employees a stake in the company.
Why are you so dead set against socialism?
Because I believe in the right. I believe in the right to choose.
The right to choose what?
The right to choose my own how to go about living my life and how I go about sustaining and building it.
See right there, you're progressive. Like he's a progressive. He's pro-choice.
If you live in Baldwin, Florida, you're only going to have one choice as to where you can buy groceries. Period.
Right. So I would move out of Baldwin, Florida, or I would create a grocery store, if possible.
Capital.
And if not, then I'll have to find a way to sustain myself. But again, I live in America, and I'll just move somewhere where they have grocery stores.
You can do all of those things in a socialist system.
Can do all of what?
Everything you just mentioned. You can either move, you can figure out a way to start your own grocery store, you can figure out a way to compete, you can, I don't know, whatever. You and some friends can get together and create a co-op and start your own grocery store if you don't like the one that already exists. You can do all that in socialism too.
Yeah, well, you can't actually own the means of production when you start that business.
Bro, that is the workers owning their own means of production. It is literally in the fucking keystone of it. Like, socialism
can't you do that in capitalism palette, Jack? Can't you do that in capitalism?
Socialism is not DMV. Socialism is not DMV. It doesn't mean government do stuff. Socialism is workers owning their own means of production. And yes, you can do that in capitalism. Just like how in feudalism, there were merchants. But just because there were merchants in feudalism doesn't mean that you think that the divine right of kings still should exist. The same way that we don't think that private capital should still exist. We think it is outdated, we think it's cruel, we think it's unethical.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
I
had
just
to
wanna-
mute you, Oust. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna let Oust speak.
W Talent.
He was trying to. I've never seen Pallet so animated. So sorry for muting you, but I had to let him go. Go ahead, Oust.
Oh no, you're good, man. Mute me. It's all good. And I'm sorry for Pallet. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah. So again, and under socialism, you can't own private property.
That's not true.
Which means
you can't own private property. But
under
you
socialism.
paused really long. No, you cannot own private property under socialism, but you can own your personal property, like if you want to own a home or you want to own a nice pair of shoes or a car or.
Well, in capitalism, you can own both.
Or if you and a bunch of friends of yours want to get together and own a co-op.
You can do that right now. You can do that right now in capitalism.
Yes, Pallet just explained this to you.
So the only thing that you can't do in socialism is own private property.
The only thing you can't do in capitalism with socialism is compete against the fucking monopoly created by capitalism called fucking Walmart.
That's not capitalism though.
But I do want to point out, Alice, that you made a good. I mean, you kind of made like an okay point. Well, not a good point, but let me just say it. The reason why these co-ops are created in this small town in Florida, these small town in, I think you said Kansas, Power Jack mentioned, is because the private corporations were not meeting the needs of these townspeople, because at the time it was not profitable to do so. So the government sees that there is a gap that needs to be filled for these people to have access to food, because these are what we would call food deserts. Meaning you'd have to travel a long way to get fresh produce. And so the government came in and filled that need for the people that the private market wasn't fulfilling. The private market sees there's...
With all the examples I saw on the list, they were all in food deserts. Every last one.
Yeah, and the ones in San Francisco are because there's an extremely high cost of living in California. So we have tons of co-ops, federally owned, state-owned grocers, and then free food pantries because the cost of living here is so expensive. So those that is trying to be met because, again, the private market is not keeping up and it's not meeting the people's needs.
I have a question now. Right? If those places were food deserts, right, and then once they propped up a government-run grocery store, Walmart came in and built grocery stores to compete with them and drove them out of the marketplace. That's what happened.
Yes, because in the end, it's better and more profitable for a corporation to squash an ideology before it grows like fucking mold, right? Like, so if they see a co-op doing well, okay, wait, we lost 1,000 customers last month. Why did we lose 1,000 customers? Oh, wait, there's a co-op that started. We better squash this shit before it becomes a thing, right? Like Walmart will move, and you sound like you're from either the Midwest or the southern state. Am I correct? Do you live in a big metropolis, or do you live in suburbia, or do you live in the countryside?
I live in a city, but I was born and raised in Long Beach, California.
Oh, okay. So in these like states where there's so much space, there will be a Walmart, like a huge Walmart in not necessarily the big city, but in like a suburbia like city that is more populated than the small tiny cities around, and everyone has to travel miles and miles and miles to go get their produce and their food. So instead of doing that, they create these co-ops or federally funded or state funded or even city funded grocers.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm still hung up on how I want to know exactly how Walmart was able to be the driving factor to end these grocery stores per se.
So think of Walmart like a plague. Think of Walmart like a plague locust. What does a plague locust do?
No, I'm with you on corporations, 100%, especially Walmart. I'm on 100%, but again, still like Walmart's not going to go out of their way and trying to stomp out and compete if the market isn't sustainable or long
And yet they
lasting.
did. And yet they did.
Yeah. So this is just me. This is me here. I'm gonna look a little further into those the driving factors and stuff like that, and those cases for sure. Because I have more questions than
I would
anything now.
I would rather not have government run grocery stores. I'd rather have co-ops. If we could set up all co-ops, that'd be wonderful. But then again, I want to get rid of corporations altogether. So
Well,
we can get rid
I
of
wanted to say
corporations and
something.
move it.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mojo.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to say something about Walmart. Look at how many businesses Walmart put out a business. There was a sweeper company in Ohio. They would, compete with different. They would make them lower their prices so they could sell it cheaper, and they did it to a lot of businesses, and they put them out of business. If you look in the history of what Walmart has done,
Yeah.
their people work there full time and get paid, but they also have to get food stamps because they don't get paid enough. So that Walmart's double dipping.
Yes, absolutely. No,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. That's because of lobbying and them having access to government to use as a tool. But how about this? Remember Sears Corporation? They went under because they couldn't compete.
Right, right. And Sears has been around for a long time.
And they had thousands of employees that
And my father-in-law worked for the Sears for 45 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Alice, you said you didn't understand how it could be. Excuse me, sorry, I had to swallow. Don't take that out of context. Fuck you all. You don't understand how it could come to be that Walmart could come into an area that's classified as a food desert. And just for both of us to understand, the 4 qualifications for an area to be classified as a food desert is going to be low access, meaning that residents live more than 1 mile to 10 miles, low income, grocery chains are avoiding the neighborhoods due to perceived low profitability, and then other transportation barriers. You don't understand how that could come to be. Well, if the community comes together and they formulate this sort of community-owned grocery store, what does that usually lead to? That's going to lead to profitability. And if a company sees profitability, what are they going to do?
Repeat that last question, man.
It's not a question, it's a statement. If I'm in an area that is low profitability, and then I decide to, with my partners, my friends, my family, my community, however you wish to classify it, create my own grocery store that creates value, that creates profitability, the big company's going to see this profitability and they're going to put their shit in my area because they see profitability.
Yeah, that's such is the nature of competition.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're just answering your own question here. Like, how Walmart could come to this area? Yeah, because there's profitability.
But then how come the government-run grocery store could not compete if they don't have to worry about profit?
Oy, because we already explained Walmart came in and artificially lowered the prices and undercut the main grocery stores. Now, I always say this, not everything happens in a vacuum. It's just not that, right? We take into the fact that Walmart is a monopoly one of the monopoly companies. We take into the fact that the Waltons, who own Walmart, are billionaires. They own, their collective family wealth is $500 billion. And yet, they can't even pay their workers a livable wage so that they don't have to be on food stamps, so people like you don't have to sit here and complain about federal grocery stores. So nothing happens in a vacuum. It's all these things put together that make capital particularly sadistic and a leech on society.
You think providing now listen to me here. I'm not simping for these mega corporations that use government as a tool to maximize their profit. But I'm just saying in a market environment, right, and under capitalism, right, it is always a good thing when prices are much lower for consumers, and there's a more variety of choices. Like I will go will go to the grocery store that sells Oreo cookies and nacho Doritos.
Talking about an entity with a parasitic nature, basically fucking sucking the life out of the town. It basically sucks it takes the whole fucking market from the smaller businesses, and then people then those businesses close down, and then the only job around is fucking Walmart, and then people have to be stuck on being underpaid and shit. And once people cannot afford to shop at Walmart shuts down, and that fucking town is basically a ghost town now. It's a parasitic thing.
We're not talking about.
That's the modern day business model, like that we're all in contention with when it comes to corporations using the government as a tool for their gain against at the expense of everyone else. That is parasitic. That is bad, 100%. But that is not capitalism.
And y'all will make excuses like when capitalism does something that's not good, y'all are just like, that's not real capitalism. But like what
though? Like, give me an example.
Like what you're just saying right now.
No. How about this? Okay, so say there's a company that moves in to a market and they don't use government as a tool. They don't get subsidies. They don't all that bullshit, whatever, yada yada yada. They come into a town and they start competing with the local smaller companies. Naturally, and obviously the other companies, if they want to stay alive, they're forced to compete, right? And if they don't compete with it and get those dollars, then they eventually will go out of business. That is the natural mechanism that happens without government.
It's not that's capitalism.
That opens up one second. That also two things. One, that opens up the door for price gouging, which is what the fuck Walmart does as well when it comes to shit like this. Secondly, you're talking about, like, in no way, shape, form, or fashion has any, like, will any company under, like, an actual free market be able to fucking do that? So, like, what
do you mean by price gouging? How is that price gouging when they come in and they have their prices are lower? How is that price gouging?
Because when the other company goes out of business, they will raise prices. It's the same shit that you see with natural disasters on a micro scale, where somebody comes in and buys up a fuck ton of generators to where they're like hoarding all of these generators, wait for a natural disaster to happen, and then they charge $8,000 for each one of them.
And I disagree with, like, Walmart is one of the biggest receivers of government subsidy in the United States. This corporation, I'm not just talking about the wages, I'm not just talking about, they get welfare and food stamps to all of their employees. They get direct government subsidies to build. They get infrastructure subsidies. They get tax breaks from local governments, state governments. They are most definitely welfare queens. So this idea you have of these big corporations in this country being these self-sustained, huge conglomerate corporations who are only successful because they're smarter and better than everybody is just false.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You're implying that. You're implying that.
I
you said I'm not going to simp for them, but.
Yeah. Then the but was because and I gave the example of the but, the latter, because this happens naturally in capitalism without the government, right? Take away the government aspect of it, right? And the whole thing is, if they're able to compete or dominate a market, right? It's not because they have the government backing them, right? They're able to do it on their own. You see what I'm saying? So it's a natural competition type aspect thing. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because we're talking about the real world. We're talking about Walmart that actually, like, I don't understand how you can't get this. This seems like a skill issue thing, but we're talking about the real world and we're talking about Walmart. We're not talking about some imaginary fairy tale land that you want to live in. We're talking about what happens to everyday Americans all over this country, especially in rural areas, especially in the South and the Midwest, that get to be targeted by these big conglomerate corporations and have no say in it. You're wanting to live in fairyland. We don't.
Anyone else want to get in on it? Who's next? Who's next to reiterate and say the exact same thing in a different way towards me? I'm here for it.
That's all you've been doing, House.
It's because you've been repeating yourself, House.
I just think that you
correct.
don't.
Yeah. Rick, I've been repeating myself.
I
Yeah.
just think like every Republican, you're just scared. You're scared of
I'm
everything.
not.
You're scared
I'm not a
of
Republican,
everyone. You're
Mojo.
scared of change. I, you can call yourself whatever you want. You're scared, and it's fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean that would be weird.
Believe Oust is a libertarian.
No, I'm not. I'm not libertarian. I'm just independent, man. I am conservative, yes, but again, I'm pro-choice. I'm for, I'm get the government out of my fucking bedroom. I'm and the war on drugs, yada yada yada. But I want to going to go back to Palachek if anybody doesn't have anything else to add. But I was
So
gonna
libertarian?
no, not that shit. Talk about what Palachek was talking about earlier.
No. So you would be libertarian based off of the things that you just listed? Those would be ideally libertarian positions.
Yeah, but I'm not. But I don't subscribe to the libertarian party, political party in any sense. Maybe the principles and ideals, sure, but I don't. I'm an independent because I feel that I can. I want every political party to come at me and get my vote. Sell me on getting a vote, on voting for them.
Are you asking me to sell to you the Libertarian Party?
No, not at all, not at all. And we're off track here talking about libertarian bullshit stuff. I want to get back to
saying the same thing over and over and over again, Host. Do you know what the definition of insanity is?
Yeah, and clearly, and we're all insane. So
I feel like I'm gonna start growing out a fucking mohawk and live in an island because of you.
Hey, listen. We used to send our undesirables to faraway islands. Now we have to go out and buy an island to get away from our undesirables. There's something fundamentally wrong with that.
What is an undesirable?
Alice, I think the question was addressed to you, and I kind of actually want to know the same thing.
It's subjective to undesirables is subjective to everyone.
Okay, so anybody So is it okay if I consider anybody that's a conservative to be undesirable?
Absolutely. This is a free country. This is your life.
Okay,
and I support it. I'm here for it.
I'll tell you what. I'm not moving to an island. I'm fucking deporting your ass.
Well, you better come in heavy and make sure that they're eligible bachelors.
Yeah, that won't be too hard, and I don't know what the fucking eligible bachelor thing means. That's creepy as fuck.
No families. Like they don't have no kids and wives, so I won't make any orphans.
Yeah, I still don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. Don't much care. It's creepy. Fucking weird.
He means he'll unalive them.
Oh, good luck, sir.
Same to you. Same to everybody.
I've got a government behind me. You've got a fucking 9mm. Good luck, sir.
Yeah, you're right. But again, like I said,
You're gonna go out swinging like you're at the Alamo. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. To defend the ideals and principles that I believe in, and that I have sacrificed for personally before. Absolutely, yeah.
I think you should do that too.
Okay, let me ask you. Hold on, Mojo. I got insane. I'm not going to spoil this yet. Okay, I'm just going to ask the question. You're talking about essentially martyrism, right? If that's the case and you believe in martyrism, would you subscribe to the IRGC?
That's it. Bro, that was weak. That was weak and dumb.
That was not weak. You said you're a founder and believer of martyrism, right?
JD, that's weak. You're trying to compare patriotism to martyrdom.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, robot.
It's okay, JD.
Shut the fuck up and let me rage bait this fucking...
I still don't think less of you.
You believe in martyrism, right, Oust? You're gonna die for the things you believe in?
Anyway, yeah, we don't need to go any further with that creepy shit either.
I fucking blame Robot. You fucking Texan, you ruined this shit, you fucking Texan.
You fucking Texan like it's
I'll be your Huckleberry.
It's out in and of itself.
Hey, Viva la Tejas, man. Texas is awesome.
Fuck Texas.
You only want to fuck Texas because you think we're beautiful.
No.
All my exes live in Texas.
Coyote Ugly is more likely.
You don't even have to ask anybody if they are Texan. They will tell you within 30 seconds.
I know, right? It's worse than the fucking vegans, isn't it?
Or Californians. Jesus.
The top three worst are like vegans, CrossFitters, and Texans. Like they will let you.
Okay, there you
that
go.
All three of those things happen.
We will take number 3, but you cannot put us up there with the vegans and the CrossFitters.
Exponentially worse, bro. But worse by far.
Brutal.
You know what it took for Texas to be free, Robot?
Are you going to tell me that it was the Tennessee Volunteers?
Yeah, it was about 10,000 Tennessee volunteers.
I mean, it's a good try.
Wait, I didn't hear a try there. I just heard a do.
Oh no, David Bowie died at the Alamo. What are you talking about?
Who was the most famous
David Bowie
person?
was a singer.
Who was the most famous person at the Alamo? Anybody can answer this question. Who's the first person that you think of?
Martin Luther.
Wasn't it Bowie?
Answer locking.
It was the famous explorer.
Franz
Who's
Bowie?
the famous explorer?
Napoleon Bonaparte.
All right, David Bowie, by the way, is a singer from the 80s.
Adrian got it.
And did not invent the Bowie knife.
Adrian got it in the comments.
Davy
Davy Crockett, also another Tennessean.
He also died at the Alamo.
By
make
the
it
way,
10,000
the invention of the Bowie knife is credited to a resin Bowie.
Mojo 2 can play at this game. Do they call it a leaf because it leaves the tree?
No.
Interesting. Is a soup wet?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think you're wrong.
It's moist.
He said moist.
He said moist.
Soup is just hot cereal.
David Bowie. I was just fucking, that was driving me nuts. I'm like, David Bowie, what the fuck?
I know how to get Mojo's goat.
Robot and I are going to have a really fun year this year, about week 5 of college football season.
Yep. About to find out what Longhorn means.
Okay.
You're about to find out. You're about to find out what the correct shade of orange is.
Robot,
Yeah, it's burnt orange.
Robot, can you please create another whole fucking channel for your dumbass shit? Please.
What the fuck are you talking about? This is sports ball. Why do I need a whole nother channel for sports ball? We have sports ball already.
No, but fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Mojo, if you think about it, a burrito is just a wrapped up taco.
Okay, I'm not doing this shit. I'd rather shut down the line.
Okay, yeah, that's JD-isms, and we don't have a channel for that. Would you like me to make a JD-isms channel?
Yeah, can you lock him in there?
Yes, we can.
I want to be locked in there with JE and fucking Netanyahu.
That meme.
I'll still here. I'm just really I don't understand how the right wing in this country are so fearful of so many things. How all a Republican candidate has to do is just run an ad saying they're coming for you, and they get their vote. It's fucking weird.
Because they hate cum?
Well, don't they do that? Don't they do that on the left side too? You know, they say, "Hey, they're coming for your rights." Not the same shit.
No.
Yeah, but we only do it on men.
No. Show me a commercial. Show me a commercial. Show me a commercial that liberals put out where it says they're coming for your rights.
Well, the only time I can recall liberals doing this was Paul Revere. They're coming by land.
Yeah, maybe. We tend to have a more positive outlook. We tend to want to try and help people. We tend to not like scaring people. I think scaring people is probably a bad thing. Ronald Reagan and his fucking mushroom cloud in the background, and Elon Musk and his he's for us and she's for they them bullshit. I mean, this is how you guys get bought, hook, line, and sinker. Just some stupid ass little line about fear mongering. It's brutal.
Actually, I'm inclined to disagree with you on this, Mojo. I think there is a bit of fear mongering. I think there is a. I know you don't care. There is a bit of fear mongering that happens amongst the left. However, the comparisons between the two are myopic at most. We have like a different set of optics under which we utilize fear mongering.
Right,
usually,
this
is going to be telling
useless commentary.
Usually, this is going to be. Usually, Mojo. This is going to be by telling the truth about certain things. Like, well, if Trump gets into power, he's going to become dictator on day one. Like, that would be a form of fear mongering, but it's for a good cause.
Yeah, show me a commercial show me a commercial that ever said that.
You don't need a commercial to do that. We have ourselves, the entertainers and the influencers who go out into the world to do that.
Yeah, except they spend hundreds of millions of dollars running commercials for their shit.
Ella.
Sure, they have their influential figures. Do we not have our influential figures, our Destinies,
They
our
spend
Hassans,
hundreds
our
of
Dean
millions
Weathers?
of dollars.
I'm already... Okay, I don't think you understood the first part of this where I said, like, the myoptics are completely incomparable.
I don't know what a myoptic is. Is it a your optic or is it a myoptic?
Are you going to start doing a Raj to me?
I don't know what an Iraj is.
What do you mean, believe?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, again, one of the very first things that I said, Mojo, is that when you put them in comparison to one another, okay, the Republicans far outpace us. But to say that like fear mongering is non-existent amongst the left, that would just be particularly untrue.
He also meant, are you trying to do an easy? But he still refers to him as Raj.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but okay. I'll accept it. Whatever. JD, you're right. I'm sorry.
Ella, what's up? How was your week? Everything good?
Yes, sorry, ice cream happening.
Is it good?
It is
like your ice
good. It's like between the peanut sauce and the ice cream, we're not being the healthiest tonight, but we sure are the happiest.
What kind of ice cream you got?
I hope you didn't have the peanut sauce on the ice cream.
Good Lord, no. I mean, eventually it's all going to the same place, I suppose.
What was the price? What was the price of it? How much did it cost? Do you remember?
Was it imported?
Was there sales tax on it? Was there sales tax? I need to know if there was sales tax.
Did you pay your tariffs? No.
Alice got his ass kicked about capitalism, and he's a little upset.
Oh no, I'm not upset at all, and I stand where what I was talking about. I respectfully disagree.
All right, moving on. Ella, what kind of ice cream did you get?
So I ordered from Cold Stone Creamery.
I can tell you what it is.
Mojo can't. This is true.
I can tell you what it is.
Do it.
Chocolate ice cream with white birthday cake type stuff and marshmallows.
Nope.
Shut up.
Well, sort of. So it is chocolate ice cream, but with vanilla cake mix-in, brownie mix-in, fudge mix-in, and marshmallow mix-in.
Holy crap! You went decadent tonight.
I mean, you get free 4 choices of mix-in without paying extras. So I'm gonna pick 4 things.
Ella, I'm about to fight you. You're always telling me that Taco Bell. Yeah, I am. Because you're always telling me that Taco Bell is shit and it's going to cause me to be on the fucking toilet for hours. And then you literally get fucking constipation diarrhea heaven. You get constipation diarrhea fucking heaven.
How is that constipation and diarrhea heaven?
Did you not hear the fucking toppings?
Yeah. That's like,
Brendan
that's like
in the
bliss.
comments.
What are you talking about?
Listen, I don't do this super often, okay? Allow me to indulge every now and then.
It's your human right.
It's pronounced diabetes.
Diabetes.
All right, so I did get the dragon earlier, and I love the scene where he gets his armor. Have you done that yet?
Mm-hmm. No.
It's like Iron Man.
Really?
Yeah, the dragon's flying through the air, and the suit of armor for the dragon comes rocketing up behind it, and then breaks apart, and then comes back together on top of the dragon. Like it's.
Sorry, now I am
Man.
eating on your panel. I'm gonna mute myself, but that sounds awesome.
It is super. It's such a cool cutscene when you actually get the armor for the dragon.
What did you have to go through, Mojo, to get that?
To get the armor, it's
how many?
You just have to have the cuckoo pot guy build it for you, or you have to get the plans for it, and then you have to have the cuckoo guy pot guy build it for you, and then you go up in the abyss to a specific spot, and then your dragon gets the armor.
Was that armor imported, Mojo? Was there a sales tax on that armor?
Did you pay him for his labor?
I did. Wait, do we pay the cuckoo guy?
I mean,
don't think
technically you do if you want to. I mean, it's a mercantile.
No, you just have to
system
bring in the materials.
Yeah, you bring in the
Well,
materials.
yeah,
and makes it.
that's what I was going to say. It's like a mercantile system. So technically, you'd be fucking paying him, but you'd be paying him with the materials that you work for. I guess that's like the version of currency.
But does he depend on you for your success, for his protection and survival? Like you're protecting him from evil and
Alice, I love you, but if you say one more stupid thing, I'm going to kill myself.
No, you can't say that shit on a fucking panel, JD. What the fuck is wrong?
I'll drop. I'll be back in 5.
I'm sorry you feel that way, JD. I
Anyone else notice that when Mojo gets
my guy.
Anyone else notice that when Mojo gets done womping his way through politics, he always brings up video games?
Hey, video games are awesome.
Video games are awesome.
What was the colloquial term? Was it womp womp?
Womping, yeah.
Womp womp.
Is that what you do, Mojo? Would you consider yourself womping?
No, I wouldn't. But I just got reminded of the armor again, and you weren't here, so when I got it, so I had to remember to tell you about it, because it is fucking. It's Iron Man for your dragon. It's fucking awesome.
I look forward to it. To answer your question, Oust, in a way, we do, because we have to liberate the area and do a puzzle before we even get access to that vendor. So, yeah, in a way, we do give him protection in exchange for his services.
I guess that's true. So when the Cuckoo Pop Foundry blows up, we go and fix it for them, and then we get services from them after that, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I guess it was an exchange.
Awesome. Man, I'm having flashbacks to like the Elder Scrolls of whatever Morrowind or whatever it was called on was it Xbox?
Well,
talking about Morrowind.
Morrowind.
Morrowind, the Elder Scrolls.
Elder Scrolls 3. That's 3.
That fucking thing was massive, man.
Oh, but there's a 4 and a 5 after that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. And then there's all these new games with large open world stuff today and stuff.
This Crimson.
I'm ancient, man. I haven't played games in forever.
Yeah, this Crimson Desert game you can play on your PC, and I don't know. It's pretty easy, I'd say, to put 1,000 hours into it.
What was the OG MMORPG?
World of Warcraft?
No, sir.
Eve?
Negative.
No.
EverQuest. What? EverQuest came out long before RuneScape.
Oh, that's right. They even made a movie about EverQuest.
Holy
that's
shit!
Right.
I haven't heard that in so long.
Yeah, I had a couple friends who were addicted to that shit. I mean, addicted to it. Like stacks of Mountain Dew cans, half of them with cigarette butts. It was gross, but it was a cool game.
We had it so good.
Yeah, indeed.
I never got into MMO RPGs. Never. I knew that I would play it for 20 years. I fucking can't do that shit.
Yeah, we saw all the economies crop up around this. In-game money being traded for real money. I mean, all the obstacles we had to overcome to have the games we have today.
Yeah, well, the games.
Eve,
I may or may not be the problem.
Eve is a good example of that. It was Eve was so hard, at least for me, because I didn't spend a lot of time playing it, but every time I played it, it just took a lot of time to get to where I was at. I loved every minute of it.
Loving every minute of it.
You know, this reminds me of something. I brought up something earlier, Mojo, about organized sports and how things like organized sports exist under socialism. You understand why I brought that up, don't you?
No.
Because I'm developing inoculations. We have elections. Yeah, we have elections approaching, and I have to figure out mass appeal, marketable, bite-sized bits of, politics that will fit into the majority of MAGA's brains.
So propaganda.
Essentially.
You know what my favorite propaganda in the whole world is?
What's that?
American propaganda.
It is awfully red, white, and blue. But yeah, if you illustrate to them you're taking away their sports, I mean, did you notice the comments when I brought that up for the first time? There were violent reactions in the comments from minor leftists.
My favorite
take away my
personally
sports.
speaking, my favorite propaganda, personally speaking, is always going to be Vietnamese propaganda.
All right, I'll bite. Why?
Because they literally, over speakers, yelled at the United States soldiers, your government don't like you.
Yeah, I mean, that happened in a lot of conflicts.
Well, I mean, sure, they were talking to American soldiers in some points, but that particular propaganda was actually directed towards the South Vietnamese Republic. because, I mean, that's who was invaded.
What all did y'all talk about since you went live? I went to go play games, but I'm curious.
When I first jumped in hours ago, everyone was talking about religion.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Omni seemed to be a believer.
There is currently.
Mojo, you.
What happened? I mean, Mojo says fuck Omni for a reason.
Omi.
Yeah, because Omi's a religious fucking capitalist.
Omni, not Omni, yeah.
Omni.
He's religious too? I didn't. I'm so
No,
confused.
I don't think so.
Okay, I didn't think so.
No, but Omi's got an opinion about absolutely fucking everything, and will not be hesitant at all to tell you about it.
Oh, I see.
Mojo said they, not
Donovan, why
the pronouns.
Why can't
It's
we have
they,
sports
yeah.
and socialism, Donovan?
Why can't we have organized sports at the level that we have now through socialism? Because
yeah, why not?
Central planning would have to deem that these billion-dollar endeavors would be justified in the face of the needs of the proletariat.
You don't think that those billion-dollar investments happen without the government?
No, definitely not.
Oh, so we use the
So you're
government
saying-
for all of them.
So you're saying that like interstate Olympics couldn't happen because, like, why?
Well, I'm not saying interstate Olympics. I said organized sports, like the NFL, like the NBA, like the
That's what
MLB.
interstate Olympics would be.
Well, interstate Olympics
So how
are
could
different from
college
organized sports, aren't they?
How could college sports not exist under socialism?
Well, college sports, even though it does make money, it doesn't have nearly the profit motive that professional sports does. It doesn't have any of the pomp and circumstance, the pageantry, the intricacy, the science that goes into it. I mean,
So why couldn't you have why couldn't you
the
have the NFL if the NFL was owned by the players? Like
Because
if the
there's
NFLPA, if the NFLPA like owned the NFL, why couldn't that?
There's a lot of front end investment required.
Or even not just the players.
That's
And also,
literally what capitalism.
and also the players would assume a lot of the risks, so therefore they would be less apt to play and be more risky in their.
Well, don't the players already assume all of the risk? They could get injured, and that's the end of their career.
Which brings up another
Yeah.
point. Do you suppose the players will get nearly the type of compensation that they're getting under capitalism?
No, I would assume it'd be better. I mean,
Really?
how many NFL players do you know that are just like broke right now?
I mean, look at the WM. Doesn't the WNBA isn't that socialism for them right now?
The WNBA is a perfect example of socialism. It's paid for by people who actually earned it as some type of weird virtue signal, and it is constantly failing and losing money. So, go socialism.
You think that's
No, that would be,
hold on? No,
this is actually
Brendan
really
just-
fun.
Hold on, wait a second. Brendan just says shit and then laughs. Like, do
Yeah.
you think that
that was very
it's
funny.
because of
I thought that was
socialism? Do you think it's because of socialism that the WNBA isn't successsul? Like they were just
Yeah,
like,
it's
we're
kind of a
socialists.
weird-
It's redistribution of the productivity and the fruits of that productivity to a group that is less productive and had no.
There you
and
go.
had- and had- and
No,
had- and had-
it's
and had-
capitalist
and had no-
bargaining.
Exactly
and had
right.
No, and had no
It's capitalist bargaining.
and had
Well, yeah,
no
that's why. That's why
Those
I don't
women bargain
believe.
for it.
That's why I don't believe in gender segregation in sports, and I'm glad that you guys don't believe that in that now either.
You don't believe in gender segregation in sports.
Yeah,
Y'all-
have a girl
y'all do
have a girl
realize
line
what I
up on the
just said,
fucking in the wing tee, dude.
You're going to get me in trouble again.
Wait,
Yeah,
y'all do
I'm
realize what I just
glad-
said, right?
Please
Sorry,
say it again,
Pallet.
robot. Pal's making my head hurt.
That was capitalistic bargaining. Those women bargained for their paychecks. It doesn't matter where the administration got the money from the men's side of the sport. It's the fact that they bargained for it. The same owners of the men's sports own the women's sports too.
Right. Just like the DSA is bargaining with the Democrats right now. You know, I'm glad this
No,
came up.
because Democrats don't own people.
Oh. Liberals currently own a party. The DSA wants a piece of it, so they're trying to convince people.
You know, that's kind of a fallacious argument to compare the Democratic Party to.
I'll grant you, it's a little bit of an oversimplification.
That actually believe that they own people.
No,
Donovan just had a Mach 3 pivot.
No, I didn't.
Mach 3 is that what
You
you said? Mach
did.
3?
Okay.
Yeah, Mach 3 pivot.
That's some whiplash.
What does a Mach 6 pivot look like?
That would be like that move in Mortal Kombat where they pull the spine out of you.
Six times the speed of sound.
Why
it's a much
do
better
the
pivot.
neighbors have to ruin my outside evening experience with smoking? What is that?
Free will.
So,
Free will
anyways,
is a mother effer.
how is it a pivot though? Like those contracts, the players don't have like any notion of free will. They can't just move teams or even just quit.
They don't have. They lost the will to quit.
Wait, that sounds a lot like socialism too. Once you're assigned a job in socialism, it's not like you can't show up. It's not like you can change your job. You got to do that fucking job.
Where does it say in socialism that you have to do that job that you're even assigned
Who
to do?
who determines what job you have?
I would imagine the actual individual.
As the worker, you have that choice. That's the great thing about socialism, is all of your productivity is on you.
Well, I would be correct. It would be the individual.
Yeah.
So you could just switch jobs and it doesn't matter. Even if you suck at a job, you're just going to move from job to job because you don't like shit.
Yep.
Absolutely. Do you not
And what happens if you're
actually
late?
talk about this?
If you're chronically late, you can just change careers whenever you feel like it. I don't feel like doing this profession. I want the state to pay for my school to do a different profession.
Why do we have to be on time?
That's how that works.
Wait, why do we have to be on time to work?
In my system, by the way, Donovan, yes, that would be acceptable. As a matter of fact, you can be a lifetime student if you want. We need philosopher kings.
It's interesting that you mentioned also on time as well, because my last job,
What happened?
I don't know.
Anyways, so Donovan, why do we have to be on time for work?
Well, because there are expectations. So the people that set up the circumstances for you to be productive. I know that's why I object to individuals.
So I can't be productive on my own? I have to have somebody tell me when to show up? Is that because there is a profit motive behind it?
No, it's because the resources that is used to that is distributed to hold up society are becoming scarce and in demand, and therefore
where are they scarce?
Therefore they have to force people to work and produce.
But where are they scarce?
Like food production, right? If there's not enough food being produced in that society, right? What eventually ends up happening is that they are going to force people into working in that job against their will.
No.
Where has that happened?
That's not the case at all. Like,
I don't know, the Soviet Union, we got North Korea.
Okay, so you're holding the Soviet Union as
China. I mean, take your pick.
So you're holding those countries like the Soviet Union
GDR
and China
with my family members.
That was unfortunate.
As socialist nations?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just trying to get a baseline here, and there's like three people that keep trying to talk.
Yeah, so I just looked it up. It depends on the country and the form of socialism. In some historical socialist states, like the Soviet Union, the government often assigned jobs, and leaving without permission could be difficult. I love that. In other socialist, social democratic systems, like modern Europe, examples, people choose their jobs freely, and workplace mobility is similar to capitalist countries.
Well,
how many times
Donovan,
in a day?
You just read that. Now tell me, who owned the means of production in Soviet Russia?
The state.
Okay, so it's not socialist, is it?
And Robot, what is the state made up of in Soviet Russia?
People.
Okay, the United States is made up of people. Are you saying that we are socialists simply because we are made up of people?
Never mind.
Okay, yeah, because that was a dumb argument. Anyways, right back to it, Donovan. You just said the state owned the means of production. So it's not socialism. Because clearly the definition says that socialism, the worker owns the means of production, not the state.
So the Soviet Union was not socialist at all in that definition?
No, I would say that they were communist.
Yep, and we go over this.
Oh, okay.
We literally had an entire conversation about this.
When it comes to workers owning the means of production in both of those concepts, it's the same thing. It's the exact same model. It's the exact same thing.
So you're telling me that the state owning the means of production is the same thing?
You mean to tell me that the communist state of the Soviet Union was not made up by the workers? It was not.
Nope, it was made up by the proletariats.
No,
it wasn't made up by the proletariat either. There was an oligarchic ruling class. Go ahead, Pallet.
To understand how the Soviet Union was made up, you need to understand how the government was formed by Lenin and Stalin. That's the fucking weird thing that I think is the disconnect between talking theory and then talking about somebody's political philosophy. Just because you're a Marxist doesn't mean that you automatically believe with fucking Marxist-Leninism or Maoism or fucking third world Maoism. Marxism is just a philosophy and how you think about shit. It's just a constant critique of the material world around you.
You're running away from the point.
Marxism. I'm not running away from the fucking point. You just don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
By the way, Brobot,
we're more complicated
I
than they
only
say
put
we
out
are.
proletariat because I wanted to see if he even knew what proletariat was, and you fucking ruined it again, you piece of cock.
I'm going to ruin that particular bit because then you're trying to dip off into the philosophy of it, and they don't understand that either. And that's how they come up with these fucking concepts that socialism and communism are fucking identical, and they're not.
The difference between Marxist-Leninism and Marxist thought is anytime that you have Marxist-Leninism, you have Maoism, those are answers to the Marxist question of socialism and communism. They are because Marx doesn't give a fucking solution to any of this. All of his shit is critique. That's why his most famous book isn't called Communism, it's called Capital. But
capital, yes. Okay, so again, let's go back.
Lenin's fucking argument was that the state should take control of private industry and then disassemble itself. Stalin, on the other hand, when he took power and ran Trotsky out of fucking out of the Soviet Union, his thought process was I am the people. He hijacked it.
Okay,
most socialists don't fucking agree with the USSR because of fucking Joseph Stalin. The same thing with fucking Mao. The same thing with Pol Pot. If you want to look at two socialist leaders that were actually pretty fucking good, one was Ho Chi Minh, the other was Thomas Sankara, and Allende in Chile.
Okay. So what is the distinction and the core difference between socialism and communism, then? And what country?
Okay.
What country?
Hold on.
What country?
We're gonna go over this slowly. We're gonna go over this slowly with you. Okay. Robot doesn't want me to rage bait. That's fine. I can be serious. So
yes,
we're
going to be serious. Just have Brendan read it again. Have Brendan read what
you want Brendan to read
was.
it again, you motherfucker?
Yeah, because obviously
Brendan,
read it.
Us.
No, I'm having fun listening to Marxists and communists argue with each other about.
No. There
aren't any communists up here. Holy shit, there aren't any communists up here. That's the fucking problem.
I agree. We should send an invite.
Or maybe Ella. I think Ella might be a foundational communist or some sort. But generally speaking, there aren't any hardcore communists up here.
Okay, well, Brendan doesn't want to read it, so socialism is an economic system where the means of production are owned by people. In communism, that is the government, particularly the oligarchs who own the means of production. This is what fucking Stalinism, this is what Leninism was. You didn't fucking own shit, partner. That was owned by the fucking people that were living richly off of your fucking labor. It's no different than fucking capitalism right now, to be honest with you.
So where's an example of a country or society that operated under the purely the socialist definition or version of
the closest you're gonna get.
Wow.
The closest you're gonna get, and I would be good faith enough to admit to you that it's still a capitalist system at the end of the day. The closest you're gonna get right now is going to be the Nordic model. That is the closest you're gonna get.
I mean, that's true, but honestly, I don't think Alice is really taking any of this like to heart or like digesting any part of this. We should actually be honest with you, Oust. How many capitalist systems, purely capitalist systems, have ever existed?
Not pure capitalism. No, never.
Okay, so then why would you ask about pure socialism? No, stop.
No.
Really? Why would you ask about? Stop, Oust.
No,
Oust,
because
stop.
because you guys are making up the distinction, and I'm asking a question. That's all.
Oust. There's never been a purely capitalist system, so why would you want to put something onto socialism that you know nothing about, as they have to be a pure form in some way for you to digest this? It's simply ridiculous.
Where does pure form thing come from? All I asked
because
is,
you asked where was the pure form socialism?
No, I said no. I didn't say pure form. I said I asked the question of all I did was ask a question of where JD's explanation of socialism is where it existed, and then he gave he compared it to the Nordic model.
He said that's the closest you can get to it, and there's still capitalists.
I'm sorry, but that's hilarious that he thinks that's the closest you can get to it, because that is still far from his definition.
That is the closest you can get to it, because they have an insane amount compared to every other fucking country. Their model specifically has an insane amount of social reform within it. They have an insane amount of social net caps on fucking corporations.
But
they give all that power. They give all that power essentially back to the consumer.
Well, yeah, because it's capitalist. It's because it's predicated on capitalist principles. You're right. So again, I think that's hilarious.
Sure, I didn't take that away from you, Oust. But what I'm telling you is that the government here is not fucking over the people. When you talk about communism and you say that socialism is communism, you have to understand that fundamentally those are two different things. Now Mojo's gonna I know Mojo's fucking grinning and fucking getting really angry at me right now, and I'm gonna give him this. Communism, as it was originally posited under Karl Marx, was completely different compared to how other people interpreted it.
How do you put it, Ella?
Posit a communism.
Chasing butterflies in a field.
Mojo?
I asked how you put it, chasing butterflies in a field. Is that what you do? Chase butterflies in a field in the game?
Oh, in the game, yeah. Like first you unalive somebody, and then at the next second, you're catching a butterfly in the field.
Yeah, right now I'm catching beetles.
For the Palmer pills?
Yes.
There's no such thing as a purely socialist society, the same way that there's no such thing as a purely capitalist society, and the way that you think about it. Because, like, if you look at Adam Smith, who was quote-unquote the founder of capitalism, right now, like, think of all the different schools of economics that there are. Think of all the different theories. You have fucking MMT. You have subjective theory of value. You've got the Austrian school. You've got the Keynesian school. All of these are capitalist models. And the same thing, the same spectrum exists in the socialist model. It's not like some fucking monolith that y'all pretend it to be.
Hey, look, all I asked was the difference between the two, the core difference, right? Sorry for generalizing. And then I asked for an example of the socialist model where it is, and then I was given an example that is way more closely aligned with capitalism.
Yeah, Thomas Sankaro's Burkina Faso, Ho Chi Minh's Vietnam,
okay,
Salvador Allende's Chile, Fidel Castro's Cuba, fucking Nicaragua under the Sandinistas, before fucking dude went apeshit like 10 years ago.
Venezuela, maybe?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Venezuela.
Okay.
These are all flavors.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about, and then again, it's just like remind me of how these are superior systems if they can't sustain themselves, and
they're not.
Okay, under that same argument, then explain to me why capitalism works if the Congo needs fucking help.
Okay. Who has the monopoly of force and power in Congo?
They're in the middle of a civil war,
and that's because of capitalism.
Sure, why not? Both of these sides exist under a capitalist structure.
You literally just heard him calculate whether or not his answer would help his position, and he's like, "Sure, why not?"
That's because capitalism. The distinction between socialism and communism is capitalism is purely at its basic form is just an economic system, and what governments and what people do outside of that system has nothing to do with the fundamentals of capitalism.
Wow, it's kind of like socialism is a economic system completely separate from a governmental system.
But they rely on the government and some form of the state to enforce it for it to work.
Bruh, right now you agreed with me
just
in the
like
comments
capitalism.
earlier. Hold on, you agreed with me in the comments earlier that in the United States the corporations are controlling the levers of power. Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Listen, yeah, absolutely. 100%. We are not in a capitalist system, in my opinion, in America. We can call it a form of it, a flavor of it, but in reality, it's socialism for the big corporations and all those people, and then whatever form of
called crony capitalism.
Yeah, cronyism down here for the rest of us. 100%. I agree with you on that.
So yeah, then like by that definition, then anything that I disagree with that you point out with socialism, I can just call crony socialism.
The problem with your planning here is that, and the reason why it's not going to work in the United States is because essentially, whether you're talking about socialism or communism or Marxism or whatever, it dissolves the individual and in favor of the collective. When if you have individualism, reward individual labor and work and innovation and planning, then it motivates individuals to do great things. Under socialism, in socialism, all you're doing is you're feeding lethargy.
Yeah, again, you're just putting it into a fucking monolith of what you believe.
I know why you had to interrupt me. Because it shatters your entire worldview.
It did not. You're just an idiot. And you try to put something into a monolith that is not.
Yeah, good job.
In an anarcho-syndicalist model, how does it take away from an individual's rights?
There is no... you're working for the state. You're working for the collective. You're not working for yourself and your family.
In an
the first part of that? Anarcho?
Yeah.
So in an anarcho-syndicalist model,
is this where you're going to count beans and split hairs? Bro, I'm
not counting beans and splitting hairs.
No,
Just going off of your logic here, Brendan, the Nordic model, countries like Sweden, Switzerland, Denmark, since they're teetering on the edge of socialism, they should essentially be failing right now, correct?
No, I'm not going to engage in your hypothetical. If X is Y, then B equals C. That's not how math works, my guy.
Then your entire fucking statement falls apart if you acknowledge that they're not.
Tell me how.
Apart. If you're not willing to engage in the statement, that's
no, I am. I just asked you to tell me how.
Yeah, you are correct.
Wait.
Appreciate that. Next.
I mean, I would like a response to what I'm saying other than you laughing and saying my world is shattered or some shit.
Well, Pal Jack, real quick, can I ask you a question?
Hold
go
one
ahead, Ella.
second, Oust. The neutral party. Hi, welcome to the panel. May we have your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
71. What were the other questions?
Who you voted for?
Chase Oliver.
Gotcha. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you. I just want to add that the Nordic countries are market economies. They're not socialists. In fact, they tax the poor and not the rich. They're very great. They're great business people, by the way.
You don't honestly think having a market means you're capitalist, do you?
I don't like. You ever use the word capitalist? Because I really don't know what it means. I believe in freedom. I don't know what capitalism.
Why are you entering an economics discussion if you don't know anything about economics?
Every country in the world is capitalist. It's just who controls the capital.
What is the definition of capitalism?
I don't know. What is it?
Why are you entering this conversation at all?
I'm entering the conversation because I heard the topic of Nordic countries and their market economies. What are you? Are you saying I shouldn't join?
Barter systems are market economies. Mercantilist systems are market economies. Socialism has market economies. Care to try again?
It's an economic and political system where capital or control is held in private and for profit.
Brendan,
Yes.
why are you
Because-
saving him?
because
Allow him to
this is
answer the question himself.
excruciating.
If
Why
he doesn't
just
have the
do a
capacity
quiz
to
word, for
engage
fuck's
in
sake?
an economic forum,
Well,
why is he here?
He's a libertarian and he doesn't
the
even know
phrase-
anything about economics. That's wild as shit.
I believe in individual liberty.
The phrase market.
I don't do everything for money. I'm
the
all
phrase,
about
the
rights.
phrase market, the phrase of market economics and concepts is usually describing capitalistic.
No, it's not.
Capitalist
No,
concepts.
it's not. It just means that there's a place
Yes,
that you can trade things. That's it.
Look up.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Google real quick.
Didn't China and Vietnam adopt open market concepts?
Markets do not signify capitalism.
It's a
did
phrase.
markets
It's just a phrase.
Did markets exist in ancient Rome and ancient Greece?
Yes. Markets can exist in any type of system, sure, but how?
Then stop. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. Stop it.
Okay, fine.
Fuck. Anyway, I don't know how you can call yourself a libertarian and vote for Chase Oliver if you don't know anything about economics.
Listen. I know what I know, and I like what I like. I don't need your approval, by the way. And you're awful judgmental. I mean, God Almighty,
Welcome to
can
being on a
anybody have a
political
different
panel with a
opinion?
fucking Marxist.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. You're making my point for me. You're judgmental, and you want to boot
Because I happen
anybody
to
who
know some
disagrees with
shit
you.
about some shit.
You don't know.
And
You know what you know, and you
Okay,
know a lot of stuff, but
neutral.
you don't know what's best for me.
Sure, neutral. Since you voted for Chase Oliver, you have somewhat of a fundamental, I hope, understanding of economics. Could you just describe to me the basic relationship between supply and demand?
What the basic relationship? So you have supply. If supply goes up, demand remains the same. Prices usually go down. If the demand goes up and you have a limited supply, prices generally go up.
Just a test question that I generally ask people. I'm glad you could pass it.
I don't even know what the hell you asked, but it was probably pretty stupid.
Basic relationship between supply and demand.
Well, it would be the equilibrium. It'd be the equilibrium curve that you're talking about. That's the basic relationship. Finding an equilibrium place.
My point was
sure, but I was just
originally-
like asking, like, you're correct, Mojo, but I was more so, and he did answer it correctly. Like, what happens if supply goes up? What happens to demand? You know what I mean? Shit like that. But yeah, you're more specifically correct.
So my point was, Nordic countries, I'll add the word free. They're free market economies. They're very productive, and what
They're
they
not
do is
free
they
market.
tax their
They're
workers.
not free market. They're not free market.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Okay, okay. I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, because you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
A free market, if you talk about it in a libertarian sense, you mean a market that has no regulations on it. That's a free market. If you talk about it in a nominal sense, then it's a market that has no barrier to entry whatsoever. And that would mean that anybody can enter the market at any level for any cost.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not they don't have free markets. They have both regulations and barriers to entry.
But they are more free than a socialist market would be.
Well, that's not true, because in a market socialist economy, you have the exact same market as you do in a capitalist economy.
And again, I will ask.
I'll add one word to it
on the panel
They're
right now.
quasi
In an anarcho-syndicalist model, how is any capitalistic society right now have a freer market than an anarcho-syndicalist model?
Well, no, we're not. We know that we don't have a true free capitalist markets anywhere anymore. And in an anarcho-commie fucking society, there is no state. So of course, whatever market is there obviously is free from state control, and is more free in that aspect. Yada yada yada. But the only way an anarcho-capitalist or commie society can exist and support and still be a collective is this: every human being in the human nature and human side of them would work for the common good and their neighbor.
When did we oust?
If I want to make something, if I want to buy something,
whoa. You said that it no longer has free markets. When did we have free markets?
Wait up until the 60s.
No. We already had this discussion about absolutes and stuff, and there was all these different flavors of capitalism. But the most any point in time where capitalism. Capitalism and the freest market possible, right? Was during the Americans' industrialization, like the 1800s, et cetera, going into like the turn of the century, turn of century, because that right there was like.
Oust? How old are markets?
Why do you have the purity test? Why not just?
I'm not purity testing. I am asking to get your understanding. How old are markets?
Markets are as old as human civilization, and humans have been coming together to openly exchange goods, services, and ideas.
Okay, so capitalism doesn't have a stranglehold on the word markets, and the freest markets were probably before governance.
I never said that, Robot.
I am telling you from a historical fact.
Why do you feel? Why do
own markets?
Why do you?
Why are you talking over me? Why are you flailing me?
Sorry about that.
So, once again, capitalism does not own markets. Markets existed long before them, and the freest markets were probably before governance.
Right, but capitalism is a natural outcropping.
Awesome. Well, let me answer him real quick. Awesome. Didn't I not just say that about anarcho-capitalist society? Right, the marketplace doesn't have the state, and
you posited. I'm answering your question now. You posited that the capitalist markets are somehow freer than socialist markets. That obviously does not jive historical fact, nor does it jive even in your logic train.
Okay, so in the examples that was given by Palajak of a more socialist society where under Ho Chi Minh's, right, their marketplace was freer than any capitalist marketplace.
That's not what I said. That is not what I said.
No, it would be logically correct because during Ho Chi Minh's time, he was fighting a revolution. Like the entire time that he was alive, essentially, he was engaged in this revolution, trying to free from Indochina and then trying to unite Vietnam.
Okay.
Like he did this for like 50 years.
If you want to be more hyperbolic about it, what Brobot is saying is not only correct, they were 10 times freer compared to the fucking Gilded Age. There's no shot that you could have just said that you had free markets during the fucking same period of time where you had the rise of people such as Carnegie, fucking the Rockefellers. There's no shot you're positing that.
It sounds like the politics of envy. It sounds like in every single one. So
It would not be the politics of envy. That would clearly be a factual statement. Why do y'all have to talk over
philosophical
me?
thought that you added there? So much added to the conversation from Donovan.
Well, yeah, did you
Once
notice
again,
as I was
during
trying
that
to extrapolate, y'all all started talking?
I'm giving you historical fact, Brendan. During that time and the Gilded Age, like the Rockefellers, Carnegie, what's that school in Tennessee? Not the Volunteers.
The one
the
I'm
other
thinking about would be there's one that I'm thinking of. I think it's
specifically Vanderbilt. There were so many regulations passed by Congress to undercut Vanderbilt. They literally tried to put him out of business. You cannot tell me those markets were free.
So since we're talking about historical stuff and in markets, right? Where is a socialist country that has freer markets than any capitalist country?
Once again, we gave you those. Like Ho Chi Minh was in a freer market because there was no governance.
Paul expressed that's not what he was saying, and that's not at all what it was. And then you said,
I understand that, but I am giving you that same answer now because there was
they're
no
in the middle of a
governance.
revolution and they're fighting the Vietnam War.
Are you locked in a rubber room with rats?
No, I'm up here not wasting time. I'm having a great time with you guys.
No, you are wasting time trying to say the stupidest shit on the fucking planet. So why are you up here?
So that way I can annoy you, JD. What else would I be up here?
Good job, mission accomplished.
That's all you got, man. Come on, brother. You gotta get harder than that, man.
That's kind of. I'm not gonna go there.
No wonder you had capitalism.
Listen, Oust, you like what you like. It's 2026.
You can't take
no one's gonna judge you, especially not me as a bi man. I'm not gonna judge you for what you like. If you like it hard, you like it hard.
Are you trying to say that a socialist or even communist, even if it's not communism that you're talking about, has more or less control over individuals with regards to their interaction within the markets? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying it can. The same way that a capitalist system can have a spectrum of influence on individuals on the market, in the market as well.
Well, no, capitalism only restricts an individual in as much as they have capital to spend. But with regards to socialism and a larger part communism,
that's not true at all.
This is relegated
Walmart forcefully undercuts smaller. Walmart forcefully undercuts smaller businesses, which is propped up by the state in the United States.
You mean welfare?
We have.
Yeah, well, welcome to socialism.
That's not true at all. Any socialist worth their salt, any socialist worth their salt does not agree with monetary welfare.
Yeah, here's the thing, Hallett, and this is why it sounds like the politics of envy, because the United States as a capitalist country and the real true free country in this fucking planet has gotten to such heights of success that all of these pinched leftists that just got out of college and paid $140,000, and because they're not instantly rich and famous, now they want to tear the whole system down because they're spoiled little children.
Yeah, I'm not any of those things, and one second, no, I'm also not any of those things. things, and I want to also tear the system down.
No, you need to have successful capitalism
Also not
for
any
your
of those things. I would also
smoke
like to tear
and
the system
bullshit
down.
to work.
What levels of success specific? Wait, hold on, just a moment. What levels of success specifically are you talking about, Brendan? Is it the level
United
of
States
success
is the
where
world's
you are
only
BlackRock,
superpower.
you're a
Somebody
multi-billion
finish
dollar,
their statement,
you're a,
Donovan.
you're a,
Ask him a
yeah,
question.
thank you.
And
Is the level of success that you're referring to, Brendan, the level of success where I am BlackRock and I am a multi-billion dollar business which literally buys up and steals fucking thousands of acres of land and then resells that land back to the consumer for $500,000?
Wait. You guys,
there.
hey, you guys have to let Donovan reply too.
I'm talking about isn't specifically BlackRock. I object to crony capitalism all the time, but what I'm saying is that capitalism and its existence and how its ultimate expression vis-a-vis the United States of America has become the world's only superpower, is enjoying a kind of success that is unseen on the planet. And and when I say you, I mean democratic socialists, require a successful capitalist country for your venom to work on its uneducated masses.
Brendan, sure. What you don't understand, I would posit that 80 to 85% of capitalism under America right now is crony capitalism, and then the other 15% is going to be family owned or small business. What oftentimes, whenever the Democrats come into power and they try to back the small businesses, this is what the Biden administration did, the Trump administration then comes back in and fucking says, no, we're going to slap you on the wrist for that because we love the rich.
Well, I would like to tear the system down. I'm all in favor of that. The system is organized by the elites, the rich, to benefit them. And we have a government that spends $7 trillion a year. Tell me how many of the wealthy are not getting that money from the government, that they just operate on their own.
Did you just say that's not capitalism? Then what is it?
Socialism for the rich and the wealthy and the big.
Oh,
big
I'm going to drop your bitch ass. I swear to God.
Socialism for the rich is capitalism. You even agree with me on this? They use the levers of power to draw from the masses. That is the end game of capitalism, as to where the business owning class takes control of the fucking government, where the businesses and the large corporations owned the government, which is what we are in right now. And you can call it crony capitalism or whatever the fuck you want. It's still capitalism.
That's why you need to reduce the size of the government. The government is too big, too intrusive, too expensive, and guess who controls it? The wealthy.
Yes, and
so
me as a socialist,
cut the size of government.
Me as a socialist agrees 100% with what you're saying.
Well, thank you.
But remember, Project, there are different flavors of capitalism, and as one who loves capitalism, I want to get to a more favorable flavor of capitalism than we are in now.
Then fine.
What fucking flavor? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm
so sorry, Pallet.
Okay.
What fucking flavor of capitalism?
Sorry, but continue.
Pallet is the one person that's continuously been overtalked on the panel. I know he's a bit quieter than everybody else, so please keep your ears peeled.
Go ahead, JD. I know it was extremely important.
No, I muted him so you could finish.
And that's why, Alice, I can have a conversation with somebody that's an ANCAP, or I can have a conversation with somebody that's a Keynesian, or I can have a conversation with somebody that follows the Austrian School of Economics. But you and most other people that call themselves capitalists put socialists in this one fucking box of the USSR. Like, you don't understand socialism. You haven't even tried to learn what socialism is besides talking points, so you can have a conversation with socialists and try to get this gotcha moments about shit that they don't even believe.
Well, to be honest with you, I really haven't been asked about in depth about socialism, and when I do get asked, it's in a very pigeonholed way and a very condescending way. And
every conversation that you and I have had about socialism has been on level, yes or no. I've been very upfront with you about it.
Yeah, and I haven't. Do you agree that I have with you as well?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. But right now, you're trying to pigeonhole socialism into government equals DMV.
I mean, that's its simplest form. And I agree with that. With that simplification.
Okay, so the question I'm going to ask you. Keep going. The question I'm going to ask you, Alst, because you keep talking about fucking flavors, which the more you say that word, the more I fucking hate it. I'm agreeing with chat. What flavor of capitalism do you want? You want Superman? You want fucking moose tracks? What do you mean when you say you want a different flavor of capitalism?
Yeah, the flavor of capitalism that I want to subscribe to is less access to the government to be used as a tool for personal gain, i.e., with like corporations and lobbying to intervene in the marketplace on the behalf of the industry leaders, for one, and then pretty much just getting the government out of the marketplace to pick the winners and choosers in the marketplace, which is kind of the same thing that I just said before.
So
he just described crony capitalism.
Yes, that too, but also it follows under the umbrella of libertarianism, but it's libertarianism light because you said it yourself. The only people that you want to come in and control the market is the fucking super PACs.
He literally just said
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Hold on. I'm coming back around for it. So you just said you wanted the government and regulators to intervene in the marketplace for the industry leaders. That is crony capitalism by definition.
No, he said he didn't.
That's not what I said, bro. It's actually the exact opposite of what I said.
I literally just used the terms he used. I don't understand why you're saying that I'm wrong in this. He just worded it wrong.
No, I didn't word anything wrong. You either didn't hear me.
Understand it wrong. He didn't understand it wrong. If there's no regulations on the market, what is the outcome? It's always going to be crony capitalism.
I never said no regulations. JD, this is one of your flaws, man.
Libertarianism light. I get it. You're a fucking Bud Light. I get it. With that being said, you're saying in your ideal version, your flavor of capitalism, you don't want the government to intervene. You don't want the government to set regulations for companies, meaning that the companies can essentially do whatever the fuck they want. That is libertarianism light. That leads to crony capitalism.
I'm libertarianism dark. I think if I want to buy something and you want to sell it, it's none of the government's business unless we're harming somebody else.
So let's actually play the word game then. Hold on, Oust. Let's play the word game then. If you're saying you don't want the government intervening at all, you are talking about mercantilism. Like you're shifting into a flavor that prescribes that the companies can do whatever they want and gain as much like physical material, i.e. in the form of a currency, as they can. There's no restriction on them.
Do you know the definition of a corporation? It's a legal entity created by the government to protect the shareholders. It's not a legitimate business.
No, it's actually it's actually a contract to take the responsibility away from the decision maker.
Exactly. That's what I just said.
Correct.
No, it's not.
No, you didn't. You described a fiduciary responsibility, which is separate from a corporation.
Right. I don't believe in corporations. They should be abolished. There should be people that make stuff and sell stuff, and that you're held accountable and liable. Restitution and liability are much stronger than regulation. If you're responsible for what you do, then that's much harder to live with than just filling out some paperwork for a regulation. And I've done that.
That's what regulation is. Regulation tells corporations what they can and can't do and hold them to the fire, like hold them liable for the things that they do wrong.
That's why I'm against it. Who makes the regulation? You're not allowed to harm somebody else, and you
The
can be taken
government
to court
makes the
if you do.
regulation.
Well, they shouldn't. The government needs to regulate itself. It's the biggest violator of Look at, we're bombing little kids overseas, and you guys are in favor of that. You like that? You want to support that? You want your money to go to that?
Regulation would tell our military that they cannot bomb little kids in schools.
That's working well, isn't it? I mean, no offense, but that's...
Yes, we actually haven't tried to hit the 1 million schools across Iran. Look at that.
And we did kill little kids in schools. We did. We've done it. And why are we bombing Iran?
We did.
In the
We
first
hit a
place?
school,
You're
but there
all
are
in
1 million
favor.
schools
You're all
within
in favor
Iran,
of
and we
bombing
haven't specifically targeted all of them.
Why are we changing?
You're all in
the subject to
favor
this
of
stupid
bombing
shit?
Iran.
Why are we changing the subject to talk about this stupid shit?
I was just playing into it. My bad. We can go back to the economics.
That was a wild pivot. I'm not sure. I don't know. We don't have to talk economics, but I seem to think that Pallet was kind of on a roll.
Yeah, he did well. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, that tends to happen. I tend to say some pretty smart shit, and then I get cut off. But
you ruined it.
Yeah.
I guess if you guys don't want to continue the conversation, we can go ahead and talk about bombing kids.
No, well, of course, that's Mojo's go-to. How about Spain?
Yeah, what about... Hold on, yeah, give me 3 minutes. Let's talk about Spain, because we're going to get into something that I really enjoy talking about.
Oh, yeah? Let me guess. Foreign...
Are we bombing kids in Spain? Like, what the fuck did I miss?
No. What about Spain, Britain? Let's talk about some underlying ecological issues. Let's do that real quick.
All right. So it's interesting where people start, right? So the Spanish Supreme Court has recently given amnesty. They have shown a lot of grace, I suppose, to the illegal migrant issue on the border of the EU. So because of this ruling, Moroccans in a Spanish enclave on the African continent have just bum rushed, right? They went around a hastily erected barrier on the beach in very large numbers. They were saying as many as 40 to 60,000. And this is on a town of, I think, less than 80,000. So there's currently, as we sit here, looting, fires, there's unalivings, at least 24 last time I checked. So this is what leftist policy has wrought in Europe. Well done, leftists. Well done.
Yeah, why did they do that, Donovan? Why did a mass group of people start to migrate out of a certain area?
You tell me. Take it away, Pallet.
Wildfires, climate change.
So let me get this straight. Morocco invaded Spain because of my 2005 Ford Expedition.
Yeah, and mass industrialization, yes.
Hey, just checking.
Great comeback, Donovan. I'll continue.
So, please do.
So this has been talked about for probably about 80 years now. Due to climate change and due to ever dropping reserves of fresh water and aquifers, we're going to start seeing more shit like this happen, specifically in the next 20 to 30 years. We're going to start seeing mass migrations, and then we're going to start seeing people unalive, like just what happened in Spain. So if you think what's happening right now is very inhumane of what we're doing to people, wait until Brazil runs out of water, or one of the Central American countries run out of water. This is just the start of it. This is a direct cause of ecological collapse.
You suffer from lelaptophobia.
So the lack of the natural fresh water in what is Morocco
In this specific case, it is wildfires.
So I would say that Pallet would be more correct in describing your impact, Brendan. Isn't so much your, what'd you say, 2007 Ford Expedition? I think it'd be your 300,000 gallons of water use for your begonias or marigolds in your garden from the aquifers.
I didn't know we shared an aquifer with Morocco.
Wow.
Again, this specific thing was caused by wildfires in Morocco.
Yeah, but you're talking about how climate change is the reason that this is all happening and its effects.
Yep. That climate change causes wildfires. Yes, it do.
What they're doing is they're justifying an invasion, is what they're doing.
Great comeback, Donovan.
Yeah, and the reason that these wildfires are here is because the evil West has polluted the planet. So
Solid
of course,
rebuttal, Donovan.
yeah. So of course it's totally justified. That is what you're saying, right, Pallet?
Oh, it just comes right back to Donovan's Western culture from the Vatican.
Yeah, I'm not talking about justification. I'm just talking about matter of fact.
Answer the question. Answer the question, Pallet.
Yeah, I'm not talking about justification. I'm just talking about why it happened.
Is essentially your justification.
No, I'm not justifying anything. I'm just saying this happened, which led this group of people to do this thing.
No offense.
So I got a question for everybody. I got a question for everybody.
Once again, this is just Donovan justifying himself as to Western culture being from the Vatican.
Well, hold on a second. I got a question for everybody real quickly. How come the people of Morocco cannot collectively come together to solve this issue and correct it and then mitigate it going forward? How come they can't do that?
I don't know. Morocco's a capitalist country. You tell me.
Morocco's a monarchy.
Yeah. They.
So wait, what does that have to do with an economic system?
Yeah. So wait, you're saying a monarchy? Okay, all right. Just making sure you knew that there was a king there. Please continue.
Yeah, and people are allowed to privately own corporations in Morocco, right? You can be a Moroccan business owner.
With that being
Can we
said-
just highlight the juxtaposition here? Like Brendan literally just thinks that only democracies can be capitalist. That literally came from his head.
He said it was capitalist. That would suggest a democracy, wouldn't it?
Nope.
No, because most capitalist countries are not democracies.
No, I would say most are, but not all are.
Okay.
Right. No. Hold on a second. No. You're right on that one project. But how about this? Why do most capitalist societies and countries are democracies rather than anything else? Why do you think that is?
Why were most socialist countries democracies?
Well,
I would argue they're more like
all of the Nordic countries are monarchies. So is Great Britain. So is Canada. All of these countries are capitalistic. I don't know what the fuck your problem is.
Name me one
my point.
Socialist country that hasn't had an election.
No. How about this? Instead of going that route and arguing that, my point is that the democracy and what the democracy that's practiced in the West, right?
Yeah, your point is stupid.
No. It complements the system of capitalism and it actually enhances the.
Yeah, again, your point is stupid.
Capitalism and democracy are not synonymous.
That's 3.
Of course, it's a fucking ridiculous point. Freedom, need freedom. That's why freedom.
Again, there were
fucking dumb.
Before capitalism existed, the entire system of government that we base our government off of was not a capitalist society.
I mean, it's just kind of funny to me, Brendan, how many countries are in the British Commonwealth? And out of those countries, how many of them are capitalist?
3 and all.
There are definitely more than 3 countries in the British Commonwealth.
Well, are you counting Are you counting like Barbados and that kind of shit, or just in the country proper?
Let's see. I can name them right off the top of my
Who's the
head.
king of Canada? Who's the king of Australia? Who's the king of New Zealand? Who's the? I mean, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So they're capitalists, right? Right.
Yeah, they're all capitalists.
Right, but
They
they're
all
not
have mixed market
technically
economies. Every
Right,
country
right.
on the planet has a mixed market economy.
Right.
Somehow we found ourselves looping back specifically into the economic forum. I thought we were talking about Spain. So if we could continue that conversation, I would appreciate that at least. Now, if that being said, Morocco doesn't have the same amount of political power that the West does to influence climate change. You probably agree with that, right, Oust?
I'm sorry. What is
King Charles is the king of Australia.
I didn't know neutral was
Thank
Oust.
you.
Correct.
What a wild thing to say. What the fuck?
I didn't know political power is the main driver of climate change.
I'm sorry. Is that actually what you just got out of what I said?
Yes, that's why I said it.
Oust.
I'm just curious.
What I just said to you, verbatim.
How about this? Can you clarify?
Oust. What I just said to you, verbatim, as a question to see if you agree with me or not, is you probably recognize that Morocco does not have the same amount of. Morocco does not have the same amount of political power as most Western nations to influence or effectuate policy for climate change.
Could you clarify how that works? So, like for real, I don't understand what you mean by this.
So, for example, Morocco is a very small nation and probably doesn't have the same level of power to fight against climate change that China does. And China is not a Western nation, but it has a lot more fucking power. You would agree with that, right?
Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. I tripped out there for a second with my lag thing.
He glitched.
In terms of like political power like on the world stage, sure. But again, how does political power dictate or influence climate change exactly?
Influence policy or effectuate policy to fight against climate change, correct?
Oh, I'm asking you.
Alice, what is policy?
I'm actually going to off myself, Mojo, at this point.
Okay, then go away because you can't be saying that shit on my fucking panel, you asshole.
Alice, what's policy?
No, I don't need a purity test on what.
I'm not trying to purity test you
of what policies are. I'm just asking the question of how does political power and having the majority say
okay,
on
let me give you one example.
Drive climate change.
Well, because you basically create policies to mitigate climate change by regulating emissions and all that. You bring policies. That's why it's called political power. You have power for policies.
Okay, so what policies have actually done a positive change on the climate?
Here's the thing: is that Morocco is a country, Morocco is a government, Morocco is an economic system. Doesn't have any control over what the manufacturing superpowers have when it comes to ecological change. You are correct about that. But here's the issue behind it: is that we do have these economic superpowers that are dictating the fate of all of these other countries. Now, I know that the great, powerful capitalist class of Morocco could have probably stepped in to help put out the wildfires in accordance with how John Locke and Adam Smith would both say that the enlightened hand of self-interest would come in to help the markets, but obviously that didn't happen.
Well, you're saying that preventing climate change wouldn't be in our self-interest?
No,
I think it would.
Yeah, I'm 100% on board with that. I think that we need to do mass deindustrialization. That's what I think we need to do. That's the only way we're going to reverse it.
No.
Well, you can stop buying
you can
stuff.
say no.
You
can say
can
no.
log. You can get rid of your phone and go off of TikTok. That would be a start, right? And close down. You can stop buying from other companies. You can produce everything you need yourself.
Yeah, he wants to go back to an agrarian society where we're all living in mud huts.
I bought my
By the
phone.
way,
used. I bought my phone used. My entire existence is on creating clean water and working on clean water initiatives in the United States. So, like, what else are you wanting me to do? I try to buy.
You just said you wanted. You said you wanted to close. You wanted to close down all industries. That's what you just said.
I wanted mass deindustrialization. Yes.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of the ability to actually make phones. He wants to get rid of the ability to make phones. Yes, that's fucking wild. Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, does that mean that we don't have any more toilet
it's
paper?
It's very radical.
It is very radical. Does that mean that we no longer have toilet paper? Must we wipe with the leafy green?
I'm sorry, but toilet paper is pretty easy to come by. It's not the exact same thing as, I don't know, fucking chips. What the fuck?
Ecological collapse is impending. Like, it's not. It's going to happen. We're going to start seeing mass migrations due to fucking water tables, like in the next 20 to 30 years in North America.
Well, I mean, that is
Are you
a
a
big
vegetarian
problem,
yet?
watering those trees for toilet paper.
Pellet, are you a vegetarian yet?
Nope, but I'm self-sustaining with my own hunting at this point.
Yes, so you're not a vegetarian, you're self-sustaining, you're still hunting animals. Animals are still being raised so that you can hunt them. We are.
How are animals being raised? Where do I hunt them?
Because you're
Where do I hunt
because the license that you buy goes to setting up habitats for animals to be hunted.
This is where the conversation becomes.
That's not true.
This is where the conversation becomes so granular. This is where the conversation becomes so granular that y'all start pointing fingers at each other.
Well, that's because Pallet said something ridiculous. Deindustrialized. What the fuck is that shit?
I'm not saying what I'm saying, like, when it comes to ecological collapse, is going to happen. The only way to stop it is for us to stop doing this shit.
Okay, so I don't agree with that particular, but it is factual nonsense to say that the hunting license goes towards setting up habitats.
You are incorrect,
so we
sir.
can
I'm
hunt.
sorry, you are incorrect.
That is
sir.
nonsense.
It is absolutely used to maintain habitats for hunted animals. It absolutely fucking is, and you're an idiot if you think
pay
otherwise.
salaries for people like game wardens. They're not raising animals; they're stopping poachers.
I didn't say anybody was raising animals. I said it went to habitats that are created and designed to overpopulate creatures that you guys want to hunt. It is changing the environment. It's changing. I can fucking think that's so easy.
What's changing the environment is is mass suburbia. Is the thought process which you share that we have this
let's go ahead and kill off
live
human beings instead of animals.
That we are going to live in a world of infinite growth, which is not the case.
You know,
Okay.
it's fucking wild.
I would. Y'all were talking about Spain and the people leaving Morocco. I heard Oust ask something about like which policies have been put in place that were helpful in terms of climate change. I don't know which country you were talking about at that point, Oust, but if you can tell me, I would love to answer the question. I happen to be very interested in climate change.
Yeah, I mean, my question was just predicated on what policies based on political power has had a positive impact in terms of countering the changing climate.
In which country? Were you talking about the U.S. or Morocco? Which one?
Anywhere per se.
Okay.
Remember, my first question was how come the people of Morocco aren't able to solve this issue themselves and be able to like build better systems and help mitigate it in the future? and then the answer I got was that it's due to climate change, and then JD threw in because they don't have political power.
But they do.
Well, according to JD, they don't have enough political power to influence policy, and that policy will make it rain and replenish their resources and help Morocco. Blah 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 blah. Like,
so the policy will make it rain.
So, Morocco is actually one of the leading countries in northern Africa in terms of climate change innovation. Like, they have very, very, very large solar farms, things like that. What they cannot control is the actual droughts and heat that they're experiencing. Now, you might have a response of like, but it's Africa. Yes, it's going to be warmer than what we know, all that, etc. But it's been unusually hot and unusually dry, even for that area, and that can't be helped by solar panels in the moment.
But it's also because of the demand of the population has
no
also
the climate change. The climate change in those areas is actually directly caused by, I don't know what that word is in English, but like the updraft of the palette. Maybe you know the word, like where it's
evaporation.
It's the updraft from the ocean that pushes up into like northern Africa and the rest of Europe that makes everything hotter.
It's a movement of the trade winds.
The trade winds. That's what I was looking for.
I'm not denying that factor per se, but I would argue that the biggest factor is the ever growing demand and demand on the already scarce resource that is there as well. Do you agree?
Scarce resource of what?
We're talking about the water that they do not have.
But what?
The environment is where they live at.
Yes, so I'm just saying. I'm arguing that I think the major demand, the major factor in this is because the demand for water by the population, by the people themselves, because they're growing and there's more people and there's more demand, putting a huge strain already on a system that doesn't have the capacity, also plagued by climate change. Would you agree? I'm not denying climate change.
Then what? I'm confused as to what your whole question was of like, why aren't the people fixed? Your original question. What do you like? You took it back to the policy, and I'm giving you the policies that Morocco. Well, not quite the policies, but the changes that they've done in terms of climate change. But the fact of the matter is that like they aren't the only like. Just Morocco isn't going to change it, right? Like the climate change is fueled by what we just said, the trade wind. So it's not like we and the US have to make the changes. The rest of Europe has to make the changes. The rest of Africa, like we all have to make the changes. You can't just say, why isn't Morocco making the changes? Like we all have to make the changes in order to actually make it better.
I'm just going to go back to my hero, Al Gore. The problem here is that Man Bear Pig showed up in Morocco, so people left.
Yeah. The policy conversation was separate from when we were talking about the effects of climate change on Morocco, and then I threw in that I think that another major factor of the effect that's going on in Morocco is the growing population and the demand on the available resource of the water that is already in contention with climate change, etc., etc. That's all I said. I never denied. I wasn't denying that the climate change is a contributing factor. I just threw in that I think there's also another factor that we need to consider, and I asked if you agreed to that. That's all.
I don't think that there is a fast-growing population in Morocco.
So okay, that's fine. So you disagree that the growing demand for more water is not a contributing factor then?
Yeah, I don't, in Morocco specifically, I don't think that is a major push. No, I'm not saying that there's not a water scarcity. There's water scarcity everywhere in the world, but in Morocco, I don't think that's a specific thing. No.
Yeah, Ella, that's fine. That's fine. That's your position. That's great. I'm not gonna.
No, that's fact.
Okay, that's cool. That's your opinion, and I'm not going to berate you or try to.
But you are doing that. You are doing it.
I apologize if I came off that way.
All right, she told you it's fact, and you said, "Well, that's your opinion."
Yeah, because I disagree that I disagree. It's not.
Okay, then you are challenging her fucking notion. I mean, what that? I don't. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. So water scarcity is an issue everywhere. If you really want to learn more about that, I'd suggest you listen to Pallet. He'll educate you. But in terms of population growth and that being a major demand in Morocco specifically, I could Google it. I guess I'm playing WoW. I'm not a computer. But as far as I know, most.
That's fine. I don't care.
Why can't she finish a goddamn statement? What the hell is she?
I'm sorry.
As far as I know, most northern African countries don't have any large increase in population at all.
Okay.
So.
Cool. All right. So yeah. So human growth and demand on our planet's resources is not a factor. And
I was speaking about Morocco, was I not? Jesus. How about you and your goalpost? Have a good night. Like, this is silly.
You have to.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did that. I was just I was just being reactionary to the comment about it being a fact. So.
Morocco doesn't have a water shortage. Is that what the fact was? Are you serious?
No, that's not what I said. I said water scarce.
Yeah, the water scarce. I'm sorry. I thought he was asking me.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't say. So the water scarcity is a global issue. That is an issue everywhere. What I was saying is that in Morocco specifically, that's not driven by demand because they don't necessarily have that much of an increase in population. It's it's the fucking desert. Like, okay.
Gotcha. I understand that.
You have to get to like Arrakis conditions before this is like a mythic political issue, though.
No, we all have to.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the wildfires and the droughts in Morocco that are leading to the migration of people into Spain.
It's going to be a big problem for a lot of the world as the years go by. There's going to be a lot of refugees.
So I'm sorry. The Moroccans are invading Spain because they're fleeing a fire caused by global warming. That's the narrative.
So
I don't know the
Spain
backstory to
is
that.
also having fires, by the way, and it's probably not from global warming.
Spain, Turkey, France. Yeah, there's a ton of wildfires happening. From what I understand, it's a combination of both. Yes, Morocco, as well as I think a couple other countries, Syria.
There isn't like religious or civilizational conflict involved in the.
In Morocco, not that I know. I think the reason why they're trying to go is because of a regulation that was put in place that gives an amnesty.
No. What I mean is like the invasion of Spain. That doesn't have anything to do with like historical or religious.
Spain being invaded? When did that happen?
Civilizational conflict.
Spain's being invaded? Who's invading Spain?
the Moroccans are just fleeing fires caused by global warming, of course.
But what are you talking about invasion?
You know, they're not like doing jihad.
I know Friday night you probably have been drinking a lot, but please
Wow, how much have you had to drink, sir?
No, no, you must be drunk if you have this opinion.
You are absolutely fucking drunk. I don't know.
Oh, you guys are Levyists. I see.
Levyists?
Yeah, you know who Mordecai Levy is, don't you?
No. And how much have you had to drink, sir?
Well, Mordecai Levy was the real name of Karl Marx. That was just a pen name, you dumbass.
Okay, how much have you had to drink?
I haven't had anything to drink.
Should you be on a panel right now?
Did I just fucking own you? Your name is fucking Marx in your pick. Dumbass, you don't even know his real name.
Yeah,
God,
communists
are so fucking boring and stupid.
How high are you? Okay, no.
Who is this? This neutralist? That's who this is?
No, it was somebody else.
What the fuck is that? That was wild.
I don't know. I wish when people like Pallet and people like HR speak on climate change, I wish people would listen closely. I know it sounds all crazy and hyperbolic, but it isn't. We see it in the insurance industry everywhere, and it's time that people actually start paying attention to it, as opposed to try to fight it or justify it or use it as a means to talk about some kind of crazy immigration or capitalism. Like, pay attention.
The Mordecai Levy thing is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, like trying to tie in Marxism with Jews. Yeah.
Okay. I don't really care.
Judeo-Bolshevism is a fad at this point because of the NWSP stupid people.
That's what I find ironic about. Like, I called that Penny on that shit, but I don't think she really tracked it. But basically, yeah, I told her like a lot of her Red Scare propaganda, it's all based on fucking anti-Semitism.
But no, now that we got like most chill people up here, I understand that what I'm saying and what I'm advocating for is extremely rad. But to quote Big Papa Pump Steiner, the numbers don't lie. We can institute policies after policy after policy of like green energy initiatives and shit like that, but it's not going to stop. Like, it's just pumping the brakes on the pollution that we're shitting out into the atmosphere and into the waterways. I fear that we aren't going to make actual decisions on combating and reversing climate change and pollution until we reach like a crossroad where people are going to start making those decisions for us. I'm just advocating for like, we have the ability to do it now, and we should do it on our own terms instead of somebody in a tower somewhere dictating those decisions for us. That's where I'm coming from. And like, I think that this view that we have of hyper-consumerism and hyper-industrialization on a finite speck of land, like, I don't think that it's sustainable. And by I don't think, it's factually not sustainable.
Yeah, I don't agree with you at all.
I mean, you don't have to. The math don't lie, man.
Yeah, I think your math is off.
Then what's your solution?
I don't know, but we can fit every fucking person that exists on the face of the planet today inside the state of Texas. I am sorry, but we're not running out of space. We're not running out of land. We're not running out of food. We're not running out of anything. Now, as far as the way we do things, we can certainly change them. I know it's going to take us some time to actually set things straight, but shit is reversible. It might take a generation or two, but we don't have to go back to living in teepees.
I would love to be Judge Dredd in that mega city.
So that we can all fit inside the state of Texas, and that would probably be a good thing for us to do. I would 100% be down for that. So we should collectively make the decision to do that instead of, when it comes to a head, somebody making that decision for us.
Okay,
I do agree with.
Okay with that too, but it's going to. I mean, you're going to have to talk people into allowing immigration into the country.
Yeah, 100%. The point, like, I think that all of this is like that. The science is there backing it. I believe that everybody should be able to come to this decision based off of the evidence in front of them. People are not coming to that decision, and that's a quandary that I'm at. But it's the evidence is there. The only way that we are going to be able to actually reverse this shit is if we start dialing it back.
You say dial it back, do you mean like, because I know that like a lot of technology we use can still be useful, but would you mean like reorganizing it, like in terms of like not being totally relying on it, like a kind of a hybrid kind of a thing? Or you mean just going totally back to like agrarian?
I mean, like, if somebody could put a plan in front of me that would have like any sort of like mass industrialization, mass manufacturing that would be carbon negative, then like I could buy into that. But like as of right now, like none of that really exists.
It does. We have the largest carbon capture system in Texas. Like, you can look it up.
Does it still produce positive carbon emissions?
No, it's entirely negative. Its sole purpose is carbon capture.
I don't think that's true.
Again, you can look it up. That's the whole point. And the carbon is used for a lot of industrial purposes in Texas. Like, we've been using it as like fillers for tar in our roads,
and what
various other things.
What industry are you talking about, brother?
What the byproducts are used for? The carbon that they capture?
What industry is carbon negative?
It's
if you're going to tell me it's the entire state of Texas, you're not telling the truth.
No. It's not the state of Texas. It's a specific industry that literally is doing carbon capture.
Yeah,
like they use it for agriculture. They use it. I'll have to get the name for you. It's a fucking company, dude. It's a business.
So then, if their purpose is just to carbon capture, then I would say that none of the industries that they're doing that with are carbon negative. Like, again, it's just a brake pump.
You can never truly be carbon negative. All human beings produce carbon dioxide. So would you also be in support of reducing the population?
No, I would not be in support of reducing the population. I think that the human race, like as a species, has the ability to be carbon negative, like with our own existence.
We have plants that offset humans, like our entire agricultural system that grows plants. They're all oxygen producers.
Yeah, but
exactly.
But
carbon dioxide is plant food. That's what they use in greenhouses to make plants grow.
That's true, but too much.
Plants
and Brondo is what plants crave. But like
plants and trees don't pay taxes. That's the issue. That's why we can't use that.
No, it's not. How you're saying that is extremely reductive. Extremely reductive.
What about the fact that if we stop all production in America and Europe and all those places, you still have to deal with China, right? China is the number one polluter or producer of carbon.
China is part of the
Actually, it's India.
India is also part of the human species.
Yeah, and how are you going to change what they do? I don't see that happening. Sorry.
Again, cool. It doesn't change the fact of what I'm talking about, of what we should be doing.
would make what you're doing would negate what you're doing.
Small correction. India pollutes less than the U.S. China is the number one.
As a total or per capita?
As a total.
Obvious, this climate change stuff is a scam, right?
No, did you say greenhouse gases or just carbon?
Are you asking me?
It's a scam.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
It's not a
know.
scam.
That's okay. I don't know exactly. I just remember that from our report that we worked on. I could look it up if you want.
I'm looking it up because I don't think that's
It's not a scam. We have quantifiable, measurable metrics.
No, we don't.
What are all the alternatives?
If you're talking about anthropogenic climate change, then there is no.
Right.
You can't prove it.
Yeah, annual emissions today, China 12 billion metric tons per year, U.S. 4.6 to 5 billion, and India.
She's right. USA is number.
I just fucking said it.
You're right.
So you get rid of carbon emissions, you go solar, you go wind. All those alternatives, they have adverse side effects, right? So what's the better option?
What are the adverse side effects?
Solar, it takes 25 years, and after that they start degrading. They're not able to be thrown away in the dumps because they don't biodegrade. And then with the wind farms, they cause problems with the environment.
And also real quick, doesn't our environment itself rely on carbon? Like
plant.
One second.
It's
like the
plant
carbon
food.
cycle. Well, like the carbon cycle itself. But
But you got to understand that too much the carbon is good for plants, but too much of a good thing is bad, right? Like water is good for you, but too much water fucking kills you, right?
Well, carbon.
And also with the whole thing about say biodegrading solar panels in 25 years. I mean, replacing solar panels every 25 years is not as bad as emissions daily, like fucking globally from cars that are in or like industries that are basically pumping emissions into the air on a daily basis, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Solar panels are useless at night. They're good for about 3 hours a day.
This is my biggest issue with people that are just talking about green energy and stuff like that. You're wanting to maintain the same lifestyle that we have been living since the Industrial Revolution, and assuming that we're going to be able to maintain that lifestyle while also reversing climate change, and that those two things cannot happen.
Yeah, I'm with Pallet here.
I think the same way, like cars.
No.
What?
No, it certainly can be done in maintaining our current standard of living. You just have to get more radical with the actual green energy. Like, for instance, the Chinese did the Three Gorges Dam. If we extend the Hoover Dam into multiple dam and levees throughout the Grand Canyon area, we could actually power the entire United States 100% carbon free.
You're looking at this at just an energy production thing, and it's very myopic. Energy production is not the number one polluter of the land and water. It is industrialization.
Goes back to
sure.
Bill Gates, right?
Don't electric vehicles just outsource their carbon emissions to the power plants?
Lithium batteries, you can recycle them, right?
Again, I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm saying. I know that you're used to arguing against Green New Deal stuff. What I'm talking about is much more drastic than that.
You're talking about not driving, right? Because I feel like I'm with you with that because
correct.
I'm very pro rail.
So I have a real quick question for everyone, and for everyone is instead of us scaling back and deindustrializing and not being as productive in the ways that we are now, how can we maintain our productivity and our standard of living while innovating and creating more environmentally friendly ways to go about doing stuff.
You're not going to be able to. What you just said is analogous to an alcoholic with cirrhosis saying, "How can I keep drinking though I have cirrhosis?"
No, that's a very bad.
No. No. I disagree because what we did over time was we created technology to combat environmental effects and disasters from Mother Nature, and I don't see how that's any different with climate change.
We have never done that.
Really?
The
So how we build our houses with technology to mitigate earthquakes, how we combat beach erosion is through beach rejuvenation. I could go on and so forth to help mitigate these effects that we have in our environment. And that's all due to technology. So why can that not be the plot to?
Let me ask you this. What if I told you that, like, okay, what if I told you that you can give up? I'm not saying we're going to force you to give up your car, but let's just say the city changes around you. Your car is no longer really a viable means of transportation. It is now more of a nuisance. Now you can just walk to a train, and then take that anywhere in the city, and then to go to another city, you take the Amtrak or whatever. Like, then that's, and not just that, but if the only time you will need a car is when it's absolutely necessary, if you like fucking drive into the mountains or whatever. But other than that, that's what it means by lifestyle change. It's like these basic things that we see as conveniences. In reality, they also become inconveniences. But yeah, like lifestyle change is reducing a lot of shit that we really don't need.
This is why it's a scam, right? We don't have any side effects as far as bad side effects over the past, I guess, 100 years through the vehicles. But if you're talking about the CO2 emissions, you're going back to Bill Gates, COP set. Carbon dioxide equals people times services per person times energy per service times CO2 per unit of energy. So his main argument was to reduce people so that you reduce the CO2. Do you agree with him? That's the only thing that y'all really saying, right?
No, you keep trying to like pigeonhole us into saying that we want to reduce the population, and nobody wants to reduce the population.
I think I think I know where he's coming from, but he probably read Bill Gates wrong, because I know there's this whole thing about Bill Gates wanting to do a depopulation, but when you look at how people in poverty basically have more kids, because there's a lot more mortality rates among infants. So basically, they wanted that if you have more kids, one or two of those kids are going to make it, right? So populations that have better standards of living, they have less kids. So basically, if you give people better standards of living, there's going to be less kids. Therefore, the population the population growth won't be as big as if it was in poverty. So that's what it means by limiting population growth, was what Bill Gates was basically advocating for. He didn't mean actually literally getting rid of people.
No, bro. What he was saying is the more V's that go out, you reduce the population. If you're really successful with the V's, once they go out, you can lower the population, and thereby you can start working with carbon emissions, or you lower carbon emissions.
I don't give a fuck about what Bill Gates said. He's an Ivy League dropout that made an operating system.
And Palchuk is talking about something something different, not just like deliberately unaliving humans en masse. But my question, but my train of thought here goes to this: when we decrease people's ability to thrive and survive and be happy, their standard of living, whether we reduce the choices, we reduce the like all that stuff, right, that you're talking about, typically that does a lot of harm. It actually leads to people eventually not having like enough food, enough water, things that we depend on, and systems start to crumble in that aspect.
I mean, systems are about to crumble. Oh yeah, Ella had her hand up. Go ahead.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Hey.
Yeah, Oust, you said something a little bit ago that I wanted to respond to. I forget exactly how you worded it, but it was something in terms of like, what can we do to like keep our standard of living, but like turn around the climate change crisis. And I'm with Pallet here. I don't think that we can do that. However, if I had to give an answer, I don't know if you voted for Trump, but if you did, I would suggest that you don't do that again, and that you vote for a party that would not undo any kind of like renewable energy subsidies that we had in place, or any kind of regulations for corporations to keep them from polluting the environment. That would be a good start.
I think if you wanted to stop climate change,
what's the alternative?
If you wanted to stop climate change, the first thing you would do is stop bombing other countries, bring the troops home, get our ships home, and stop polluting the rest of the world. That would be like the first move I would make. But that ain't going to happen under Democrats and Republicans. They're just going to destroy. They're going to keep spending money like crazy.
Any country with global dominance remove that global dominance. Is that sensible?
Yeah. We would be more dominant.
Yeah.
Our economy would flourish. Are you kidding me? If we could use that money that's being spent on bombs in our economy, we would flourish like crazy. Everyone would benefit.
So would your enemies, right? And they would be able to flourish.
So then it would make sense to just start wars for no reason.
I'm having a bit of an ocular migraine again, so I'm gonna drop and get some rest. I will see y'all later.
All right.
I love you, Pink Car.
Good night. Good night, Ella. Have a good night. It was fun.
JD, you got me a violation, you prick.
Oh, me?
No, JD. We'll let you back up, but you can't say that shit anymore.
Hey, oh shit! It's also it's 2:30 in the morning for here.
I'm on the top box.
I gotta go too. So thanks, Mojo. Thanks, Paljack. Thanks, Brobot. Thanks, everyone. I had a good time.
Later, Ross. Yeah, you mischaracterized my argument earlier. You.
Next time, JD. Next time, brother.
It's not a scam. We've had cars and vehicles. We had diesel vehicles.